Just to give you an idea, just in case, you could likely, the more you take notes and understand what you're being told, you could stand a chance to win a thing or two if you answer some questions correctly.
I would have kept that a secret, but
Well,
David already said it. It's all right. It's fine.
no, just I'm trying to motivate them, right?
Oh, yeah,
Motivational
no.
speech.
All right, let's go. Yeah.
Okay, so in the next few seconds, we'll be having the video introduction for Professor Undubisi Ekwekwe coming up shortly. So let's get prepared. We know who he is. He's an industry expert. He has played in the entrepreneurship space, in the tech space. He's an investor. So just expect the best. And it's a live session. So it's going to be coming up shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen,
For that video to come up, let's just have a chat about what happened yesterday on live sessions. I want to just have an understanding. Could you just wave your hands well, like if you watched the sessions yesterday?
We had a lot of people on that call yesterday,
they are not here.
so I'm actually surprised that I'm not seeing everybody's hand up.
They've not come yet.
I mean, they are late. Maybe they are late comers.
You're late comers. So I would like someone to volunteer to share with us one or two things they got from any of the sessions yesterday. It could be the breakout, it could be the general room, while waiting for the video to come up. Who wants to go first?
One person, I think I saw one hand.
Okay, yeah, and have one hand here. All right, so just tell us your name, what you do, and the highlight of yesterday.
Okay, I'm confident. I'm a data scientist. So it's a breakout section from room 5. And it was Mr. David Taiwo talking. He talks about reading articles. He talked about learning outside your environment. He spoke about mentorship. And he made a statement, which is, the best man for the job is not someone that knows how to use every tool, but someone that can use the tool at the right time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for her. Awesome.
I don't know if anyone noticed that she read some of those things from her notes, and that's because she took notes down. So that's why we're emphasizing the importance of, writing things down so that you can always go back and refer to it. So we'd have Professor Undubisi come up now.
All right, so just look at the screens, and the video will be up right now.
ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming an outstanding innovator and thought leader, Professor Undubisi Ekwekwe. With multiple degrees, including a PhD from Johns Hopkins University and an extensive career that includes co-designing an accelerometer for the iPhone, Professor Ekwekwe is a highly regarded TED Fellow and IBM Global Entrepreneur. He is the chairman of Fasnicro Group and a prolific contributor to the Harvard Business Review. Recognized for his contributions to innovation, Professor Ekwekwe is here to share his deep insights on the future of technology and business. Welcome, Professor Undubisi Ekwekwe.
food, nkwobi, amala, zobo, olikoiko, and all the good stuff. And now, Ndubisi, after eating, we pay Mama Kemi. What has happened there is that business, Mama Kemi's Restaurant Limited, has made it possible that demand and supply can attain an equilibrium point for transaction to take place. The customer and producer can come together because through the mechanism of a business, those two elements have been unified. Mama Kemi will earn revenue because she has fixed a friction. She has solved a problem from DBC. So the money I'm giving her is compensating her for overcoming the problem of hunger. That is a fundamental element of the market system. That is what we do in business. And as we go into the conversation of artificial intelligence, I just want to bring it to the fundamental element. Why do we really need these AI systems? Because, hey, we still want to see how we can build better companies, drive better efficiency on the utilization of factors of production. And I have used a restaurant business. Hey, it can also be banking. You've got 1 million naira with you there. You are very loaded, man. And then you are living in Sokoto, you have 1 million. You look around, say, I don't need this 1 million the next 12 months. I don't need it. But I'm also looking for somebody I can lend this 1 million. And when I come back in 12 months, the person will return my money, no story, no snake has swallowed it, and give me 10% interest rate. You look around, but you can't just trust all those people around. Say, no. And there is also someone somewhere in Calabar who needs 1 million. He has a very big poultry business. He wants to expand it. He needs 1 million there. He needs 1 million. You have 1 million. You need somebody that will pay you 10% interest rate for a year. That guy is ready to do that. But both of you cannot discover each other. Again, information asymmetry. You know what you need. He knows what he needs, but you cannot attain equilibrium as scale. So what happens? A group of young ladies go and start off a bank, Good People's Bank Limited. And what happens? You take your 1 million to them. They now take that your 1 million to that poultry man. He collects about 17% from that person interest rate, and they pay you 10% interest rate. Everyone is happy. You got your 1 million saved in a place that you can sleep in the night. And you get the interest rate you want. The person who needs 1 million for the poultry also gets. So what the bank has done here is to make it possible that demand and supply can actually operate at optimal point. So the question now becomes, what are the things this company needs to operate on? The restaurant business, the construction company, the banking institution, these are all businesses and they are solving different dimensions of market system, depending on what they have been incorporated as their mission to go into the market to do. We say that companies need to have capabilities. Companies need to have capabilities so that they can fix frictions which are in the market system. Those frictions are the challenges that customers have. In the business came, you were hungry. The guy who had money needed somebody to borrow safely also had a friction. So, but for you to build and run a bank, you need to have capabilities. For you to run a restaurant business, Mama Kemi needed to have capabilities. So we say here that you need to have capabilities so that through those capabilities, you can create products and services which can now overcome frictions in market. We say that products and services are the agents, they are the forces which, upon those capabilities, companies can release into the markets, overcome the frictions. I speak in a lot of lateral philosophy because I was a very good physics student in secondary school. So you got a friction, and to overcome friction in elementary physics, you need a force. We say that the force in business is the product, is the service, because when the products are released into the markets, they overcome the frictions that customers have. So the issue there is, how do you now build those capabilities? How do you acquire those capabilities? How do you now create those products and services? There are so many things which are important. There are so many elements. You need knowledge. You need the spirit of risk-taking. You need capital. You need labor. These are the typical stuff we studied in elementary economics. Of course, these all factors or elements are organized under three cardinal pillars: the people, the processes, and the tools. This is where it begins to get excited, because you're going to see the application and the necessity of artificial intelligence in the world that we live. You have got to get knowledge. Mama Kemi needs to know how to make, hey, olikoiko or the nkobi and zobo and all the good stuff. You see, she needs to understand, she needs to have a knowledge system in that particular trade. The young ladies who started banking, the bank, they need to understand how to run banking. And they need to be risk takers. Akemi needed to be a risk taker. And she also needs to have capital. That means she needs to have a little bit of resource and cash so that she can buy things she cannot do in her. And then she needs young people, laborers, people that will now make it possible to execute the mission. The cleaners for the restaurant business, the cooks for the restaurant business, and all go into the banks, all those people. What are the tools that you now need? You already got the people. What are the processes? We say that if you can improve and if you can deepen all these elements, you can now create what we call competitive position in the market, because the essence and the mission of farm is to fix the friction of customer. And the capabilities you have will actually determine how far you can go. In other words, if you want to be a better good restaurant business, you really need to have good processing so that you can make good food. Meaning the restaurant has to be clean. The restaurant has to be hygienic. It's hygienic. There's so many beautiful things you need to do. And you also need to have tools. The pestle, the mortar, and the stove and everything. These are tools you need to run the restaurant business. But of course, in the modern world of business system and capitalism, we're not just talking about the stove. We're not just talking about the mortar. We're now talking about operational computational systems. And those are gigantic machines that make it possible that we can crunch numbers at level that we have never done. But we need to understand that these triple helix of system, they are going to become things upon which companies are built. No business can operate without the people. And no business can thrive without tools. And no business can actually advance and accelerate without the right processes. Unifying these three things will define the mission and the efficiency of that organization. But you will now say, how do you now get into those things? And I'll take you back to the beginning. That beginning has to do with what is the component of the universe? What is the world really made up of? What is the elemental construct upon which the market system is built upon? I take you to my university undergraduate, first year university in logic and philosophy. We were just jambas in Futo, and the professor of Shebu came in and told us, asked us a very big question actually, what is the material component of the universe? What is the world made up of? And he started a lot of postulations. But I like what he said about Pythagoras. Pythagoras is the guy who gave us the Pythagoras theorem. The right angle triangle, if you take the individual squares of the opposite and just sum them together, get the square hypotenuse. He said that the world is nothing but numbers. He said that everything in the universe is nothing but numbers. He said that everything we do, we are just operating in the universe of numbers. Whether you are a retailer, whether you are a doctor, whether you are an engineer, even if you're a comedian, everything is nothing but numbers. And if we believe the hypothesis of Pythagoras that the world is numbers, then it basically means that, hey, the business of humanity is making sense of numbers. I mean, cows say the world is made of water. Periculum said fire. The Pythagoras part caught my attention. Since that day, that means if the world is numbers, we are in the business of making sense of numbers, trying to trace the mission, the purpose, and the necessity of the age of AI, and how AI is actually extending, practicalizing the hypothesis of nothing but numbers. It means we are all in the business of making sense of numbers. And across human history, so many beautiful things have happened. Hey, God's, the abacus, slide rule, difference engine, ENIAC, UNIAC, the invention of transistor by Shockley, and of course the big one, when Robert Noyce and Joe Kibbe invented the integrated circuit, and then became a quintessential moment in the history of our human system. By the invention of the integrated circuits, many beautiful things started happening, bringing large-scale computational system at a scale we've never experienced. What are they trying to do? They're trying to make sense of numbers. Because if you make sense of numbers in retail, you are going to become a better retailer. If you make sense of numbers in construction business, you're going to become a better person in construction business. The point is this: the better understanding of numbers around whatever you do, the propensity that you outperform the other person is largely guaranteed. So that means that the pursuit of the mission of firms, fixing frictions in those maps that we have seen, has largely followed that we have to use numbers to understand our world and be better to fix the frictions. This is the same thing with medical doctors. You know, one of the amazing things about humanity is this: the more we understand the human anatomy, the better you can actually create better medicine. And that means that human anatomy, the human system, is nothing but pieces of numbers. I mean, the guy just won the Nobel Prize, and these are AI stuff guys, you know, they did amazing work. The DeepMind guys, what are they trying to do? They just use AI system to actually make it possible that we can understand the proteins in the human system. That means if you can use AI to make sense of the numbers in the proteins in humans, we can actually make better drugs in the future. So that means that we are in a human trajectory. We can use machines to better understand our world and our universe. By understanding our world and our universe, we can make better products and services, which can now be deployed to go and fix frictions, which are evident in the world. This has always been what has been going on. That by building on numbers, by understanding numbers, we create competitive position. Because, but this now we say the AI, that extrapolation of understanding number has moved to the point where we are breeding new species of systems. They have this intelligence that most times they can actually do things that humans may not easily do at scale. So when Bill Gates invented the personal computing industry, at the time, computers were mainly for companies. He brought Windows. Now say, hey, you don't have to wait to go to work before you use a computer. You can use it right in your house. He now made it possible that these things can actually be used at home. And that extrapolation has been going on. And to this era, we now have this AI system. There are going to be impacts AI will bring. AI will affect the tools we use to work. That means instead of using a dumb tool, AI can accelerate whatever you do. Let's look at Microsoft Copilot. If you use that thing, man, you just got a supervisor right there on your laptop. If you get confused in certain things, ask the Copilot. It helps you to get along. That's a tool. That's an AI tool. It advances your knowledge capability at a scale that you would not have imagined 10 years ago. AI can also help you improve your processes. They can crunch numbers that you do not have the capacity as a person to do. And that means that AI improves your tools, improves your processes, and then at the end of the day, it drives the productivity. And when AI drives the productivity of human system, it means that our ability now go and fix these frictions that we have already noted here will be easy. So the understanding of the numbers and the integration, the application of that artificial intelligence, the different vistas, the market system, will always help us to continue that positive continuum of fixing frictions that we have in our society. There's just no need of listing all the areas of application of AI. Just so many. You know, get into education, get into healthcare, get into all kinds. They're all places you can apply this artificial intelligence. So the question now becomes, how do you really look at the value that this AI stuff gives? I've already made a point that Mama Kemi, she runs a good restaurant if she wants to stay in business. But Mama Kemi, in her finances, in her budgeting, I mean, she may be using a paper, a pen, maybe the bookkeeping stuff that people use in restaurants, of the old, but she can also use AI to help automate some of those things. So the point is this, that if she brings in AI, instead of doing things maybe for 2 hours, she can get it done in 2 minutes. That means that process efficiency can come. And when process efficiency comes, cost is reduced. So instead of employing somebody for 2 hours to do the job, and AI does it for you in 2 seconds, you've saved money. And that is actually the correlation that we are seeing in the banking sector. Unfortunately, I mean, they keep reducing the number of people they hire, even as they are making more profit. What is going on there is, hey, ATM, which is also a 20th century version of artificial intelligence, in quotes, I mean, robotic system, is automated. The more you deploy AI mentions, the more you have those Leo, all those chat bots, those are really species of this automation. The more the banks can reduce human counts, and they can also make money. So they improve their processes, they reduce costs. These are just ways this AI can help you capture. And of course, there are some insights from your data that you might never have the opportunity of actually using your human comprehension capability to make sense of. If you push that data into AI system, you may now see, it's going to be like a revelation. Oh, wow, so we have had these interconnectivities in this business this way. We've never seen it, but with this AI, wow, got it. At the end, it's all about growth. It's all about how do you grow that business? How do you drive revenue? And how do you capture value in that business? And also, the constellation at the end will be accelerating innovation. Accelerating innovation is really saying here, this is not about, let's just bring technology because of technology's sake. Rather, let us bring technology to go into the market and actually improve our products and services so that customers will actually capture value. So that's why this thing is changing the world. That people who are at the production level of AI, they are transforming the world of market system. So you know the OpenAI, the company that invented the ChatGPT, you know that NVIDIA, the computational system behind the AI world. These businesses are the vanguard. They are pioneering a new industrial sector that at a point in is just an amazing thing to live here. So the most important is the transductional process that this AI can do to actually help us to get to the destination where we need to. And what do I mean by transduction? And if you go back to elementary physics in secondary school, maybe JS3, you might have learned about transduction, moving from one energy state to the other. The key part in what we do is we have an idea, and then we say that that idea has to turn into a product, a service. I mean, idea is largely, you can say, hey, invention. We have so many of that. But I'm also saying that what really matters in businesses is that the idea helps you to create a product. And by creating a product, you can now have something that will now be used on those friction that customers have. It is not every company that has the ability to transition from an idea phase into that innovation phase. And I've also noted here that some people, some companies are not just stopping at the level of innovation. They're also moving what I've called the accelerated state. So let me show it here because the essence of AI and the importance of AI is not just at the company level. This is something that will rewire the architecture of global competitiveness. And rewiring the architecture of global competitiveness, it means that the way the world is today is going to change. If you look at the world map, and if you look at the GDPs of nations, I mean, if you look at over the last 2,000 years, there was a time, the largest, in short, in the last 10 centuries, China has dominated the world economy at least 6 times in the last 10 centuries. You know, the rise of America is just recently. China, during the Yuan dynasty, invented the paper money. If you look at the history of money, and there is always one amazing thing if you want to understand global economics, you go back to the history of money. Because at the end of everything you do in business, it ends up in one thing: money. How do you pay the person, and how will the person be paid? So if you understand those who actually dominated the economic system, go back what they did in inventing money. China gave us the paper money during one of those great dynasties they have over centuries. So the world economy, China dominated in the last 10th century, at least 6. India was also at a time. Then it got into the time of Industrial Revolution, when the United Kingdom ruled the world. And then, of course, in 1890s, America took over from United Kingdom, and since then it has been the largest economy in the world. But one thing is evident. There was also a time all of them were frozen in space. Just look at here. I say that this is an era of invention. Nothing significant was happening in the world. GDP was flat over centuries, even as population was growing. It's using Madison historical data. That means if GDP was frozen over centuries and the population was increasing, poverty will be scaled because per capita income will drop. And that goes back to Malthusian postulation in your secondary school JS2, where they say that food production was going in arithmetic progression while human population was going geometric progression. And Mr. Reverend Matthews said that if we do not fix that paralysis, we're going to run out of food. There's something magical happened in some parts of the world. They were able to innovate, turning products, ideas into products and services. And now America now saw exponential GDP. But in some parts of the world, it's still frozen. Of course, China got into that. In Nigeria, our nation, unfortunately, we are still stuck here. In short, instead of us staying linear, we are actually decelerated. The GDP of Nigeria in 2014 was around $586 billion. Today, it's now around $260 billion. That means that as population is increasing in Nigeria, the GDP is dropping. And because the GDP of Nigeria is dropping, it means that each person is getting smaller, smaller. And that is the reason why there is massive level of hunger and poverty in the land. Comes down inability to transition from invention to innovation. Because innovation is where you create products and services that will serve society. But what I'm saying here that the world is not just going to stop at that innovation phase. That is also a new phase. I mean, so many beautiful things from our MVP here. And I've used the word invention society here, innovation society, but there's an extrapolation I've added here, called it the SRL society. This is the age that we are now moving. That the world lived in a society that was full of invention, ideas everywhere. You know, Molwe Park in Lagos right now, people have ideas how to fix Nigeria. Go to Bia Palo this evening in Aba, they have how to provide electricity, how to provide clean water. Still give them 20 years, nothing will happen. It's a society of invention. People are just talking ideas everywhere, all smart people. Then the innovation, they're talking about era where people are not just talking, people are actually doing. And the difference between invention society and innovation society is that innovation society solves problems. They have problem of clean water, they're going to solve that problem. They have problem of inadequate electricity, somebody will provide that electricity. But the invention society, they have everything written down. They can even become professors like myself. At the end of the day, nothing gets done. That's what you have in the society. Unfortunately, writing and talking can never fix the frictions in market. It's only when things are done. But note this, The people who lived here and the people who continue human history, the fundamental element of physics and chemistry, the people who pioneered them, they lived in this era. Study of substances and their properties, chemistry, they lived here. Study of matter with relationship to energy, physics, they lived here. But polio came, they died. Tuberculosis came, they died. They did not just build vaccine even though they have compounds. But the people who lived here, hey, they turned and built stuff. At the end of the day, they tried. And now we are now moving into another society. I call it the accelerated society. This is now the society where you can turbocharge whatever you are doing. And that is the era of AI. That is the era of autonomous system. That is the era that cyber car that Elon Musk just launched, where if he gets that into work, every taxi driver in New York City may go to an early retirement. AI system is making it possible that Google, Facebook, they don't need a lot of engineers. About 7-8 years ago, there was a time when you could live in Lagos. You just learn how to code, and they will position you in one American company, so where you can actually earn a good living. People are earning $8,000 living in Lagos. I mean, coding camps were all over America. Everywhere you go, hey, learn coding after we place you in the UK school, the UK company, American. I don't want to start mentioning names. So, companies that did that. But if you go to those companies, most of them have shut down or they have fired their CEO. Whenever companies keep firing CEO, they're having problems. Most of them have basically gone out of business. Why? AI has replaced this era of AI. The junior entry-level engineers or coding guys, AI can do those jobs. All you just need, you need only few experienced people to utilize the raw material that AI is giving them, and now they can do any project they want to do. The implication is that they are accelerating whatever they have in the society. And they don't even need all those coding guys in Nairobi, in Lagos, or Ouagadougou, and Burkina Faso and Co. Because, hey, AI can do those jobs. I wrote about this a few months ago in Harvard, where I say that the industrialization paradigm of Africa will not mimic Chinese industrialization paradigm. Because in my postulation in that piece in Harvard, I made it clear that what worked for China will not work for Africa, because AI and robotic systems will disintermediate the need for those factory workers that they were sending to China to be sent to Africa. And this is so. Do you know what? Go to Upwork or Fiverr. You can actually hire former Facebook engineers. Yeah, they're looking for work because there are no jobs. AI is taking them out. But of course, as AI is disintermediating them, AI is also providing new vistas of opportunity. I'm watching time here to make sure I round up the time.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So now you can now see so many things. Walmart is crunching about, $850. That provides a massive level of insight. Let me ask, how can you even use human system to build a system that can crunch 850 million? Then look at Amazon. What Amazon is just saying here, listen, guys, we have fired a lot of people and we're actually better. It says company has saved 250 million and 4.5 developers years out. He's basically saying that they would have needed to hire thousands of people, but because of AI, they don't need to hire them and they are better. When you are saying 4,500 developer years of work, that's a lot. You're talking about real human. And they crunch all those things, they give them to AI. So every year, more people are fired, even as company revenue goes up. It's an unbelievable trajectory. And what is going on here that this AI stuff works? There is one we use in Techidia Institute. We use it to summarize our lecture notes. In the past, we gave up. We didn't even want to try it. But with AI now, you just get the video, soup it into the system. In less than three minutes, you have the summary. It's unbelievable. You would have needed to have a department to do that. That was why we didn't do that. So we now started what we call the Tekidia WhatsApp School, because we have AI to make it possible to summarize our lecture notes, and then we can distribute those lecture notes through WhatsApp. Without AI, it's nearly impossible, because there's just no way any human system can do that. That's why this AI, you have to look into it. And you need to now look at how can it work for you. I mean, without going into more technical stuff, what I'm just trying to say here is AI provides you an element to guide you, to power you, to drive whatever you're doing. But of course, there are challenges in making sure that that AI, you get it right. I mean, this lecture will not be easy just to go in, because there are so many applications. How you use it in fintech, it's totally different how you're going to use it in customer service and how you use it in agriculture. So you need to talk to subject matter experts. There are so many brilliant young people that can help you. But I'm saying here that this thing offers competitive advantage. And as you do that, that should be the last. Okay, sorry. Let me just get this last one. There was a video there, but I won't play because of time. It comes down to the simple thing. You need to look at, this is very lastly, the mission. What is your company doing? What is it that your company is doing? And what is the strategic objective you want to get from AI? Just trying to see the basic thing that you can think about. Yeah, AI, how does it relate to power your business model? Your business model is the most important aspect, because that is the logic of the firm. That's how you make money in a company. You need to see how is that AI going to help you to execute and actualize that business model. Of course, the easiest way to start could also be look at the basic task in AI, basic tasks in what you are doing in your business, and see how AI can help. It may not be a very good idea to just go and start spending money with. No, AI itself means nothing. What means something is that AI is helping you to achieve your business objective. So it's not about just going to spend money at the end of the day. It doesn't have any impact in the business. No, it's like, what is it that you want to improve? How can AI help you to improve that? If you focus on understanding the objective in your business and how AI, which is a tool, you are going to be successful. The best companies of the future will be companies that are transformed by AI, not just run by AI. The best bank of the future will be banks, not the banks that use technology, but companies, technology companies that are actually offering banking service. That means that we are looking at the evolution and transformation of your business through artificial intelligence. We need to think about how things are changing, rather than just thinking about, oh, I'm just going to be supported. You're going to look at how things going to. You also need to look at your tools, and you also need to look at your processes. By the time you look at all these things, there's also going to be a possibility that what Pythagoras said, that the world is nothing but numbers. You can now be in a position that numbers, which you call data of intelligence, is working for you. And that is what can drive value and drive wealth and prosperity, not just for you, but for humankind. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Thank you for that very insightful session. So we have just one question from the audience. And the question says, the tools by various big tech vendors don't do well at a localized level. How can we Nigerians build AI tools that understand our language and nuances, bearing in mind the issues with our educational system? So I don't know if you heard us, Prof.
Autonomous system to create more value across all the different stakeholders. We have a quick question here, Prof, that I would like to ask. There are questions from the audience that the tools by various big tech vendors don't do well at localized level, especially when we bring it down to Africa. That how can we build AI tools that understand our language and nuances, bearing in mind the issues with our educational system?
Yeah, of course, that's a very big question. And but you see, it's really very difficult when you don't have electricity to be talking of AI in Lagos or Nigeria in general. So our AI largely at this moment is how can we just have electricity? If you have electricity, you will realize that young people will actually figure out how to make some of these technologies relevant. I believe that nations have to provide platforms, and a key platform is give people electricity, just like provide roads, and of course, provide basic security. It's going to be exceedingly very difficult for someone to invest in very, very good AI era in the developing part of the world if you cannot just have electricity. But that said, there are companies which are trying. I think Odium AI, which is also there in Lagos, they have their AI system that operates in about 10 African languages. So people are working to make sure that you can bring these AI solutions home. But I will also say that is still a level of consumerism. At the productive element of AI, that is the upstream level. Just like you have in the oil and gas industry, you have the upstream and the downstream. The upstream is where you have ExxonMobil, Shell, Conoco, Phillips. These are people at the pioneering phase of, we are not going to have that in Africa for a very long time. But at the downstream level, where you now take whatever the upstream guys have given you and begin to commercialize, distribute those capabilities, we are going to be participants in Africa. So the question, right, is not that the foreign big tech companies don't work. The issue there is your data is actually what will make it work. You need to figure out how your data can be used to train whatever AI engine that you have. What works for company A may not work for company B because the AI system relies on your data, relies on your business need, relies on whatever you are doing to actually deliver. So it's not a plug and play. And this is why this thing is so exciting. It needs to understand what your business does. And it needs to understand through the data in your business. So if you just think I'm going to buy it from maybe Microsoft or buy it from HP or whatever, it's not going to be that way. We need local companies that can help to adapt whatever the core technology is specifically to our business needs. And I'm expecting such opportunities to start emerging. You're going to see young guys in Lagos, young ladies in Lagos starting companies. They'll say, hey, we can make your company AI ready, AI compliant, and we will drive integration through your data so that you get more value, because the real deal is not paying for the technology. It's actually training whatever that technology to align with your business or technical objective, your business model, as well as the data you have in that company. That is an opportunity that some people with that skill, they have to look into, because we really need it at this moment. Like, look at the insurance industry. If they use AI to drive their claim, there are so many things they do in Nigeria, they can come up with a better optimized cost model, premium model, and things like that. But they cannot just do that now, because the insurance model in America today, they are using for AI is based on an insurance system in the United States. The one for Nigeria, somebody has to customize it based on the National Insurance Commission of Nigeria regulatory element. So those are opportunities that people have to build those protocols, and then people can license them even through API and embedded finance an opportunity. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much for this unique perspective that you have shared with us. I'm always of similar opinion in many instances that we won't just have this international company coming to solve our local challenges in the way that we wanted it to be solved, except we are involved. And when we look back to Africa power, even today globally, in training these AI solutions beyond compute space and compute power, energy consumption is also one. And it's a main problem now that many other organizations like Microsoft is spinning up already closed nuclear plants, that have been closed for many years. They are spinning that up again because they need that energy to be able to train the next generation of these AI solutions. And when we bring this back to Africa, we do not even have the energy that can power the little devices we have, not to talk of taking it to the level of reserving energy for the kind of critical work that can lead us in the new age of AI. So this is very, very important perspective that you've shared with us to help us take us back to the upstream rather than the downstream side of the consumption. Thank you very much, Professor Ndubisi Ekekwe, on behalf of the Data First Africa team. We're so privileged to have you be part of us and contributing to the amazing work that we are doing right here in Africa. We will not forget this, and I just want to assure you that there's a warm reception in the audience, and they're so happy learning, jotting things down. And again, we will quiz them on that. So because we really want this to be an educating and really insightful session, and so it has been for us all. I want to take this moment again to say thank you. We are so grateful.
Thank you. Good luck, everyone. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Applause for Prof. Ndubisi. Thank you very much, Prof. Is that the best we can do? Thank you so much. So the train is moving. We'll be going right into our next session. It is a session by Samuel Iegwam, and he'll be speaking on Think AI will fix your data skills. Think again. A resounding round of applause for Samuel as he comes up.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Are we all excited? Our faces seem somehow. All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Samuel Ihagwam. Where's the slide? Okay, so I think I need to be seeing this slide. Okay. All right. So today we'll be talking first off, let me say welcome everyone, officially from me to you. Welcome everyone to Data First Africa. My session is bettered out of observations, right? Things that I've noticed over time since the inception of AI or since the global use or adoption of AI, right? A whole lot of persons has decided that, they don't have to learn in-depthly again. They just want to utilize AI for the things that they want to do, right? So we're going to be talking about some of those things today and how to ensure that before you utilize AI, you understand the very basics. Okay, my name is Samuel Ihagwam. I currently work with Core Technologies as a data developer and database administrator at the same time, where I get to contribute to core banking solutions in Nigeria and, of course, some parts of Africa. Talk about Egypt, Tanzania, Ghana, and, of course, Ethiopia. I also get to contribute majorly to ensuring that your core banking solutions or financial platforms are stable enough in order for you to be able to have proper transactions. Can I please get these slides here? Okay, so pending when it comes up. David, can I get you control? Can I get the slide control? Can you stay on the next slide from the back here? Okay. All right, starting. Yeah. Okay, I believe we're good. So like I mentioned, right, my session is bettered out of observations, things that I've studied and noticed. In case you don't know, I'm also a data trainer. I've been able to so far train over 3,000 persons across Africa and a number of persons around the world, right? So some of these things are things that I have noticed. I sometimes would give learners or my students assignments or projects, and they have to consult AI, right, without them first understanding the very basics. Next slide, please. So you already know about me. My name is Samuel Ihagwam. I am passionate about using data to solve problems, and I work with amazing teams to deliver high value and ensure that I build products that people love. Later on, we can talk about other things that I'm doing as a side, but like you also know, I currently work with core technologies as well. Next slide, please. So basically, there's a whole lot of things that we have been sold, right? We've been sold that AI can be able to do so many things. AI can handle our data for us, handle data cleaning, can transform your messy data into smart stuff, can automate your work processes, right, and help you get them faster. But a whole lot of that, right, they would not tell you some of the other things that you need to know, right? And which are some of the things that we want to clear the misconceptions today. Please, next slide. Now, let's start off with the hype, right? AI is good. AI is absolutely fantastic. AI can perform a whole lot of things. Can AI solve your data problems? Yes, absolutely yes. But can AI solve all your data problems? Absolutely no. Now, the truth about it is that you need to understand the basics of data before you can do anything. Now, let's also take it back. First off, before AI can be built, it needs data, right? It needs to be trained on data, it needs to be tested, it needs to be evaluated, and all of those. It needs data to go through all of those processes. Now, if AI needs data to be able to do all of those things, then how about you as the data analyst or data professional? You need to understand the basics of data before you can do anything. Now, we're not even talking about you building any model or any other thing. You need to understand how can AI work? How can I be able to put in my prompt when you're working with generative AI? A number of us do not understand that there are different aspects of AI. There's inferential AI, there's generative AI, which we're all familiar with, right? And then there are other ones as well. So you need to understand what is the basics of this, right? And then you can then be able to use it. Now, AI, one thing I want to be able to let us know is that AI cannot thrive in chaos, right? In fact, I'm happy to tell you that AI amplifies chaos. It is excited when it sees chaos. If you give it bad data, it's going to give you nonsense at the end of the day. It will be excited to give you that, right? So you need to understand, oh, this data that I have, how am I working with it? What are the basic things that I need to implement in order for it to come out real nice for me at the end of the day, right? So you don't want to be like everyone else that's saying AI will do this, AI will do that, but they will not tell you. You need to first understand the basics in order for you to be able to get better from that. Next slide, please. So let's talk about garbage in, garbage out. Still clearing the misconceptions, right? Now, first off, when we talk about garbage in, garbage out, it basically means you get what you give, right? So this means that if you put in bad data into AI, what do you expect to get? It's not going to perform magic for you. They will tell us that AI is magic, right? It performs magic, but it won't do that for you. If you put in bad data, it will give you bad data at the end of the day. So let's look at it this way. You recently buy a generator, and then you go and buy, because fuel is expensive, you now go and buy black markets that they have already mixed with water also, right? And then you put it inside your gen. At the end of the day, what do you expect to happen? Your gen starts underperforming, and then you start blaming one person or the other, right? Now, this is because you have imputed a bad substance into it. Now, think about it. That bad substance is data. So if you input bad data into your AI models, right, it's going to give you what? Bad results at the end of the day. Likewise, let's look at it in another perspective. Think about AI like a sports car. Right? We all know how fast sports cars are. Now, you put in a very, very talented driver into your sports car. What happens? They will be able to take you on a very, very good trip, right? But then you have someone who is a very, very poor driver, does not know how to drive well, or has never driven a sports car before. What happens? They will not be able to utilize that sports car as much as it should. Now, this is the same thing with AI. If you're a data analyst, you're a data scientist, this is the same thing that happens. You as a data analyst, you are the bad driver. You as a data professional, you are the bad driver. If you do not know the basics of how to, now it's one thing to drive, right? And then it's also another thing to know how to utilize a sports car. So if you know how to drive, but you don't know how to drive a sports car, you still will not be able to get the maximum result from it. Am I right? Right. So the same thing also applies to AI as well. You need to ensure that you learn the very basics before you can be able to proceed with using AI. Now let's look at the mastering the basics, right? Which is basically the foundations of successful AI utilization and implementation. First things first, I want to say, do not skip the basics. How many times did I write it? How many times did I write it? I'm saying this because at the end of this session, some of us will meet in court, and I'm serious about it. How many times did I write it, please? Do not skip the basics. Now, as a data professional, if you skip the basics, you end up doing a whole lot of rubbish. Let's look at it as a data scientist. You're trying to build an AI model or a machine learning engineer. You're trying to build an AI model, and then you skip the basics and go and jump. You are using AI to build AI. How far? What's going on? If you skip the basics, what happens? Your AI model will fail. It will fail massively. It will be even excited to fail, right? So please ensure that whatever you're doing, do not skip the basics. Next slide, please. Now, in order to become a master, you must first do what? Master the basics. No one can become whatever they are without first understanding the basics. Once again, if you do not understand the basics, you would definitely not be able to, next slide please, proceed. Now there are certain basics that we need to understand. One is problem framing. Understand how to define problem. If you work in an organization, understand how to engage with stakeholders, how to define your problem, and then you can then be able to understand what next to do. Next slide, please. Two is data collection. Understand your data collection processes. Have them properly defined. Know how to collect your data. Know where you need to collect your data from, and the likes. Next slide, please. Also understand how to clean and pre-process your data. Whether you're working with structured or unstructured data, if you do not have it properly cleaned, you cannot be able to utilize AI effectively. Lastly, you need to also understand how to interpret your data. Some of us will go and carry our data and put inside ChatGPT, say, analyze the data for me. You need to understand how to interpret it at the end of the day, right? Now, also, for some of us that use Excel a lot, I usually advise there's no need working with the analyze button in Excel. Learn how to analyze data first, how to clean data first, before you can then start utilizing AI tool. Next slide, please. How do we build a strong data foundation? Assess your current skills, evaluate your learning points where you are currently, and then build from there. Ensure that you invest in data literacy by building on the very basics. Learn data governance, understand management, security, and all of those, how it applies to data implementations. Develop a data-driven mindset. Ensure that you are able to make your decisions based on data, not because your mind tells you to do that. Start small and scale gradually. Build projects and go on more and more projects. From one small project, you start advancing into another project. Ensure that you learn continuously, and then you can now start implementing AI. With all of this, once you're able to solidify on your basics, then you can then be able to start implementing AI. Now, one thing we need to note is that AI is not a tool, it's a tool rather, not a shortcut or anything that would replace you. And remember, lastly, your most valuable asset is your ability to learn, to adapt, and to grow. Thank you very much.
You would find a timer just directly in front of you. So just take note of the timer so you can follow your time accordingly. And then there is no slide controller for you, so you could just tell the slide controllers to change the slide, and they will change the slide for you. Right now, I'm going to invite Ola Igwe for the next lightning talk on State of the Employed Reports. State of the Employed Reports. I'd like to invite Ola Igwe. Please let's put hands together for her as she comes up. Please, let's clap, let's clap, let's clap.
Hello, everyone. Sorry about my voice. So, hi, my name is Igwe Ola, and I am a data and business operations specialist at Paid HR. Please, can you hear me? All right, so I'm just going to be talking about State of the Employed report. It was something that we came up with. And the reason why I'm talking about this report is that most times data can be abstract to you. And I want you to see how data impacts the everyday person, you as an employed individual. So while we are paid, he came up with the idea that we need to find out how employed individuals, how they live their lives, how they spend their salary. Now, Paid HR is a HR tech company, and our main purpose is to make sure that employees live their best lives. We are there to make sure employees have the best experience while working. And so one of the things we do is we went into the streets. So artisans, data professionals, doctors, we spoke to every single one of them. We asked them, how much are you earning now? Are you satisfied with your job? Do you earn enough? What do you have? What do you save after you have after you have spent your salary? And I'm sure some of you here will complain about your salary. If you want to even put the economy, between last year and this year, are you satisfied? Exactly. So we went in to highlight that. Sometimes as an employer, you might not know the true state of your employees, and there's a direct link between employee satisfaction and employee productivity. And that was what we were trying to highlight. So if you see this, we went to the streets, we collected the data, and how it directly impacts individuals. And that is what I want every data personnel here to know. Going into your company, you get a data set and just work on it. There are real lives you are touching with that data set. So anywhere you are, you have to find a way to use data to impact lives. After the report came out, there was a discourse. I don't know if anybody has read it here. And there will be a QR code after. You can scan it. You can take your time to read it. There's also what we call a calculator, where you can calculate if your living salary is livable wage, right? So basically, people said, oh, wow, this put into perspective, because there's always a common discourse on Twitter. 200K is too much a small salary. When Nigerians in Lagos are earning less than 70,000 a month, and even 70,000 a month is not livable wage. 70,000 will only cover your food. It won't cover transport. It won't cover rent. So this is highlighting that the employees in Lagos are in a sorry state. They are not in a state where they are being their best, and therefore it will affect their productivity. So I want every one of you to take your time. You can just Google it. You'll find it. It will pop up. Please try and read it. And I want you to have it at the back of your mind that as a data professional, you are not just working with numbers. There are real people behind that numbers. And every day you should strive to impact them with the data insights and the innovation that comes with those numbers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ola. I absolutely enjoyed that session. How many of us saw the State of the Employed report? It's trended on Twitter for a couple of days. Did anybody see it? Did anybody read it? Interesting. But there will be a QR code just after. So I implore everyone to actually read it. It's a good one. So we'll be going into our next event. Has the session been good? Doesn't seem like it, because I'm not getting the right energy. Data first. Data first. The people at that side, they seem to be in their own world. Data first. Okay, so before we engage everyone on how the session has been, we'll be having a light game session, right? So just be asking some questions for a while, for a very long time. But I'm going to just pull up the questions. Data first. Okay, good. So 2 truths and 1 lie about data first. So my first question. Over 3,000 participants attended the Data First event last year. Over 3,000 participants attended the Data First event last year. That's my first claim. My second claim is the theme for the first DatafestAfrica event was building and enlightening data professionals in Africa. The theme for the first DatafestAfrica event, which was in 2022, by the way, is or was building and enlightening data professionals in Africa. My last claim, there was a Women in Tech panel session at the first DatafestAfrica event in 2022. There was a Women in Tech panel event. So who wants to go? 2 truths and 1 lie. Which one is the truth? Which one is the lie? Who wants to take this? Where?
Right there.
Okay, I can see
So you
like
can just
2 hands.
2 hands. Where? Oh, wow. Okay, I'm already here. I'll come back to you. So just tell us your name. Sorry. Yeah.
Good morning, my name is Civic. The first claim is a lie. The other claims are true.
Okay, so the first claim is over 3,000 participants attended the DatafestAfrica event last year. Are you saying that that was a lie?
It was 2,800 and something.
A round of applause for him.
Wow.
Maybe that was too easy. Am I too nice?
Wow.
So actually, about 2,800 participants attended the DatafestAfrica event last year. So yeah, that's correct. And yes, the theme of the first DatafestAfrica event in 2022 was building and enlightening data professionals in Africa. And there was a Women in Tech panel session at that event. So again, a round of applause for him. That's good.
Awesome, awesome. That was good. So I'll take the second questions for you. The first claim is One Bank was the official sponsor for DatafestAfrica 2023. Second claim is that Dr. Oluwabayo Adekombi was the keynote speaker at DatafestAfrica 2023. And the final claim is that we officially recorded 15 jobs from last year's DatafestAfrica 2020.
So you're saying that 15 people officially that we recorded, 15 people got jobs from DatafestAfrica last year.
Ife, where do we go to? Yeah or yeah?
Let's decide.
Your name?
Hi, my name is Ola. The first claim that One Bank is the sponsor for 2023 is a lie, because that is 2022.
All right, awesome. So the interesting thing, I cannot be saying it's right or it's wrong, because if I say it's wrong, you now know that it is wrong. So we will not do like that. But then you already have an idea, because I'll ask for somebody else to try. Who wants to try? No, not this place again. This world. Nobody from this world.
We need
Anybody
to find
there?
somebody from that place.
Yeah?
I'm interested
Like
in you people.
They are just
I'm
on their
actually
own.
very interested in you. Somebody from...
No, we are coming there.
Somebody from this place. Yes, I can see one hand. Thank you.
One Bank was the official sponsor for DatafestAfrica 2023. Dr. Oluwabayo Adekombi was the keynote speaker for last year, and we officially recorded 15 jobs from last year's event.
Okay, I think the second one is a lie. Is the lie, rather.
David, can you re-echo the second claim?
The second claim is Dr. Oluwabayo Adekombi was the keynote speaker at DatafestAfrica 2023.
Okay, what do you think, David? I think we have our answer.
I don't even know what I think.
Okay, so the official sponsors for DatafestAfrica 2023 was actually One Bank. One Bank by Sterling, as we know. Dr. Oluwabayo Adekombi was not the keynote speaker for DatafestAfrica 2023, so that's the lie. And then, yes, we officially recorded 15 jobs from last year's event. There were more, but officially we recorded 15. So a round of applause for the 2 people that volunteered.
Okay. Are we ready for the next speaker yet? we are ready for the next speaker. All right. So we're going to be calling one of our sponsors. All right. One of our sponsors, DataFight Foundation, will be coming for their session right now. Please let's put hands together for our sponsors, DataFight Foundation.
DataFight Foundation.
All right, good morning, everybody. I don't know, the energy is a little bit low. You guys said it was so cold. We turned down the AC a little bit. So what can we do? So we should turn up the heat. All right, DJ, play me Ozeba. Where's our DJ? Can you play me Ozeba? Let's turn up the heat a little. I mean, I don't know how to dance. People should just help me. All right, are we getting that? Oh, all right. So our DJ stepped out. Okay, so at least you guys have smiled. Sorry, not my fault. Anyway, so let me talk to you about DataFight Foundation. Good thing. I mean, we have a lot of startups here in the data space, but DataFight Foundation is actually an NGO. So we're not a revenue-generating organization. So what that means, we were formed as a think tank to help democratize data, all right, in the civil society space. So what this means is that we generate data, we collect data, we analyze data, generating insights, using them to hold governments accountable. But recently, we started collaborating with a lot of other civil society organizations to help them in their researches. So I'm just saying we're in the development space. So we're not in the general AI, space and the rest of them. But going forward, we're a cutting-edge digital tech powerhouse providing data access, insights, and resourcing. And I'm going to explain that to you. Please, the next slide. All right, so there's a problem of lack of data, limited data, or data in silos, in the government space, in the civil society space, right? So what DataFight did was to help democratize this data by collecting and aggregating this data. So ensuring that all of this data in this space is put up together in a database for ease of access. I don't know if anybody has heard about the state government's open data portal prior to this time. So that's one of the key things that DataFight does. Create a platform like the open data portal, put all of this government data together. Prior to this time, data in the government agencies are in paper. So you go to the office to get something and then they're going through a lot of papers. Or even if you want to hold the government accountable, they will tell you there's no data. So how do you even hold this government accountable? So with the open data portal that DataFight was able to build for some state government, our development lead is here, our technology lead is here. He's going to tell you guys a lot about that later on when you come to our stand. So we're able to put all of this data together. Anybody now can have access to the open data portal of states that have already keyed into that, and you can analyze this data and use it for, holding the government accountable. Do you remember the last time when there was, I think, a challenge on Twitter for the FAAC data? So some people did dashboards and the rest of them. Who remembers that? Do we have people here who participated? All right, so that's one of the things that I'm talking about. So please, the next slide. All right, I've talked about access, insights, and resourcing. So for resourcing, we have the DataFight Academy, and then we also build technologies. I will talk about all of our solutions as we go further. Please, next slide. All right, so our solutions. We have GoLoca. So GoLoca is a data collection tool, a platform that we created. Now, one of the benefits of this is that you sitting down here can actually, register on the GoLoca as a data collector, as an agent. Now, when there are projects on the GoLoca app, right, wherever you are in the country, right, if this data needs to be collected in your state, you get an alert, and then you pick up the job, help in the data collection and the process of that. Now, the next slide. All right, we have our Nubia, which is our foremost storytelling or insights generation tool. It's a work in progress because we're adding more features to it. It was actually built for the journalism space, right? But right now, we're beginning to expand it to other sectors. So it's a work in progress. Now, what this does is that you get your data that you've collected, upload your data, it can give you basic analysis and even generate a story or an insight from that data for you. Next slide, please. And then we have our IGBA. So this is our geolocation data, whereby we have geolocation tagged data of different sectors, the agricultural sector, talking about climate conditions, farmlands in Nigeria, all the schools in Nigeria, both primary, secondary, private, government-owned, hospitals, and the rest of them. So it's in a map form, right? Like you know about the OpenStreetMaps and the rest of them. So that's our IGBA by DatafestAfrica. The next one, please. And we have our DatafestAfrica Academy, where we offer both paid and unpaid trainings. Now, unpaid trainings is basically for CSOs and the rest of them, of which there are projects and programs to fund that. Then the paid trainings are for those who want to understand data management and analytics, analytics engineering, and next, very soon, we're going to be bringing data governance into our academy. The next one, please. So I talked about the Open Data Portal, right? So this is one of the technology supports that we offer to states. So we have Ekiti State having an Open Data Portal, and some other states also have keyed into creating an Open Data Portal for ease of use. And the last one, so we have Amfani. Amfani is a product whereby you can have access to procurement data in the Nigerian government. So if you want to understand how our money is being spent, if you want to understand who gets what, which company gets what procurement contract, you can actually go to Amfani and type there, get access to this data. Good thing, it helps you analyze this data, creates insights that, you can use also for your storytelling. And I think that's the last on it. Please, the next slide. Hello. All right, so this is our team of beautiful people. And the next one. Thank you so much. So please, we are located there. You can come and see how Nubia works. We will just give you a little demo, and then you can find out more, information about us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, DataFest, for that session about DataFest. Thank you so much. DataFest! DataFest! Awesome. We are moving on, no stopping. Right now, we're going to an expert session on AI and AI at scale, transforming enterprises with intelligent solution. It's an expert session by Dr. Jania Okwechime. It's a virtual session. So let's just look at our screens, and the next voice we would hear would be that of Jania. Media.
Introducing Janaya, Deloitte Africa AI and Data Leader. With a career that spans the UK, US, and Asia Pacific, Janaya has been a force in AI development and data analytics, particularly in fraud detection and anti-money laundering. She holds a PhD in computer vision and has played a critical role in shaping data-driven organizations. Today, Janaya will guide us through how AI is transforming industries. Please welcome Janaya.
Hello everyone, I'm Jania Okwechime. I'm a partner at Deloitte and I lead the AI and data business for Africa. It's a pleasure to be here at DataFest, one of my favorite events of the year. Big shout out to Ayodele, Opeyemi, Mayokun, and the rest of the DataFest team for inviting me to speak again at this event. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there with you in person. I was really looking forward to it. But unfortunately couldn't make it as I had to travel last minute to attend to a client commitment. Nonetheless, I'm happy to be able to speak with you today and talk to you about AI at scale. So let me go ahead and share my screen. So we can start. So in the next few minutes, I want to take us through where AI is today, and specifically starting with the new kid on the block, generative AI. I'm sure this crowd is very familiar with what generative AI is and the advances of generative AI in the past couple of years, and how it's really revolutionizing the way we're using AI. We're all familiar with the traditional AI, how we could do predictive analytics, we can do classification, we can do regression. But with generative AI, we can create artifacts. We can do things now with AI that it used to be predominantly done by humans. And the fantastic thing about it is that it actually just is done by natural language processing. So it's really revolutionizing the way we interact with AI. We go from a simple prompt to an output. And some of the images on the left-hand side are examples of how generative AI was used to create these artifacts. For example, the image on the right is an avocado chair. So simply you say, hey, create me an avocado chair. Generative AI knows what avocado looks like and what chair looks like, and there you go. Or the image at the top is, hey, create a couture image from garbage bags, and voila, there you have it. Or my favorite, the image on the bottom left, that's actually my 5-year-old school project. He was asked to create and design his future home. So my brilliant little 5-year-old said to generative AI, to ChatGPT, my future home is a black and red duplex that can fly, that looks like a helicopter, but it's not a helicopter, and it's got solar panels. And there we go. And that's the image he created, and he was very proud of it. But mind you, the next step was for us to go and build that for him to take to school, and that was a whole different story. It didn't look anything like that. But the point is, now a 5-year-old can use generative AI, a 70-year-old can use generative AI, and that applies to organizations as well. Every persona in an organization can now use generative AI, which is why organizations are now looking at AI at scale. How do they move from experimentation stage to actually adoption across the enterprise? And while it's fantastic to create all these wonderful images and videos of unicorns playing classical music on Mars, how is that actually impacting businesses? Well, generative AI and AI in general are having a phenomenal impact in 3 various streams. The very first bit is creating new business opportunities and enhancing the current operations purely based on the synthetic data that is being generated and how that's improving performance. A classic example, fraud. Yes, we went from red flag testing to traditional AI to be able to predict fraud, but I'm sure a lot of you are very familiar with the unbalanced data when it comes to fraud detection. Now, with generative AI, you have the ability to synthesize various fraud examples given the typologies based on the industry and the specific risks in an organization. And there you have a balanced data that you can build more robust fraud algorithms, fraud detection algorithms. The second thing, which is now the key thing, we're seeing a lot of adoption here in Nigeria, on the continent and globally, is customer experience. Generative AI is revolutionizing the way we interact with our customers. We went from call centers to chatbots, but chatbots were a very rudimental, rule-based and menu-based chatbots. Now we're able to interact with our clients. Organizations are able to interact with their customers using natural language processing in a human manner, in the language of the customer. And for me, this is phenomenal. And this is one of the things that we can really take advantage of in the continent. Imagine your bank is talking to you in Yoruba or Hausa or Igbo or any other local dialects. And that is the power of generative AI that we see today. And the third part, which is also equally interesting, is using generative AI to unlock organizations' data. Now you're able to plug in a generative AI algorithm into the organizational data, and you essentially have a search engine specifically for your organization. And that has a lot of impact on the staff and the executives and the managers of the organization. Imagine a world where every single one of us and every single persona in an organization has their own generative AI assistant. At the executive level, a chief financial officer who's always interested in the performance of the company. Traditionally, to get that financial statement or the performance report, somebody in IT has to extract that data from core banking applications. Somebody has to do the analysis to understand the revenue, the performance. Then somebody has to create those figures and put them in a nice report in a way that the CFO likes. Now, fast forward to today, that CFO can have a CFO Gen AI assist where he or she can simply type in and say, hey, what was our performance month on month in the past 3 months? Or how are we tracking against target? Or what are our risks? What is our liquidity risk? What is our sustainability progress in terms of meeting our SDG goals? Human resources now, when they're getting thousands of applications, instead of somebody has to go through them and shortlist the candidates, generative AI can actually digest all of these documents, read them, summarize them, and shortlist the candidates for the organization. Imagine how much processing is saved and how much efficiency is created. Sales and marketing. Now, instead of having one specific campaign that was pre-created based on a specific segment or demographic of our target audience, you can actually generate marketing artifacts on the spot specific to the audience and that individual that you're talking to. So if somebody wants to sell something to me, they're not going to just be targeting female executives or female of this age bracket. They can say, what can I do and how can I depict this offer to Jania, knowing that she's a mom, she's a consultant, and she likes traveling? What are some of the things that, how can we actually get this message across? And it's that kind of hyper personalization. And of course, the same goes with the customer support. So you can see that it's already opening up a lot of opportunities. And another important thing to know is that this is not something to come. This is already here. And we're seeing use cases of this in real world already at our clients. For example, Citibank is using generative AI to do document mining of all the regulatory and documents, because compliance is also a big issue when it comes to financial services industry. With the regulations constantly changing, you can use generative AI to actually automatically read through the mandate that you just received from the regulator, compare it with your internal policy, see if there are any gaps, and then one step further, go ahead and create a clause that now fills in that gap and send it as an email to circulate across the firm. The same happens in other industries, but before that, I move on to other industries. NatWest is using what I just explained before in fraud to actually reduce fraud, and they managed to reduce fraud by 6% across their UK operations. In other industries, we see Rolls-Royce is actually applying AI through and machine learning for testing of their power generation and to do predictive maintenance. General Electric is using digital twins to then create some efficiency in their value chain. But again, my favorite is when we're building local language models here internally. And we have teams here in Nigeria where we're building local language models for the Nigerian dialect. And I think that's where really the power of AI lies, and generative AI on the continent. And some other use cases, again, that we see here in Africa, and the potential massive opportunities are in education. Imagine putting a highest degree and experienced tutor through a generative AI tutor in front of a child sitting in the rural regions in Nigeria. That is now possible. So we now don't have to worry about building schools and sending hundreds of teachers across the country. All we need to do is equip that child with an iPad, a phone, and internet, so that they can now have access to world-class education. Yes, mind you, there are infrastructural challenges. How do we get internet there? How do we make sure that smart devices are available? But this is the possibility, and we're working one step at a time towards solving some of those challenges. Healthcare. This is something that has been around for many, many years, where AI is used in medical image analysis to speed up the diagnosis process. But now with generative AI, that's being amplified. And another favorite of mine that we're already seeing, and my team is also proactively involved in this, is in the mining industry. We can use computer vision to look at analyze video footages of mines and to make sure that safety equipment are worn and some of the safety measures are in place. And then through smart devices, you can provide early detection if something is to go wrong. So, all these exciting things are possibilities, but how do you scale up AI successfully in organizations, and what are some of the critical factors? The very first thing, and that's something I always discuss with our clients, is that for you to properly become an AI first organization and appropriately adopt AI, you need to have an AI strategy, which means you go away from building things in silos and experimenting with it here and there, but rather have an AI strategy on what your roadmap is going to look like. But not just have any AI strategy, have an AI strategy that is aligned with your business strategy. It means you're getting value from your AI. AI is there to accelerate your business strategy, which means you have the business objectives in mind. So it's very important to develop a strategic AI and generative AI vision. Through that, you then build a roadmap of use cases and you do your feasibility assessment and you know which are the quick wins, because there's still the challenge of having the business buy-in. By having those quick wins in the organization, then you show value and then you're able to scale up. But it's not just the strategy. Some of the components of the strategy are the governance framework around it. So how are you going to put governance around the AI strategy so that you know the peoples and the players and the process that you need to go through? What is your technical landscape going to look like? Do you have the capability? Can you use the technology tool stack that you have now, or do you need more? How do you ensure controls and robustness in the process? And then how about the risks? What are some of the controls that you're going to put in place when it comes to risks of AI? And finally, how do you empower your talent? We're going to touch up on some of this a little bit, but in a nutshell, these are the many layers. There's value, architecture, workforce, and governance. So value is when, as an organization, as key stakeholders, and as teams and functions, you've come together and said, our business strategy is XYZ. This is how we create value for our clients or our business. Now you then put the AI layer on top of that business strategy and say, okay, this is how we can leverage AI. Maybe it is to do cost reduction. Maybe it is to increase operational efficiency, or maybe it is to help grow the business. But which are your critical values and objectives as a business? Once you've done that, then you look at the architecture layer. What solution architecture do you need to put in place now that is still robust 5 years down the line, or it's adaptable? What are the various components? Do you have them now? Do you buy them? Do you build them? Do you outsource them? These are some of the strategic questions that you need to answer. Your workforce. How's your workforce looking today? Are they equipped to be leveraging once you optimize your processes? Are they equipped to use AI to develop those processes? And what are some of the investments that you need to put in place to make sure you've got the right workforce? And finally, governance. How do you put a framework together so that you can then innovate with trust? So we started from leading value and place trust at the center through a business value ML ops platform. I think I'm sure this audience is quite a technical audience, so you are familiar with the ML ops platform. But it's just to visualize here why it becomes even more important in the era of generative AI is because we see a lot of advancements, a lot of improvements. There's this LLM version 1, tomorrow is version 2, before we know it's version 10. If we have put everything in a place that is not flexible, how are we going to optimize as newer versions and solutions come up? Which is why it's important to think about this platform play. So in addition to traditional ML ops where you establish, empower, and evolve, you really need to think about which are the components that are moving pieces that you can plug in and out so that your setup is in a way that, okay, you can just remove this LLM, move from another LLM. Where are you building this? When the conversation becomes more advanced, now organizations are thinking about, do we leverage hyperscaler GPUs to and their LLMs? Do we build our own? Do we need to make it specific to our organization? And if you start doing that, do you go on-prem and now start buying GPUs? We're not there yet, at least not in Nigeria and not on the continent, but we are starting to see shifts across the globe, and it's only a matter of time that we're going to get there. But in a nutshell, if you see the diagram in the bottom, the two from the project to the capability being merging together, it just goes to show that it's only a matter of time before you start with the business, and now you start building capability, and somehow that merges together. So the next question then organizations ask themselves is, where do we want to play? And this is where we believe AI is a game changer. And we recently published a report. You can go and read that, the Deloitte report on AI being a game changer in the industry. Is that because you're now at a place where, depending on where you are, you can either use AI and generative AI to optimize the business, which means you utilize Gen AI tools to modernize and streamline highly manual and repeatable tasks. That's game one. Or you could be a little bit further and you say, hey, I'm going to leverage Gen AI to transform the end-to-end processes and unlock value from existing data sets and tools, right? That's game two. But you can also go beyond this, and that's where you actually completely think about reimagine the business. You offer new Gen AI-enabled services that you don't have today. And this is where we encourage our clients to think about, because this is a very fast-paced environment that we're in when it comes to technology. You need to reimagine your business, and you need to think about the longevity of your business in the next 5 years or in the next 10 years. I always say that the jobs that our kids will do, and probably some of you will do in the next 5 years, don't even exist today. And this is a phenomenon that we've seen before. When I was growing up, there was no TikTok, there were no influencers. But now that's actually a job. People are doing that. Now imagine in a world where Gen AI is accessible to everyone. What are some of the businesses that are going to come to market? What are some of the roles and the jobs that are going to come to market? And that's where organizations need to start thinking about these 3 levels of game-changing process. But of course, it's not all rosy, right? There are some challenges with the AI adoption, and most of it is, some of it is to do with cost, understanding what it is that it's going to cost the organization. But there's also that mindset of you don't have to go and buy this fancy, shiny tool, but how do you start small with what you need and then grow up and scale? But majority of the concerns when it comes to adoption of AI and Gen AI is the ethical risks. We are all familiar with the hallucination of generative AI. Again, that happened to me. My older son this time was supposed to participate in a dance show, and the theme was Better Together. And he loves Afrobeats. And I thought, let me get creative. Let me ask ChatGPT to recommend an Afrobeat song that goes with the theme Better Together. And it was only a couple of seconds before it recommended, Tiva Savage Together, I think something like that. And it even explained to me, it's great because it has this message and it's holistic, blah, blah, blah. And I kept searching, I couldn't find it. I called my husband, I'm like, do you know Tiva Savage's song called Together? He was like, never heard of it. And then I said, okay, ChatGPT, give me the lyrics. It was only at that point that it said, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. There is no such a song. How about you try this other thing? And I was like, there you go. I mean, serves me right? I didn't even go ahead and validate that. I automatically believed. Now imagine that being at an important customer proposition or a service that you're offering, or worse, at your own workplace, you've just been tasked to do something, and then you confidently submit this report that your friend ChatGPT created, and then you're in trouble because half the stuff there are just someone's creativity, right? And that's why it's very important to have that robust governance and framework. But we also know when industries are heavily regulated and there's regulations and rules, everyone is comfortable with it because all they know is that there's a compliance department that's going to make sure we're compliant with, say, CBN regulation, XYZ regulations. But when it comes to AI, the very first comprehensive AI regulation, the AI EU Act, only came out in April, which means there's still, the whole world is still trying to understand. And even the AI EU Act has, I think, an 18-month window until all of it is supposed to be implemented, which is why organizations cannot afford to wait for the regulator to come up with something, and that they need to be proactively putting guardrails in place. And that's why at Deloitte, we created this trustworthy AI framework, which helps build these pillars by which you can then lead the efforts of AI adoption. What are the pillars? Fair and impartial. It's absolutely critical that the algorithms that you're building are fair and you're not creating unintentional biases towards some of the demographics. And again, I'm sure you'll find a lot of examples of bias. In the interest of time, I'm not going to indulge too much in this. Robust and reliable. How can you rely on the responses that you're getting? This is where you're building some of that human in the loop. You ground your responses, right? Grounding is one of the options where you're supposed to link me to the source that you just provided this response from, or the specific document. So then it's easy for me to say, oh, that's the wrong source, or that's an outdated document. Safe and secure privacy, data privacy, globally GDPR, and then Nigeria, we have the Nigerian Data Protection Act that we need to comply with. Transparency and explainability. That is not just for Gen AI, but AI problems altogether. If you use AI as a black box and you're relying on the outcome, how do you know that it's true? How can you make a decision? Now there are actually models and processes to build in that test the transparency and the fairness of algorithms. And finally, responsibility and accountability. How do you build that? How do you build the governance structure so that you have responsible teams and persons? Because now, if say a bank gets in trouble, the chief compliance officer is going to get in trouble. And there are so many consequences, from reputational damage to financial penalties, and worst case scenario, the person can go to jail. But do you think an AI algorithm cares about sitting in a jail cell? No. Which means it's important to have those stewards and the individuals accountable for the responses and the results, which is why we see the formation of new committees like AI Governance Committee and specific roles like Chief AI Officer. And that takes me to the next subject, which is the implications on talent. I always get asked the question, is AI going to take our jobs? And my answer is always absolutely not. I am a firm believer that humans won't be replaced by AI, but humans will be replaced by humans using AI. And that is key, and which is why it's so important that we empower our youth, our talent. Organizations will empower their staff to be able to use AI. So roles are not being lost, but roles are being transformed. Now you need to learn new skills like prompt engineering. And that's a skill. And that's why enterprises need to actively train their staff on that. You need to now learn how to recognize bias, how to validate the responses that you're getting. And this is another question I always get asked by my kids' moms, when they know I'm in AI. They're like, in a world where AI is everywhere and everything, what skills do we need to teach our kids? And I always say, we need to teach our kids to be ethical and fair, because if they're going to be the next generation of developers and coders and creating all these solutions and services, we better hope that they are fair individuals and don't have bias. And that is key. And these are some of the skills and the soft skills. In fact, generative AI is now shifting the focus more on humans. What do we need to do to harness this technology? How do we empower ourselves? Again, as I said, which is why we see new roles emerging: Chief AI Officer, Chief Ethics Officer, AI Governance. And some of these roles are even being created at board level. There was, up until now, we didn't have any IT committee sitting on the board. Soon, and we do now, soon we're going to have an AI committee sitting on the board that's supposed to oversee all the activities that happen around AI in the organization, which is why the role of the leadership is critical. So the leadership has to set the tone at the top with an AI first mindset, but also be prepared to make the investment in the talent and the culture of the organization. And they need to do this by visibly committing to an AI strategy, champion the benefits of AI and Gen AI, and openly address the concerns from the staff. And create an environment so that they can experiment faster and to be able to get to that stage that they're ready to scale up. And when it's time to scale up, they have put the frameworks in place so that they can innovate with trust. Just to conclude, just like anything else, we always say, how do you get on this journey? You think big, start small, and scale up. And I'd like to leave you with this, my favorite quote, which says, with AI as a force multiplier for imagination, the future belongs to those who ask better questions and have more exciting ideas to amplify. And with that in mind, at Deloitte also, we're always open to innovative individuals, enthusiastic individuals like yourself that really want to make an impact that matters with AI. And if you are, please feel free to scan this and send us your CV and let us talk. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Let's clap. DatafestAfrica. DatafestAfrica. Not them with that. If go on, please.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone. I've been enjoying the session so far. David, how many people do you think, just take a random guess, how many people do you think are in this all right now? How many participants?
Doing some head counting with my computer vision eyes. You don't know, this is Meta Reband. I can see about 300, 400, no, 300.
I actually think there are more. But I think what is even more interesting is
Tell
that
me.
we have 718 people following on Twitter.
Wow.
We have over 20 people on LinkedIn.
Wow.
And we have 88 people watching from YouTube as at 11:34. And this is 11:52. So I know that that number would have increased by now. Please,
Wow.
let's
Let's
a
clap,
round
please.
of applause to
This is
our
engaging.
online audience. We can even say hello to them because they can see us.
Yeah.
Say hello to our online audience, please.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So, a quick activity, right? We've learned so much so far. We've had about 4 sessions. We want to share what we've learned. The online audience will be dropping, what they've learned in the comment section on Twitter. And we also want to engage you guys here. So I'm going to walk up to a random person. So you better be ready. If you are not listening, this is your time.
We'll catch you
I'm going to
now.
walk up to a very, very random person.
Yep.
Depends on if I like your face.
Don't smile. Don't smile.
If you like, don't smile, I'll still walk up to you. A very random person. You're going to tell me what you've learned so far from the event or your favorite part of the event. I've seen someone that I like. Hi. Hi, on blue cap. You, yes, you. Hi.
Hello, everybody. My name is. Hi, everybody. My name is David.
No.
I can't speak.
It's from that side. It's that side.
Hi, everybody. My name is David. I've learned a lot so far, although I came late, I must say. But from the little that I've seen, I've learned a lot about how well we can scale AI framework and how well we can try and use it to optimize businesses across Africa.
Sweet. Thank you
so
very much.
Ajibade. A round of applause for Ajibade, please. I'm going to walk up to somebody else. If you like, frown your face. I'm still going to walk up to you. It's even better if you frown your face. I'm going to walk up to somebody else to tell me what they have learned so far from the event, or what your favorite session is, whichever works for you.
And our participants online, please, we also want to hear from you. We're checking the chats. Just also drop on the chat on YouTube, Twitter, LinkedIn. Drop on the chats what you've learned so far. I want to see your chats.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ekata. I came quite late, but anyways, I learned about using AI. I think something profound she said was that AI won't replace our jobs, but humans will replace humans. Humans that use AI will replace humans. So roles will not be, roles will be transformed. So that stuck with me because, and she also said that getting into the industry, you have to think big, but start small and scale up. So that's the very profound thing that I'm taking home. Now, thank you.
Thank you
so much. That was so good. So I think one thing that every speaker has said so far, from Professor Undubisi to Samuel and Dr. Jania, is how AI is not coming to take anybody's job, but maybe people that are not leveraging AI to do their jobs. Those are the people that AI is coming to take their jobs. So I like the fact that it's being emphasized across different sessions. So thank you so much, everyone, for participating.
Yeah, so and if we're speaking about using AI, just like Samuel said, I hope we're not the ones that will use AI to build AI. So we should know the basics, right? Beautiful stuff. We'll be proceeding further. Just before we go to the next session, we can... games?
Okay, so I'm going to do something very quick, right? Are we ready for the next speaker? Oh, okay, good. We're ready. Okay. So we said that this event will probably not be possible without our sponsors, right? And we'll be having another sponsorship session now from, maybe who's our next sponsor?
Our sponsor is Periculum.
A resounding, I need that round of applause. Maybe we should do something for me. I need it to be very loud. A resounding round of applause for Periculum. So we'll be having someone from Periculum work up to tell us about Periculum.
0.2 billion naira from trying to pursue opportunity. And that shows you the current state of our ecosystem. Periculum as an organization that has been really working so hard within the AI space, having developed a lot of solutions and a lot of brands out there, starting from our ability to extract documents and verify the intent of the document using the capabilities of AI, expanding that into our world of computer vision, where we actually process real-time videos, generate insights, and we are able to give inferences from that. We met those two together to come up with a decision engine that you can use to validate output without going through much rigors. What does that mean? At one instant, you pass all your data into our system, and that system gives you a final decision. These products we then leverage with our extensive partners. We have partners around the globe. Some of our partners are the Canadian Bank. We have partners in UK. We have partners across that actually collaborate with us to establish this. And we have put all of these as solutions together into one single output called Periculum Connect. Next slide, please. So Periculum as an organization, this is what we've been working with. And what does this mean? I'm going to tell you a story about a man. His name is Opeyemi. It's a real-life situation. He's been trying to go for his academic pursuit for about 4 years. And I believe everyone here can relate with these because it has either happened to you or it has happened to someone you know. The first year, this guy graduated from Obafemi Awolowo University with a 2-1. And so because he did not finish with a first class, he faced the first prejudice he had to face. They couldn't give him admission. The Ivy League school are only looking for people that have very high qualification to offer opportunity. He moved further, and then the second year, because this process of admission validation took about 6 months to get, he could no longer apply that same year. So he had to wait 1 year to apply. And then when he applied the second year, he applied to other schools that had very low opportunities of funding, but still hoping to get a scholarship. The second year fell through again because scholarship did not work, even though admission worked out. And then he leveraged his personal connection the third year and decided to give it a third trial. He got in, and then he leveraged his connections to get funding from his uncle, right? Finally, he looked at as though his dream was coming through. And this guy was still not accepted. And what was the reason? Because they don't believe that his uncle will continue to fund him after the first year. And of a truth, it's not their fault. What's to prove that your uncle will stay true to his promise? None. And then the fourth year, which is this year, he's trying to apply again, only to hear that there are existing prejudice about, are you coming back to Nigeria? Is this your Japa plan to escape? Or what is it that you want to achieve? This is the situation of Opeyemi, and I feel a good number of us can relate to this situation because it must have happened somewhere around you. Now, Periculum Connect, leveraging our large audience and connection, you no longer have to face this. Why? Because with our data decision engine system, you no longer have to wait 1 to 6 months. I tell you, you can have your offer of admission or letter of acceptance within 1 to 4 weeks of your application. Because once you run through our system and it validates you, you're already good to go. The second thing is the fact that we actually partnered with a lot of partners and money bags around the globe to provide you with appropriate fund. We are not telling you statement of fund. We are actually providing you with the fund, which means within your years of study, you have access to a significant amount that gets you sorted and settled into the ecosystem. And then, in addition to that, because you've gone through our validation system and you've gone through a lot of verifications that we have, you no longer need to face a lot of scrutinies at the embassy again because you're already validated. Not just this. In addition to this, we've selected top programs based on information from Canada today. The implication of that is this. For all the programs that we are funding, these are programs that have viability up to 90 to 95% that you will get permanent residency after your program. And many more we have provided with Periculum Connect. I won't go into the details. I will allow my colleague here to speak more about the finer grains of what I'm saying.
Thank you very much, Temitayo, for taking us through the various challenges being faced by students interested in studying outside the shores of Nigeria, particularly in Canada and in the UK. So we came up with Periculum Connect after a lot of research. We know that there are a lot of problems that are being faced going to study outside Nigeria. Each one of us at one point or the other have been interested in pursuing opportunities outside the shores of Nigeria, but we're held back by one or two reasons, majorly money. Or if you are from this part of the world, like Tim Tai rightly said, you are facing the extra scrutiny, the lack of trust issues. Now, this is where Periculum Connect comes in. We've been able to partner with financial institutions and also reputable banks in Canada to provide tuition and living expenses of up to 75,000 Canadian dollars for students who are interested in studying in Canada. Now, I know the daunting process of getting admission to majority of these institutions. So we've taken the extra step by partnering with institutions to help fast-track the admission process. You might be wondering, how exactly does this work? So the student gets 1,720 Canadian dollars deposited into their account monthly for living expense. In addition to the fact that students can work up to 20 hours per week to earn extra income, this helps to make sure that the students don't have to scramble for money for food, money for rent, and helps to lift the heavy financial burden off of these students. The tuition will be paid directly to this school, so the students don't even have to worry about this financial side of things. So we have courses that we support, STEM courses, healthcare, skilled trade, tourism, and hospitality. You might be wondering, why do we support these courses alone? So these are key areas where we've been able to carry out research and find out that there are a lot of job shortages in these areas in Canada. So getting to study in any of these courses guarantees you of getting a good job after graduation. Last year alone, there was over 1 million job vacancies, many of them in these very sectors. So you are not just another graduate, you are a graduate filled with opportunity, with skills which are in demand over there in Canada. Now, I want to emphasize that this is more than just a financial aid. For most people, this is just the chance that they've been waiting to break free from limitation, get to pursue a better life, or build their dreams, so to say. Please, next slide. So I want to emphasize the impact that this has. We are not just offering students loan. We are offering students hope, because after your education, you get to graduate with skills which are in high demand, get a better job, and you are on a better path of securing permanent residency in Canada. Now, I know we are all interested in how this works, so take the next step towards a better opportunity today. Take the next step towards getting global opportunities outside Nigeria, and also securing your permanent residency in Canada. Join us at our booth over there, and we are more than happy to answer any question you have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. DataFest! 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 I'm sure we're having a great time. So the interesting thing right now is that people that are here physically, including the online audience, we are more than 1,000. Now, the impact of that is that we can actually make a statement online. So those of us watching online and those of us here would like you to go on Twitter, LinkedIn, make a post, and tag DataFest, and use the hashtag DatafestAfrica DFA24. You know, yesterday, one of the sessions yesterday, he talked about sensitization of data literacy. And what we're doing in DataFest is actually sensitizing society about the importance of data. And if we don't spread the word, they won't hear. So basically, all I'm saying is bring out your phone, take a picture, make a quote of something you've learned, post it. I can see some posts online. Thank you so much, those people that are doing that. So let's just get that going on. And then we are going to jump right away to our next lightning session. Is our session, is it available? Panel. Is our next session available? Panel. All right. So we're going to invite our next speaker for the next lightning. All right, please just bear with us. that was the video for our sponsors, Periculum. Right now, we're inviting our next speaker, speaking on data maturity, preparing your e-commerce data team for AI transformation, Penel Ilieche. Please let's clap for him as a welcoming. Please take note of the timer, and all the best.
Good afternoon. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. All right. So first, wow, over 1,000 people, like you said. First of all, I want to just give a round of applause to the organizers for this, because if you've ever had any reason to actually organize anything with 200, 300 people, it's really not easy. So to bring over 1,000 people here, please give them a proper round of applause, please. They've done a very good job with this. All right. So for the last couple of minutes, 30 minutes, I've been feeling a bit anxious about this. So I've been reading up on how to use Tandy and print to 1,000 people, and you see different things like picture your audience naked, and but no, that really doesn't work anyway. Now, the theme for today is AI transformation. And I think a lot of people get lost in it, because I know that's the in thing now for the last 2 years have been AI, ChatGPT, and Gemini and everything. In fact, on Wednesday, I was at a Google event for to learn about Gemini as well, how you do that with Extra and all of that. But there are things you, as a company, you have to do before you even think of doing machine learning and AI and things like that. You can't do AI on messy data. You can't do that when you don't have good data architecture and you don't have a data engineer on your team, for instance. There's no point in doing that. And so that's what I want to focus more on today, the things to do before AI. And so on the agenda, yeah, as you can see on the screen, and I think when the year starts, the CEO gives the CTO a target, like, okay, I need to integrate AI into this one way or the other. And the CTO is wondering, how are we going to do that? We don't have proper data architecture. There's data literacy is poor. The quality of infrastructure is nothing. Basically, you're just keeping all the different points and just doing straight to generative AI. It doesn't work like that. And so, next slide, please. Yeah, so let's first define what data maturity is before we can move forward. Now, what this means is the level to which the company utilizes data on a daily basis, the way it is integrated across the organization. That's basically what we're talking about. How is everything compiled up within your system? And the level of maturity within a company impacts the work of the data engineer above everything else. Now, and this is because the level you're in will determine the skills you look for your data engineer when you're hiring. And that's why I personally believe the data engineer is one of the most important piece of a data team. And also, bringing it back to what the theme is for today, it will also impact your AI integrations into your system. So next slide. Now, there are 3 stages of data maturity. There's the first stage where you're actually just starting your journey with data, basically. Now, at this stage, typically, not in all cases, but typically, you have 3, 4, 5 data members on the team, typically. That's what you find there. So, and at this point, there really isn't much structure on what the company even requires from the data team. They know that basically, they just want magic. They're not really sure what they want. They want something, but they're not really sure what they want. They want you to do something that, oh, the profit grows up by 2 billion, but they don't really know the data points exactly that they're looking for. The adoption of different tools also is quite low in these cases. Sometimes the primary tool of reporting is usually Excel, Microsoft Excel, or maybe Google Sheet or something. And there's a lack of formal structure on how the data team works. In some cases, the data team reports to 3 different teams as well. So things like that are characteristics of what you have when you are just within your data points. Now, at this stage, what you look for in a data engineer is somebody who has a lot of experience. And the reason for this is when you're building, the data engineer has to know a lot of things. The engineer has to know how the data actually affects other aspects of the company. The engineer has to also know things about networking, security, moving data from one point to the other, and building your pipeline and things like that. And so that's what you're looking for more in your data engineer. Now, when you begin at this stage, there are a couple of things you need to actually get at this stage. The first thing you need to get is the approval from stakeholders. Now, it depends most times. If the need to move from to actually begin this process of building your pipeline and things like that, from data team, it's really difficult. It's really, really difficult. Now, in some cases, this moves fast. For example, in banks or in fintechs, the need for a proper data team is really high because this is not coming from the CEO. This is coming from the CBN and your many regulators. That's actually where this actually comes from. So for fintechs and banks, that need is already there. But for other companies that don't really have proper regulators monitoring them, that need is not really there. So the first thing you need is to actually get approval from stakeholders. Now, the second thing you need to do is to define a proper data architecture. Now, this work primarily belongs to, again, the data engineer. That's who this job actually belongs to for the most part. And what defines a good data architecture is, due to time, is actually really beyond this. And the third thing you need to do is to identify the data you want to do and then build a solid data foundation on this. So this is primarily for the first stage. Please, next slide. Now, at this point, when you get to the stage 2, again, from stage 1 to stage 2 can take you months or even up to a year or beyond that. Now, when you get to the second stage, at this point, you're trying to scale with data. Now, the issue here is that you've gotten everything you need, right? But at this point, the data coming in is huge. Your data comes in terabytes. And the pipelines you build for things that come in gigs and megabytes cannot really work for things that come in terabytes and at the speed at which the company needs it. And that is where you get to at stage 2. The second thing at this point is, so I've listed a couple of things there. Due to time, I'll quickly just run through it. Now, at this point, there's a proper reporting tool at this stage. You have scalable data architecture, which is the important thing. Now, at stage 1, you build the data architecture. In stage 2, you need to build a scalable data architecture. Those are two different things that require serious experience. And the third thing is this. At stage 1, the data engineer is more of a generalist, right? Who needs to understand networking. In some cases, she might even be the one to actually build your Power BI reports and things like that. In some cases, not in all, but in some cases. But at stage 2, your engineer is now more of a specialist. That's for stage 2. Now, some of the things to note here is one, at this point, there are formal data practices. You have scalable and robust data architectures. And so I want to warn about this stage is this. Now, there's this temptation that when you get to this point, or even at the first stage, you want to build things from scratch. But I personally would not recommend that. Now, there's a reason why you have off-the-shelf tools that you can use. There's no need for you to build a lot of things from scratch. Use off-the-shelf tools to simply build your pipelines and everything you need. When you get to stage 2 and you are moving into stage 3, then you can decide, okay, you want to build things that are custom for your company. And that should only come if what you are building brings an advantage to your company. If you are within the e-commerce space, that will give you an edge over your competitors. If you're in fintech, that will give you an edge. If not, you're basically wasting manpower to build things that you don't need. Next slide, please. Yeah, what I just said here, avoid adopting bleeding edge technology. Now, aside adopting things, aside trying to build custom technology, another thing to avoid is to simply go for the expensive tools. In my experience, most times, the tools you see that are quite expensive, that require you to do subscription-based, based on subscription, basically, usually they have open source tools that you can use to replace that. So go for that as well. Now, I've already thought about the scaling issue. And the third thing I want to mention is, as an engineer, at this point in time, your major focus is now shifting from building tools to more of leadership. Now, at this stage, it requires you to communicate with various teams within technology and even beyond the tech departments. Because the things you create don't work in isolation. They are working for various business departments across, whether HR or the sales team. Next slide, please. Stage 3. Now, at this stage, the company is fully data-driven, and this is the stage where you can now properly build your machine learning tools. I believe my time is up. I'll just round up quickly. Now, this is the last stage where you have a proper data architecture. At this stage, this is where you can now actually build your AI tools and machine learning tools based on the data you've already gotten and the way you've already built your pipeline. And 1, 2, 3, quickly. At this point, you are able to collaborate effectively with software engineers, the ML engineers and analysts as well. And at this point, if there's an advantage for it, you can now build custom tools and also focus more on enterprise aspects of data, how it affects other aspects of the company as well. So, yeah. All right, so next slide, please. Yeah. All right, now, when you get to this point, the two things here are basically just warnings. Do not become complacent when you get to this point. Because we've seen a lot of times where companies reach the stage of data maturity and then they get relaxed. But data is evolving every day, and you need to be able to constantly evolve as well. So thank you, everyone, for coming. I really appreciate the organizers once again.
Thank you so much, Peniel. Data maturity, preparing your e-commerce data for AI transformation. Data first. I don't like the energy. Data first. Data first. My guys, thank you. My guys are that side. Data first. Data first. Thank you. So our next sponsorship session will be from our legal partners, Civic and Kandale. So let's give a round of applause to our legal partners.
Cities of the digital world can appear as a maze, especially when the rules of the game are constantly changing. Yet, in this digital era, there are those who not only survive, but thrive by turning challenges into opportunities. This is where the story of Civic and Kandale begins. A young startup full of enthusiastic minds and innovative ideas, but lacking the legal know-how to protect their intellectual property. They found themselves in a legal quagmire. Their dreams of digital innovation threatened. That's when they turned to Civic and Kandale. At Civic and Kandale, believing in the power of innovation and the potential of the digital age, we saw the potential in this young startup and took swift action. We provided them with comprehensive legal guidance, helping them understand the complexities of intellectual property rights in the digital age. Our expertise didn't stop there. We guided them through regulatory compliance, contract negotiations, and corporate governance. We stood by their side, ensuring they had the legal protection they needed to focus on what they do best, innovating for the digital future. Today, that young startup stands as a beacon of digital innovation in Africa. They have not only survived the digital age, they have thrived, creating a ripple effect of positive change across the African community. This is just one of the many success stories shaped by Civic and Kandale. But our story doesn't end here. With every client we serve, we are helping shape the future of the digital age in Africa. We're not just providing legal services, we're building bridges to a brighter, more innovative future. So, if you find yourself in the maze of the digital age, remember, there's a guide that will help you navigate and thrive. Reach out to Civic and Kandale, and together, we will shape your success in the digital age for the growth of Africa.
Guys, after this video, I was expecting like very loud round of applause and like really have to ask two people. It's not loud enough. It's not loud enough. Thank you. Does anybody want my bottle? Does anybody want my bottle? I'm very happy today. Okay. Now, please, Victory. Anybody I ask you to give, you give them. Who clapped the loudest when they called Katigande? Who clapped? How can you come to DatafestAfrica and not go out to that? All right, guys. Don't worry, I'm going to give you. This will go out. We are very happy. We came to DatafestAfrica today to do giveaway. That's what we came to do, like giveaway. So if you don't get our bottle, if you don't get our bags, I mean that's on you. Don't sleep. Okay? All right. So these slides, please. Welcome to Kandale. Does anybody here want to tell me the major regulation that guides data protection in Nigeria? Is a regulation? Anybody? Yes, please.
Is the NDPR, Nigerian Data Protection.
Please give him a bag. Thank you. Then there's the second one. That one is an act. It's an act. Should I give you a hint? 2023. Very similar to what he just mentioned. Going. Yes?
Nigerian Data Protection Act.
Please give him a bag or a bottle, whichever one. All right, guys, so welcome to DatafestAfrica, and my name is Dima. The slide, please. Kandale, I'm sure so many of you, if you attended the first DatafestAfrica event up until today, you must have heard about Kandale or seen Kandale at some other tech event. So Kandale is a women-led African tech law firm, emphasis on the word tech law firm. What we do is that we provide legal support, tailored legal support to investors, businesses, startups, founders, individuals in Nigeria, across Africa, and as a matter of fact, we've expanded to European countries. All right, if you can see these beautiful ladies, the first person is Karen. We are partners, we are the women-led. When you say women-led, these are the women that lead Kandale, right? We didn't just dabble into the tech space. I'm sure some of you are wondering, waiting concern lawyers with data, waiting concern lawyers with tech and all that. So we three founders, we actually studied information technology and intellectual property law in the UK. And Karen went on to study an MBA in Scotland. I went on to study AI and the law. And Lois, in the middle there, is a customer experience expert. So basically, Kandale is a one-stop shop, is a one-stop law firm for anything tech business. All right. Most of our core businesses are intellectual property, information technology, policy support, regulatory compliance, startup advisory, startup tax advisory and support, fundraising and investment, alternative dispute resolution. In our firm, when you talk about investment, advisory, business advisory, and all that, Karen leads the team. Then when you talk about regulatory compliance, corporate governance, and all that, outside the country, Lois leads the team. But me, I play the local league. Anything that has to do with corporate governance, regulatory compliance in Nigeria, I'm your go-to person. All right? Some of you may be wondering, why do you need intellectual property? Why do you need to protect your intellectual property? Intellectual property is pretty much intangible property that you own or you derived. That is the work that came out not from your hands, but from your head. Let me say it like that, okay? So basically, intellectual property is very important that you protect it. It safeguards your unique ideas and business values. It gives your brand a competitive advantage. It enhances business value and attracts investors. And then it also encourages innovation. Okay? Why do we need to protect our data in Nigeria? Or let me not say Nigeria, amongst us. Why do we need to protect our data? I know legal is not rated in Nigeria. Before you see somebody say, I want to go and talk to a lawyer, is when they have said, you will hear from my lawyer and all that. I will sue the bastard, this, that. And then when they come, it's just very frivolous. Or something that could have been prevented. It's only when that thing happens, they will remember, Dima, that my friend, that time, is a lawyer. Let's go. But by that time, damage has been done, okay? So it's very important that you protect your data as data enthusiasts, not only your personal data, but when you begin to handle other people's data. As a matter of fact, the NDPR deems you to be a data controller. Once you deal with people's data, it could be their surname, their names, you have subscribers on your platform, and all that. You are deemed to be a data controller, and there are basic regulatory requirements that is expected of you. Okay. Let me just pause here and ask a question. What is the first thing that you should do if your startup suffers a data breach? Celebrate, ignore, run to Twitter, run to Instagram, notify the authorities immediately. She got it first. Please give her something. Thank you. Why is the only people on? Okay, let me face this side. Who wants my gift on that side? Okay, that guy. See that guy on the number. Is that number 17? Easy. Okay, but you answer one small question now. You will end this one. Okay, so what's one legal document you need as a data enthusiast? What's one legal document you need? Especially when you're using an AI tool to work. What's one legal document you need? You are sharing data you are sharing data, people's data using AI. Data sharing agreement. Give him a gift, please. Thank you. And then on to this side. Okay, let me continue. Don't worry, I'll come to this side. I'll give you somebody from here. Okay, all right. So, Mike, don't worry, I'll get to you. So, why data protection matters? To safeguard your customer data, maintain trust, and prevent reputable damage. Okay, all right. So, let's just move on to the last slide. I know you guys. You must have heard the situation that happened here. There was a data leak and all that, and it becomes a thing of, I'll call my lawyer for you. And then this situation here, somebody had made a custom dress, and then the designer went and made the same custom dress for another person, and it became a thing, right? So today, at Kandale has come here today. We're saying to you data enthusiasts, sorry, I have to skip on account of time. We're saying to data enthusiasts that we have carefully curated the basic data documents, the basic regulatory document that you need as a data enthusiast. Now, ordinarily, I made you know, our portfolio. If you are going to pay us to offer legal services to you, it is not, you know how it goes. But today, one of our clients has said, you know what, these documents have been so helpful to me, we're going to subsidize the fee. So we're giving it to you. It's a bundle of basic contracts that you need, carefully drafted. It's not copy and paste. It's not downloaded from ChatGPT or anything. It is an intellectual work, and it's just going to cost $37,500. And it doesn't stop there. If you get that document just in this event, you are going to have access to a free consultation with the partners at Kandale at no expense. You're not paying a dime for it. It doesn't even stop there. You are going to get our bottles and also going to get our bags. And it doesn't stop there. If you'd like to take a picture with me, feel free. All right, guys, this is the giveaway that we have. You can come over to our booth and then let's have further consultation. Please go on Twitter, engage us, make posts on your social media handles, use our hashtag. The last page, please, so they can hurry now like Usain Bolt. Go to the last page, let them see our hashtag, please. All right, this is our hashtag, Kandale at DFA. Please go on social media. If you get up to 50 retweets on Twitter, come and get a gift. If you get up to 50 reposts on Instagram, wherever, come and get a gift. Did you enjoy my talk? Oh yeah, clap for me now. Thank you.
A resounding round of applause for Kandale. So, you guys, you know what I just found out? Is that you guys are quite cheap. So because of swag, you people are now shouting. Since I've been saying you should shout and clap, nobody screamed. But because of swags, you are screaming. I know your weak points. I know where to get you guys. So we'll be going on to our next session. It's a lightning talk by Busayo Awobade, and it is on how to contribute to machine learning research from where you are. Please, let's clap for Busayo as it comes up.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. Are the slides up? Okay, yeah. Yeah, next slide, please. Like I said, I'm Busayo Obadi. I'm an ML researcher at ML Collective. My work majorly focuses on speech processing with the context around efficiency, but that's not the part here. So, yeah, the question here is how can you contribute to ML research from where you are? Now, where you are is subject to, it's very subjective. We all are at different places. We all have different backgrounds. Some of us have a CS background. Some of us don't have a CS background. I know. Well, so this is going to be the flow. The flow will be, we'll talk about the myths, the why, the how. Then if there's time, there will be side gists, but I doubt, because everybody that's been speaking here since I've not had enough time. So we'll just go with what is most important. Bear with me. So yeah, the myths. So the most common myths about ML research is people assume that, oh, you have a PhD or you need a PhD. Next slide. That you need a PhD to contribute to ML research. There's also the myth about how, oh, what counts as good contribution in ML research is a groundbreaking idea. For instance, maybe solving the limitations of an autoregressive model. Autoregressive models are your transformers, what powers your LLMs and all. Or maybe solving reasoning problem. In case you don't know, I hope you know your large language models, they don't reason. What they do, they infer from memorization and all. But all of those are like the big ideas or the big problems people are trying to solve now. There's also the myth that, oh yeah, you have to work at a university or at a research lab. Like that, because sometimes, not most times, but sometimes you need a lot of compute to do ML research, and most times you likely get them at the university or lab, or you have to be like an Agba scientist, like maybe a top researcher to actually do ML research and stuff like that. Now, why this myths hold people back is because our understanding of research is still very limited. Like what we tend to define ML research as. We see ML research as, oh, the core thing where you use a lot of maths, you use a lot of, you do a lot of maths, but not in all instances. But research basically is anything that involves knowledge contribution. It can be as simple as evaluating the impact of an idea or the impact of a model. It cuts across the whole technical stuff that involves a lot of code writing. You could be doing ML research and you write no code. You could be a legal practitioner and you are doing ML research. Like, you can do ML research from any background. So research basically is knowledge contribution, things that advance the state of AI. Because the goal for building all of these models is so they can think like us, they can achieve human intelligence, then possibly super intelligence. But that's some next slide, please. Okay. Yeah. You're gonna have to skip like 2 more. Press it 1, 2. Next slide, like next. I've bunched up all of this together so I can have enough time. So yeah. So if you get this was like a small survey. If you get this joke here, it means like, oh, you follow a lot of ML people. By ML, I mean the research side of ML, because yes, there's ML engineering and all. Because this is Jeffrey Hilton and co. winning the Nobel Prize in Physics, and it caused a bit of rancor in terms of what was the relationship between physics and computer science and all. If you don't get it, it means that you don't have a lot of people that do ML research in your space. Now, it means you should start following people that do ML research. But next slide, please. Yes, so, like, for me, this is like one of like if not the most important part, or the most important reason why. Because this, in the long run, will define what you call impact when you do research and all. So, by unique perspective, what I basically mean is what makes you unique, what makes you you. Your background, all of the things that have come to define your person. So let me give you an instance. So research is not like it's not close to large language modeling, but language modeling is the most relatable thing here. So let me use language modeling as an example. So yes, we're trying to teach computers to talk, to understand our language, to talk, to interact with us. So achieve human level of communication. But yes, the thing is, the goal is beyond them being able to generate text and you be able to like communicate with them in text. It's also the goal is to get them to the point where they understand language, even to the point of culture, because you know that your language is connected to culture. I hope everybody does know that, because the culture informs the language. I don't know all of those, but I know they are deeply connected and they have deep roots. I know. Now, that's what makes you unique. For instance, I have a Yoruba background. There's very limited knowledge I know about other tribes outside of Yoruba and the uniqueness of their culture. Even in my being a Yoruba background, I only know just the part that I come from, and that's the Jebu part, where we like parties and all those stuff. I don't know if it affects our language, but yeah, maybe. I'll ask my mom later. But yes, that's like the unique perspective I know. So it's not limited to language modeling, really, because it cuts across many other areas. I just had to use that as an example. So yeah, there's personal growth. If you do research, when you start doing research, you are forced to learn a lot. You have to learn so much in a short amount of time. Let me give you an instance. Sometime last week, I was trying to replicate a work on. So, like I said, I do speech processing. So I was trying to replicate a work on text-to-speech, and their approach had to do with, they use flow matching. Yeah, it's just some simple maths and all. So basically, it led me to conditional normalizing flows, led me to ordinary differential equations, blah, 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 simple stuff here and there. My point is, I wouldn't have, all of what I've had to learn in that short amount. Why? Is maths hard? Okay, simple stuff, honestly. I still don't get the hang of it, but it's simple. And all of those stuff. But really, it's not limited to maths. There's still many other things. My point there is that because research, you have to read a lot and you have to know a lot. So it forces you to read, it forces you to widen your scope, things that you would not necessarily use. You could even use it to build work experience. Because, for instance, you have to do some evaluations of some models. Then you have to learn this tool, learn that tool, learn this tool, learn that tool. While you don't have a job, that's like you have acquired some wonderful level of work experience or no. But jumping to networking opportunities, you get to meet people. Top guys, most of all the guys that I know today, they are from maybe conversations via emails or even in person at conferences and the likes. And some of them have helped my life. Yeah, recently, that's about 3 weeks ago, I had a call around 12 a.m. I know the guy was calling me from Ontario in Canada. And he was like, hey, Busayo, are you, sorry for waking you up, are you available for this gig? I know I'm blah, blah, blah. I'm supposed to do some evaluations for them. And in my head, I was wondering, why would I not be available? It's money. But that's by the way. All of this came about because of research and all, jumping on walks, doing experiments here and there, blah, blah, blah. Sorry that I said blah, blah. I promised my brothers at home that I will not be saying blah, blah, blah. I have to sit them down together to prepare for this talk so that I don't pass 10 minutes, but I failed. So, yeah, the fun part was not fun about waking up 3:15 a.m., thinking about your life, wondering if I wasted your BSc. Yeah, that was what happened that last week when I was learning conditional normalizing flows. Because I didn't know what I did in school for a CS graduate. But moving to the next slide, please. So yes, the how. Yes, you're going to read a lot of research papers. Get that in. You have to be a sucker for knowledge. You have to want to learn. But now, how do you do that? Next slide, please. Yes, there are many ways to go about contributing to research. There's open data problems. That's data gathering. You could be even evaluating machine-generated data, and or it could be you creating data from scratch. Imagine you're looking to expand the knowledge of, let's say, your GPT-4 in code. You want it to be able to speak and write Yoruba, but not just the popular Yoruba, maybe Ijebu Yoruba kind of thing. That kind of an instance, you will need people that can speak it and people that can write it to create that kind of data set. So you see your uniqueness. At that point in time, we can't use machine to generate that. I don't know if you make... So there are so many other things like that. There's even the open source projects that you can use to contribute to data. For instance, I don't know if you know, for those of us that do LLM fine-tuning and code, your QLoRa, your LoRa, it all came about from an open source project started by Team Data and all. And now it's one of the things that allows us use... Okay, I've not been talking to this site since. It's one of the things that allows us use LLMs in productions and the like. Forgive me, the slide is there and all. So yeah, you can also create benchmarks. You can evaluate models in different domain and different contexts. So to submit at a top conference, you have to do a lot of evaluations. You have to do an exhaustive evaluation. But nonetheless, there's so little that the authors can cover. Case in point, I have that experience, for instance. So like one way you could also contribute is by taking all of these released models or ideas or technique, then put them to test under different things. The same thing applies to empirical studies. I failed my brothers. The same thing applies to empirical studies. Empirical studies basically is stress testing maybe an idea or a model. Let's just keep using model in this context, where you try to see, okay, how well does it work under this context? How well does it, so things like adversarial testing, where you introduce noise into your data just to see, okay, is this model smart enough? So for instance, your ChatGPT is to some level very robust. You could ask it a question and you make wrong spellings and all, you will still get a sense of it. That's some level of robustness. You could stress many other things. It does not have to be ChatGPT. There are speech models and you contribute domain expertise and all of that. By domain expertise, I mean your background. If you're a linguist, like this now, if you're a linguist, you're an hotcake. You are very sought after in the whole ML space, particularly language modeling and all. Now, the how of how. See, all of those things I said earlier, they sound very easy to do, but they're hard when you start. So the way you actually get to do that is by joining open science communities. For example, ML Collective, Masakani, the Deep Learning in Daba, Koye for AI, Uta AI, Roya CV. I, for myself, I've benefited a lot from all of these conferences. MLC sponsors my trip everywhere I go. And like I'm an ambassador for MLC, by the way. I lead the Nigerian chapter. I co-lead the Nigerian chapter with my friends, Civic, Kandale, Abraham. They're top guys no, they're not top guys like me. So yeah, summary of it all. If you want to contribute to ML research, you need, first of all, let me just, sorry, please. 2 sentences, 3, I like. 2 sentences. You can contribute to ML research from where you are, from your background. You don't have to have that math expertise and all of the things that have stopped you so far. You can, that's one. Then secondly, how? You have to join an open science community. The same way DatafestAfrica Africa and the other data communities you have joined have helped you so far. That's how these communities also help you. You can sponsor your trips to conferences. You travel all over the world. Okay, I've been to 2 countries. Thank you. You're welcome. Feel free to come talk to me later.
Wow, let's put our hands together for Busayo. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Wow. I'm inspired to start doing ML research. Maybe perhaps I'll start doing small basic things. Simple maths, yeah. Simple maths. Thank you so much, Busayo. Thank you so much. All right. Just to remind us, this event is live as well. We have an online audience, so let's participate online. Whatever you're learning, you can just go online. You can put your learning simple maths from Busayo. You can tag him and use the hashtag as well. Right away, we're going over to our next speaker, our next lightning talk. She'll be speaking on empowering underrepresented groups through data literacy. Empowering underrepresented groups through data literacy. Let's put our hands together as we invite forgive me, Stephanie. No, Stephanie. Please, let's put our hands together. Let's put our hands together. Don't stop clapping. Keep clapping. Empowering underrepresented groups through data literacy.
Good afternoon, everybody. All right, I'm honored to be here today, and I'm Stephanie Egariva. I'm the Diversity and Inclusion Lead at the Youth Advisory Council at the MasterCard Foundation. And today, I'll be talking about something that goes beyond numbers and statistics. I'll be talking about people. I'll be talking about the millions of voices that are yet to be heard. I'll be talking about the millions of stories that are yet to be told. You know, because let's face it, next slide please. Let's face it, data has the power to shape societies, but that would only happen when everybody, and I mean everybody, has access to it. You know, data is often seen as something abstract, as something technical, as something for the experts to decode. But when you strip that down and you look again, we can see that data is deeply human. It tells stories. It tells stories of progress. It tells stories of inequalities. It tells stories of potentials. It also helps us to identify gaps. Gaps in the healthcare, gaps in education, gaps in agriculture, and also gaps in economic opportunities. But the issue now is the people that are mostly affected by these gaps are the ones that are farthest away from the data conversation. Because how can a woman or a young person with disability who lives in a rural community unlock the true potentials of data if the doors to access and opportunities are closed shut in their faces? But, and the truth is, when we remove or when we exclude underrepresented individuals from data conversations, we're not just withholding information, we are withholding power. Because how can a woman in a rural community access real-time agricultural data or agricultural inputs to monitor and track our crop yields? Or what if a person with disability who lives in a rural community also have access to data that highlights the barriers that exist in their community? Then they use that data to figure out how to break those barriers. And this doesn't just benefit them, it benefits everybody in that community too. You know, these aren't just what ifs, they are the futures that we can create. And when we include when we empower underrepresented individuals in data conversation, when we empower them through data literacy, it isn't just about the skills. It's about the future. It's about the freedom to, you know, the freedom to be heard, the freedom to be seen, and the freedom to shape our own destiny. Next slide, please. And we can see that the barriers are. We can see that, next slide please. We can see that the barriers are glaring. We can see that the challenges are there. We go through technological gaps. We go through educational hurdles. We go through societal biases. But also, we can also see that these challenges are insurmountable. We can see that it's something that we can tackle. You know, we are all here today because we believe in the power of innovation and collaboration. And we also have the resources. We have the platform as a data community. We have the knowledge to ensure that everybody has access to data. All we need now is the collective will. The collective will to, you know, build a system where data isn't just a privilege for few, but a right for many. We need inclusive practices, we need policies, and we need mentorship to ensure that no one is left behind in the data conversation. And then imagine a world where data isn't just accessed by underrepresented individuals. Imagine a world where data is, underrepresented individuals are leading the charge in data innovation. Imagine a world where local communities are using data to solve local problems, or they are using data to create job opportunities. That is the future that I believe in. And that future is only possible if we all, each and every one of us, we play our parts. The real question now is, are we ready to embrace the idea? Are we ready to embrace the perspective that everybody, regardless of their ability, regardless of their background, they deserve a seat at the data conversation. They deserve a seat at the data table. So finally, I will leave you with this. Let's not forget why we are here. Let's not forget why we are here. We are here because we're here not just to share ideas, not just to network with people. We're here because we want to strike action. And I believe that together we can turn data from a tool for the few. We can turn it from a tool for the few down to, a force for many. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. I need that clap to be louder. Thank you. I need you to continue until she leaves the stage. Thank you, Stephanie. So, I just want to remind us of our hashtags because I believe that everybody's posting something on social media. Are we? I mean, you can post as you learn. Okay, so let's take 1 minute to post something. Take a picture, tweet something that you just learned, tweet about a friend that you just met, and use the right hashtag DatafestAfrica2024 or hashtag DFA24. Please, I need everybody to do this. Where's my phone? I need to do it as well. Hashtag DatafestAfrica2024 or hashtag DFA24. You can take a picture as well. Post it on social media, LinkedIn, Twitter, Snapchat, Instagram, everywhere. We have like 30 seconds to go. We have time, don't worry. Like 30 seconds to go. Drop a tweet, take a picture, use the right hashtag. You can also tag DatafestAfrica. They would repost. Okay, I can see that everybody is engaging. Thank you so much. So next we'll be going to our next sponsorship session by Data Global Hub. Are we ready for our next sponsorship session?
All right. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. And for those that are joining us from other time zone, good day, good evening, whatever it is. I was trying to stop Aremu from doing something before we got on stage, but he said he has to do it. And he's going to do it anyway. My name is Ekene Anyoha. I work for Data Global Hub. I am in charge of brand communications. And with me is...
I am Aremu Olamilekon. I'm the community manager for Data Global Hub.
Okay. So I was supposed to just go on with the presentation, but Aremu is telling me that he wants to dash out things, and I can't stop him. So he said, he mentioned a lot of things. He even said cash. And I told him I don't have cash, but he said he has cash to dash.
If you see me outside, please don't beat me. Oh.
Okay. I'm sure that even if it's going to dash out cash, there will be conditions for it, right?
Yeah. Please listen carefully. All right.
Okay, so I believe that for you to be able to win any of the, cash prizes, the money you actually mentioned is much.
Yeah, I won't tell you how much, actually very much.
Yeah, you have to pay attention.
Just listen.
All right? Okay, so I'll tell you a short story. Last year, I attended DatafestAfrica2024. And here I am in DatafestAfrica2024 again. But the difference was that last year, I came as an attendee. Yeah. And I remember struggling to get a back seat because it was so full and there were so many people in front. How I have managed to get to this stage today, I really don't understand, but that's good. Now, I'll give this to networking, okay? The importance of networking. So I'll always encourage you to build your network in all that you do. Make sure that you continue to build your network. Network matters. It could take a simple call. It could take a simple, I know somebody.
Recommendation.
That knows somebody.
Actually.
That knows somebody.
Who needs you?
Yeah. So last year, I was taking a data science or data analytics course with one of the providers. The thing about these data courses is, I don't know, it's almost going to take your life. I don't get it. I was trying to be a tech bro, yeah. And I thought that, by the time I'm done, I'll just land a high-paying job, you get. Yeah, but it took more than that. It took networking. So I'll tell you about Data Global Hub and what we do, okay? I think Aremu wants to share that with us.
Yeah, let me shoot.
All right.
So basically what we do at Data Global Hub is in that we're a global media company. We focus on sharing data and AI news. So basically, our vision is to actually be the Forbes of the data field. That is, Forbes now. Anything that concerns news, they share Forbes, they share, Forbes billionaires, Forbes list, they have their list and all those kind of things. So basically, that's what we want to be about. We want to be the Forbes of the data field. We share insights, we share nuggets, we share innovations, we share resources, and we also share opportunities. So basically, now let me give you an inside gist. Although I'm not supposed to say this openly because it's still work in progress. We're supposed to actually have Forbes representative right here with us today, in partnership with us over there at stand, but we couldn't because they told us that we should have communicated with them at least 2 to 3 months ahead. Now, this is not capping. This is not capping. Yeah, so we're working on a partnership with Forbes, and and our goal is to actually ensure that everyone is actually really, really very much better with respect to data and AI. Yeah, we also intend that we contribute knowledge to our societies by actually sharing your own ideas, your own thoughts through our platforms, what you think, your own innovations. Yeah, let me take it up from here now. We're going to take it up on what we offer.
Okay, so let's move further into the slide, please. Step back one. Okay, move further. Yeah, a little further. Okay. Further. So some of our services include online courses. Move further, yeah. We have online courses. We offer workshops. We hold events and summits, job postings. Please listen carefully. We do book releases, okay? So in fact, I think Aremu wants to even give out books today. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Let me mention that.
Yeah.
Okay, let me let you go on.
Everything that has to do with data, whether it's news, insights, latest trends, development, resources. When I mean resources, I mean unlimited resources. Data Global Hub is a one-stop platform. All right? Let's move on, please.
Let me talk about the book which you spoke about, courtesy of Pact India, with their office in London, in partnership with them. So they have decided to give us 12 new free ebooks. So this is going to happen. Those who win the ebooks, their names will be inscribed on the book by Pact themselves over there in London. Can you please clap for them? They tried. Yeah, I'm not capping. You'll see these things. And yeah, we intend to actually give about 4 of them. And we heard that there's an hackathon going. So we'll give about 4 of them to the winners of the hackathons. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Aremo. I don't know. Does anyone use Duolingo here, or has anyone used Duolingo? Okay. Now, we understand that for some reason you find yourself coming back to your Duolingo. Okay? The reason is because it's a gamified platform. And it just turns out that these days, gamified platforms have proven to be very effective way of learning. All right? So you have Duolingo, you have Kahoot, and other similar platforms like that, keying into that. And I'm sure that a lot of people here did hamster combat.
Yes. And at the end, how much? It was not someone.
Okay, so
oh my God.
DataHub has partnered with Summit Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah. Summit Africa is a leading provider of tech courses, online tech courses. We've partnered with Summit Africa to create a fun and rewarding way to learn. Now, this product is on the next slide. Please, I want you to pay attention.
We're getting there. Listen now.
Now, it's called Datarango. So Datarango is a gamified platform that allows you to get rewarded while you learn.
Yes, I mean rewarded.
Okay, so it's very engaging. The fact that you're getting rewarded keeps you coming back, just like the hamster combat. Yeah? So let's go forward. All right, so we spoke about this. 12 lucky people are going to win. So let's move forward. Let's see how they're going to win.
Please scan this.
For you to
if you are
win,
very, very, very smart, scan this right now.
For you to win, you have to participate in this. Aremo will be asking a couple of questions.
Okay.
And if
for the cash, is it for the cash? For the cash?
I'm not the one giving out cash.
Let's do it this way. I'm going to ask just 2 questions. We're going to give it to 4 people. 4 people. Yeah, we're watching the time. Yeah, giving it 4 people. So I'm going to ask just 2 questions. Question number 1. Mention 5 things that we offer at Data Global. Anybody? First. Yeah, you. Let's go. Time is running. 5. Mention 5 things. Can we? You said? Hey, can you be very watchable? Also, I'll go somewhere else. Someone else, please. Or someone else. Be very audible. Okay. Give me the mic. Very quickly, time is running.
You host events, book releases.
2.
Hackathons.
3.
Learning opportunities.
4.
Job posting platform.
5. Very good. Our first winner. So please, when you are done, come over there, give us your bank details. Second. Okay, I should cut it. Let me give the second person. 5 seconds.
I don't think we have much time.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Okay.
What are we partnering with? Who are we partnering with? We mentioned there. No, it's gone. To get the
Summit.
Okay, Summit. All right, to get the many 2 cash gifts, please come over there and make sure you scan the barcode on our table, and then you could be the lucky person. A random draw for the other 2 cash gifts. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please let's put our hands together for them. Wow. Like you first said, we know your weak points now. We know your weak point. Don't worry, we'll catch you. It's fine. And I want to say something, and according to Aremu, I'm not capping. I'm not capping. From Busayo Small Mass, I've been inspired. You thought I was joking. I'm not capping. But in my inspiration, I was asking myself a question. He's talking about AI research, and all I've been hearing is AI research, ML research. The next speaker is going to talk about AI as well. And I'm asking myself, I've not heard analytics research, data governance research, data engineering research. Is there no research in that area? I'm just thinking. So, Busayo, please, you help me in that area so I can actually research, because I'm not sure of that small mass. So, but right now, we'll be going over to our next session. Before I go to our next session, I just want to let us know that we have over 1,005 people connected online via YouTube right now. Our YouTube audience, thanks so much for joining. Please join the chat room, the chat box. You can just comment things you're learning and join the conversation as well. And right now, I'll call our next speaker for the next lightning talk. He'll speaking on the unique role of local data in shaping the future of AI in Africa. That talk will be taken by Ayokunle Omoniyi, founder of Melon.
All right. Hello, everyone. Hello, I don't have any giveaway. I'm just here for advocacy. Yeah, so, and just to mention, I'm probably the last speaker before lunch, so just bear with us. My work here is basically just advocacy. A lot of people have been talking about data engineering, but I'm just going to give you a little bit of background on my experience. So, from my line of work in the last decade or so, please let's pay attention. This is very important. From my line of work in the last decade or so, I've been privileged to collect data for different organizations on the field. I've traveled to so many states in the country, and I've seen firsthand next slide please, what Nigeria is really about. I've been to so many remote locations, and one of the very, very interesting journey that I had was in the north central of Nigeria, in Plateau State to be precise. And I mean, that's the highest amount of security check I've ever seen in my life. It was almost 5 hours from Georgetown. And so we went to this remote community to, as I said, collect data collect data, analyze data, and disseminate data. But first of all, data gathering for the organization I used to work for. So we wanted to do follow-on funding for the people that we had invested in. And I went to this community. They've never been connected to the grid before. And I promise you, when I got there, what I saw was actually very interesting. So the mini grid that was installed in that community made sure that they could process their rice, they could export their rice, their socioeconomic status has improved, their per capita income has improved. And this guy in the middle, wearing red, that's me on the left. The guy in the middle, he was a very learned person. He had a smartphone. He could communicate in the local language, but he wasn't communicating any reporting to the organization that we gave money to. There was no channel of communication at all. He had a smartphone, and he could actually communicate. So, I mean, that was actually the aha moment for me. That was what even led to me starting Melon. So we currently have agents across the country in different localities now with our smart phone and our mobile data collection to collect data for different organizations. But that's not really the story of what I'm going to speak to you today. Like I said, my job here is just basically advocacy. What I see from DatafestAfrica, Africa, I came the last time, and I said I was going to come again this time. What I see here is people that are going to build the AI solutions that we're actually going to use in Africa. I see engineers here, data engineers here, that are going to build that solution, and I've come here to advocate. Next slide, please. And I will just start with this very, very simple story that happened in the earliest 20th century. Has anyone here heard about the Shelley card? Anyone heard about the Shelley card? All right, so the Shelley card, the lady you're seeing on the screen, her name is Shelley Page. She used to work for Kodak. Kodak is they make pictures, basically, a camera company. I'm sure you all know Kodak. And Shelley Page was a staff. She used to work there in the 1950s. And her picture here was actually the standard being used to grade every picture in the early 19th century, in the early 20th century, actually. Every single picture that was taken, this card was going to be taken to the printing studio, and they're going to use all the color gradings there to actually grade. So do you know what happens when that is done? Someone that is as very dark and black as me, if you use that kind of picture to grade, what's going to happen? What happens is that any dark person in the picture with someone of this complexion doesn't show. Either you're blurred out or your face is completely taken out of the picture. And I'm telling you that every single picture that was taken was, this grading was used. And that's just one benchmark that was used for pictures. And we all know how important pictures are to history. A lot of people's history was written off just because of this. So next slide, please. What I'm just trying to say here basically now, going into the nitty-gritty of building AI solutions. And I like the question that they asked the keynote speaker about local data. But I'm still going to speak about the downstream of AI solutions, basically. The truth is, look at this picture here. This picture is an aerial view of the roof in Oyo State in Ibadan. And I want to tell you guys that this is actually the reality of Nigeria. Like I said, I've been to so many states. Forget about what you see here in Ikeja or Oregon. It's just like 1%. This is really Nigeria, basically. Nigeria is a very large, expanse land of rural people doing local things, just like Stephanie said, the speaker that spoke about underrepresented people. So the truth is, like my agents currently, they're doing a lot of data labeling, a lot of images that are being taken on the field. You label them to ensure that the data sets that's basically primary data, the data sets that are coming into for people to build solutions are actually speaking to the local context. I just used one of these pictures. I'm not going to speak about data labeling. There was a lot of conversations on that yesterday on the online sessions, basically. But what I'm just trying to say is on the next slide, and it's my last slide, is that the future of AI solutions in Africa depends on us. And going back to the Shelley card example, I want AI solutions to be built by Africans, by Nigerians. You need to, as data engineers, as the smart people, as the tech people, you need to go out there and look for people that have experience on the field, in medical, in agriculture, renewable energy, people that have spent 8, 9, 10 years. I mean, if it's not up to that, basically look for those people, partner with them, understand the local problems that we have in Nigeria. And I'm still speaking about downstream now. Solutions that people can use with smartphones that require very low energy. Solutions that are speaking to the local problems. Like I said, that community that we went to in a remote area in Plateau State, their own problem was power. They've never ever seen power before. They've never been connected to the grid at all. So you can imagine living without power. But because of the funding that they got, that the company that we invested in got, they now had a mini grid, which now meant that their socioeconomic status improved, their income improved, and all that. So what I'm just trying to actually tell you that is that when you're trying to build solutions, ensure that you speak. Don't get data sets. I don't know if anyone knows data.gov. I'm sure we all know data.gov. If you go to data.gov, you see so many data sets that have been collected by the United States. And thanks to DataFight, they are also doing something very similar to what we are trying to do. In the next 5 to 6, 7 years, a lot of organizations that are building AI solutions for Africa will come to people like us in Melon to come and ask us for these data sets, because we need to ensure that whatever we are doing is imbibed with the local context. And I also mentioned about building solutions that enhances human potential. It's very important. Tools that help small and medium scale. In fact, we did a report. I actually conducted a research with my former company on the informal sector of Nigeria. Most of the businesses in this country are SMEs. They take a large chunk of the GDP contribution to this country. So build solutions that help their processes. I know it's good for us to think big. We want to work with Deloitte. We want to work with Microsoft. But I just have that strong feeling that the guys at Data Community Africa are doing something strong, because this community they are building, in the next 5 to 6 years, they'll look back and say that the people that build solutions that is helping Africa to actually get into this AI race and not be left behind, just like the Shelley card came from here. So thank you very much. Next slide, please, for listening. Like I said, my work here is simply just advocacy. And I'm going to leave us with these quotes. Young African engineers have the unique opportunity to drive transformative AI solutions tailored to the continent's diverse challenges. By focusing on local context, leveraging open source tools, committing to continuous learning, and prioritizing ethical AI developments, they can build the AI technologies of the future that will truly make an impact. Thank you very much for listening, and have a good day.
Thank you so much, Ayakole. That was a fantastic session. So I can see some people standing at that side, and I just want to say that if you do not have a seat, there are lots of seats at this side, so you can come here and sit here. Data first. Nah. Data first. You can do better. Data first. Okay, that sounds like it. So, our next session is a lightning talk by Zion Pibowe, and it is on enterprise knowledge discovery in the age of generative AI. I need your applause to be really loud as Zion comes to the stage. This is not loud, dude. What's going on?
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be speaking with you today on enterprise knowledge discovery in the age of AI. My name is Zion Pibowe. I'm head of data science at Periculum. You already saw something about Periculum earlier, and I'm sure we're excited about those opportunities, right? All right, very quickly, I'll just show you my agenda. Please, you can check me on LinkedIn and Twitter just to learn more about me. I will not have time to do an intro. All right. So we'll be looking at a couple of interesting things in this topic of enterprise knowledge discovery in the age of AI. I will start with a brief history of BI, that is business intelligence, knowledge discovery in databases, and natural language querying, right? Now, before I get to that history, I want us to look at something very interesting about business intelligence. The fact that it started, please, next slide. We're not going to waste time on each slide. The fact that it started primarily as decision support, right? And when business intelligence started in the 60s, the focus was on allowing organizations or businesses to be able to support their decision making, right? And then on the other side of things, on the scientific world, research and all that, we decided to have knowledge discovery in databases with the rise of data growing in databases. And now we see that what KDD does is it focuses on discovery of novel ideas, discovery of new things in data, whereas DSS focuses on the utility of specific things in data, right? The utility of the data, the analytics, reporting, visualizations. But then there's something very interesting on the next slide. We have natural language querying. Somehow, people just preferred natural language interactions. People want to ask about their data. They want to chat. They want to say what is available, how much sales did we record last month, and they just want to see those results. And of course, there were so many challenges with being able to achieve this from those early days. I want us to take a brief look at the history of BI. I feel like we probably know the history of BI, so I will just skip this and just know that the early origins of BI was in the 1960s, and then we advanced up until the 2010s, where we have self-service BI with platforms like Power BI and the likes, offering self-service solutions, right? We're getting somewhere with this. It's not a BI talk, I promise you, right? But we're getting somewhere. Now, let us now look at a brief history of knowledge discovery in databases. For databases, the knowledge discovery side of things, we had the early origins from the 60s to the 80s, focused on, of course, the ML things, statistical analysis, pattern recognition, and the challenge at the time was that, compute was limited, storage was limited, right? But we had the rise or the birth of the data mining field. So whenever you hear knowledge discovery in databases, please try to associate it with data mining. That was pretty much how data mining started. First of all, as a research endeavor, before it then finally got integrated into BI systems and analytics and the likes. Of course, by the time we got to the 2010s, we started having knowledge discovery at scale, right? And then for natural language querying, early days again started, when we started working on actual AI research, and we started working on natural language processing. Again, compute and storage were the limitations, but in the 2000s, when natural language processing began to advance, we started to see improvements in natural language querying, right? We started to see improvements. We started to see the rise of conversational interfaces where people could just ask questions. Of course, the language, this structured query language itself that started much earlier, there was sort of a limitation to it because there was something around technical barriers for non-technical users. So it's not everybody who just whips up SQL to say they want to write a query and fetch data, right? But with the rise of NLQ, we started to see, people being able to get started getting insights from their data over a natural language interface. But the story doesn't end there. It still gets more interesting, I promise. Let's move on to the modern AI infrastructure for conversational BI. Now, we had some challenges with traditional BI, traditional business intelligence, namely that we had unaddressed questions where, these challenges I'm talking about are challenges with non-technical users still being able to use BI solutions. Traditional BI had gotten to a level where it was already catering to people, helping people to access and extract knowledge and insights from data, but there was still a technical barrier. So your non-technical, C-level, marketing, sales or whatnot, would still not be able to use analytics tools or software to be able to extract insights from their data. These were some of the challenges with traditional BI, right? So they have a lot of unaddressed questions. They have to rely on technical teams, right? This is an interesting one where you see organizations having their IT and data team, and decision makers are looking for answers, but it takes maybe 2 days for the team to spin up a dashboard. By the time the dashboard arises, what happens? The decision maker has moved on because they have new problems, right? And so it has impacted the decision making. So there's delays in decision making. Now, this is where conversational BI comes in. With the rise of AI and large language models, in the last couple of years, we see that powered by AI, conversational BI allows business users to explore their data over a natural language interface. People actually want to be able to chat. So your CFO wants to be able to just have a very simple interface where they can just say, give me projections, right? And they want to be able to see the insights as quickly as possible without having to wait for someone to do a Power BI or to create a dashboard on their behalf, right? And so conversational BI addressed some of the key challenges I've talked about earlier, like the unaddressed inquiries. Now you are able to quickly and easily access your data and get instant answers. The second challenge of relying too much on technical teams, now it's sort of self-service, right? Because conversational business intelligence frees business users from relying too much on technical teams, and they can explore their data. And then the third component here, delays in decision making, can now be solved with conversational BI, right? Now, recipes for conversational business intelligence, right? I want you to take note of this term, conversational business intelligence. You will hear it a lot in this presentation. Now, I try to highlight these 3 key recipes for conversational business intelligence. Data ingestion is very key, right? Now, we want data to be integrated from different types of sources, right? Which means that obviously conversational business intelligence is not taking away your job as a data professional, right? Because someone has to do the job of setting things up. If a conversational BI platform or product is able to make this thing easy, then fine, right? But of course, you're still going to have engineers that are focused in those areas. For example, Microsoft Fabric now, at the launch of Fabric, it was looking like it was going to be a very straightforward and similar solution. But now we have Fabric engineers because someone has to do the dirty job, right? Now, the next component is the semantic and metric layers. I like this component because it's not something that it's not just a term or a concept for data engineers to be bothered about, but now it's something that has to be a core part of the process of introducing AI into BI solutions, right? When we want AI systems to be able to retrieve and access data in a way that is automated and seamless, we need these layers, the semantic layer and the metric layers. I'll go into a little bit of detail about these as we advance. Now, natural language interface is another important piece of a conversational BI solution. Now, I want to talk more about semantic layer, the semantic layer and the metric layer, right? Please, yeah. Now, the semantic layer is an interesting, I'm sure a lot of us have heard of the semantic layer, right? But basically what it is, if you're hearing about this for the first time, what it is it's basically a layer in your analytics or, or your BI solution that is actually designed to map raw data to business vocabulary. Think of it as a translation layer, right? So you have data that might come from different sources, and those data sets have different meanings, right? And I mean, take for example, an organization that is dealing with invoices, and then you have different tables, you have things like invoice ID and all the different details in those kind of data sets. They actually have business meaning. Now, your semantic layer is a layer that contains the ontologies, the descriptions, the vocabularies, right? That sort of translates the actual raw data to what it actually means in the business, all right? Now, it acts as a translator. The metric layer, on the other hand, think of it as an implementation of the semantic layer, a practical implementation of the semantic layer that is actually used to interact with the data and fetch it out based on the ontologies in the semantic layer, right? You can think of it as most often an SQL implementation of the semantic layer that is focused on, generating the metrics and the queries that are needed to fetch data from the database. I like this particular visualization, or this, what do you call it, from Cube, right? Cube is a major player in the analytics space, and their concept of the semantic layer has 4 pieces: the data modeling piece, right? And the access control piece, because access control is very key. You want to make sure that only people who need to access a particular type of data are accessing it. And then you have caching, where if we have retrieved data for a particular question previously, we don't want to run queries again to retrieve the same data, so we cache the request, right? And then you have, of course, APIs and all that. Now, you may be wondering, where's the AI in this thing, right? And you may be thinking, I'm a BI person and I love all things business intelligence. But while I do, my focus in this session is to talk about how AI is really changing the game in terms of practical implementations. So I've made this quite interesting by designing an AI infrastructure or a sort of architecture diagram for conversational business intelligence for us to actually see the underlying piece of a system like this. What would it potentially look like, right? So we have the data subsystem, and we have the AI subsystem on the bottom left. Then on the right, we have the serving subsystem. Now, on the data subsystem, you will see data integration, so things around, whether your data is coming from the data warehouse or APIs or things like that. And then in that same data subsystem, you will see the semantic layer, of course, the major tools, for this, dbt and Cube. And then you will see the metric layer. Then suddenly, something starts to get interesting here. You're seeing VectorDB. And I'm sure you may be wondering, how did VectorDB suddenly enter into this thing? But now the game has changed. We have now brought AI into this, and we're now trying to make life easier for a lot of people, right? And that's the beauty about AI when it is done right and responsibly. Now, basically what really happens here is that a user asks a question. Look at that user on the far right, on the bottom right. He asks a question. The question goes through the interaction layer, goes to the agent execution layer at the AI subsystem. And then you have multiple agents that are going to attend to that question and handle different pieces of the question. Now, a particular agent is talking about how can I retrieve the data for this particular request. And so it passes, it creates or rephrases or reframes the user's question into an actual actionable question and passes it to the retrieval layer. The retrieval layer now looks at embeddings that are stored in the VectorDB. These embeddings are embeddings of the semantic layer, embeddings of the metrics, embeddings of all the business ontologies, right? Basically to make sense of what is this user's request and what portions of the data do we need to retrieve this. In the retrieval layer, you also have the ability to send queries, right, in order to fetch the data. And then we pull the data that we need, and we have in between the data subsystem and the serving subsystem on the right, we have RBAC, right? RBAC is rule-based access control. What it does is that it ensures that only people who need to access a particular type of data or a particular data set or whatever it is are the only ones who are accessing it, right? And then we have the rest of the flow. Data is retrieved, the user gets their answers in conversational interaction, right? All this can happen in as low as 5 seconds to as much as maybe 1 minute, depending on the complexity of the question that you're asking. My time is going, so I will just now jump on to something very interesting. I would talk about data engineering 2.0 as a lever for implementing conversational business intelligence. We talk about data engineering a lot, but how does data engineering, or how has data engineering changed in the age of AI and in the age of conversational business intelligence? I'll talk about RAG over databases and agents in action. I want us to look at this, nice diagram or nice, definition about data engineering 2.0, and we'll talk about data engineering 2.0 involves providing data that is not only understandable for humans, but also for AI systems, right? Also for large language models. And what that simply means is that we are now in the age where AI systems are interacting with AI systems, not just not just humans interacting with systems, but even AI systems are interacting with AI systems. In the previous infrastructure I showed you different agents, right? So you have a multi-agent architecture where agents are interacting with one another. So now we have to ensure that our data engineering now, in this age, has to be able to cater for AI systems interacting with one another, where data or information is being retrieved for these systems. So now that takes us to, we're moving from ETL to something called LTE, right? And you have previously extra transform load. I'm sure we're all familiar with that. We are all data people here. And now we're moving to load, transform, and embed, right? And so you now have data coming from different sources. We load this data, we transform the data, and we embed it. Transformation is not the transformation you know in data engineering 1.0. It is now transformation in terms of we're trying to create embeddings. So we split, we chunk, and then we start to embed. We compute vector embeddings for these data sources. And when we are done with vector embeddings, what next are we trying to do? We now get into retrieval augmented generation. Basically, retrieval augmented generation is a way to fetch up-to-date or context-specific data from external data sources, right? And feed that to an LLM for an LLM to make a decision. What that simply means is that we don't want LLMs to just be spitting out information on their own. We want to augment their context and what they know by providing them with the data or the knowledge or the information that we want. And that should be the relevant information. Now, how do we apply this in a conversational BI system? We talk about RAG over databases. In the infrastructure I showed you earlier, in the architecture I showed you earlier, you would have seen something around, okay, I actually brought the data subsystem back here, right? And then you see that with RAG over databases, we're able to intelligently query the data sources using the semantic layer embeddings. Remember, I said we embed the semantic layer. So when it's time to retrieve, we ask the embeddings, the answer that we are looking for, is it available based on the semantic layer? And if it's available, then we fetch the metrics and fetch the data, right? And so a lot is happening in this architecture, and that takes us to the next major phase, which is agent interaction, right? Now, agents are autonomous systems that have to interact, right? An agent is an autonomous system designed to perform actions or make decisions on behalf of a user or on behalf of an agent. And so you now have different things that AI agents can do, but that is not my focus. And so in the context of conversational business intelligence, we have these agents coming together in a sort of multi-agent architecture where they're executing different components of the system. And so in a multi-agent architecture, right, you can have different agents. An agent is looking at the UI context. So if a business user or a non-technical user is on their screen and they're looking at a particular, a particular data source, as the mouse is being hovered on that point, an agent is capturing and observing the context and the position. And so when you ask about, tell me about this data, it knows the data you're talking about from the position of your mouse on the screen, right? That is UI context. An agent is attending to that. Another agent is attending to task decomposition, because your question could be complex. Your question could require multi-step reasoning, right? So an agent needs to decompose your tasks. And then you have agents that are going to generate metrics if the metrics are not available in the metric layer, right? And you have all these different agents interacting with one another in order to retrieve relevant context for you as an enterprise user, right? And so all these different things happen in conversational business intelligence. And so we begin to have all sorts of automations. And by the time we get to the user experience itself, it's very important for you to have a quality user experience for the end users. The truth is that conversational systems these days, we assume that people know how to ask the right questions, right? And to be honest, some people don't even know the right questions to ask. And this is where the UX needs to come in, right? In the conversational GUI part, please keep to conversational GUI for interactive analytics. And in this part, we have agents that are attending to all the things that is going on your screen, ensuring that they can actually generate the right response for you, provide visualizations, right? And any necessary thing that you need in order to be able to get your answer, right? I'll wrap up with talking about AI UX and the future of enterprise knowledge discovery before I hand it over to David. So very quickly, right? I already talked about UX, and UX is very key and important, right? You need to be able to craft quality user experiences, and the future of enterprise knowledge discovery rests on quality user experience for AI systems, right? Where you are not only able to ask about past data, but you can even ask, make projections for me, right? And then somewhere in the pipeline, it spins up a machine learning model. It asks you to come back maybe in 1 hour, and then automatically validation is done, right? Auto machine learning is done, and your answers are generated, right? Within just that amount of time, as opposed to waiting for days for models to be ready to make predictions for you. So this takes us from just conversational analytics to knowledge discovery, to predictive insights, and to automated decision making. And that is how I see the future of enterprises using BI and augmenting BI with knowledge discovery at scale. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Zion, for that enlightening talk on enterprise knowledge discovery in the age of generative AI. For sake of time, we're not able to take questions live, so we'll have opportunity to network, so you can always meet the speakers and network with them to ask questions you may have. Right away, we'll be going down to our next sponsorship session. We'll be inviting ProHub to come up for their sponsorship session right away. Please, let's clap for our sponsors. I hope they came with giveaway. Your weak points. I'll put them on the spot. It's not intentional. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Juliet Jayola. I'm from ProHub. Okay. Have you ever wondered how genius solutions are birthed just from answering simple questions? For instance, how can I connect to my loved ones instantly from anywhere in the world? Who can guess the answer to that question? Empty? All right, that is social media. That was the answer to that was the solution to that question. How about how can I go everywhere with the whole internet in my pocket? What's the answer to that? Smartphone. So I want to ask you, how do you get your creative solution into the hands of your end users? ProHub. So who are we? Yes. So we are an innovative creative platform where we design websites and we also build mobile applications that are data-driven. Underline that. All right. And from our platform, we've launched a series of different platforms. One of it is Trophy Host. What is Trophy Host? Trophy Host is a web hosting platform where you can buy your domain name and host your website on the platform. And it is very, very easy to use. And guess what? You can also pay with your Nigerian card. Now, aside that, we have code.ng. Code.ng is a URL shortener where you can shorten your long URL if you want to share. And the catch there is that you can earn from those links that you share. For every link you shorten, and the more people that get to view that link, you earn from that. We also have Stratali. Now, Stratali is a blockchain platform where you get to tokenize your reward assets. We also have AdNaira. AdNaira is a marketing platform where we encourage users to get paid for every action they do on the internet. For instance, you cannot just watch adverts for free. We'll pay you for watching adverts, or we pay you for installing apps on your phone. So almost everything we do on ProHub is always encouraging users to earn more money, no matter how little it is, right? So we are here today at that's our booth. You can come and meet us to inquire more about what we do. Thank you. Also, a quick way to do that is to start by scanning that link. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ProHub. We'll be going very quickly to our next session, DatafestAfrica. What's going on? Sorry? Okay, so this is the last session before the break. So after this session, which is going to take like 10 minutes, we'll be having our break. Does that work? Okay, so there's going to be a break, a 40-minute break just after this session, and it's going to take 10 minutes. So our next session is by Moonshot, and we'll have the CEO of Moonshot come up. Is a representative, Mohammed Mustafa. He'll be representing Moonshot to have this session. Please, let's give him a round of applause.
Hello, everyone. I promise I won't spend up to 10 minutes, because I think anything I'm about to say will not enter anybody's ear. So I would make it very short. So I'll start by asking this question. Who believes America is the greatest country in the world? Please, I just need a show of hand. If you believe America is the greatest country in the world. Okay, I'm seeing some hands. All right. America themselves, they believe they are the greatest country in the world, but according to data, available data, in terms of quality of life, research, and every other thing, America does not even, in some of these criteria, they are not in the top 3 or top 5. My company is called Moonshot. I am aware most of you know Moonshot by Cabal. So I want to tell you that we are not Moonshot by Cabal. Moonshot by Cabal is an event, it's an annual tech event, while Moonshot is a media platform. And we believe Nigeria and African tech story is just getting started. And we want to be at the forefront of amplifying and telling those compelling stories. Among here today, I believe there are people that will build products that would have amazing impact, not just in Nigeria or in Africa, but to the rest of the world. And at Moonshot, as a tech media platform, we want to be able to be at the forefront of telling those stories that would shape the African tech landscape. because we believe storytelling has a significant way of impacting our lives. There is a quote I want to share. There is a quote that says that if you want to destroy a nation, poison their story. Today, I want to believe that we are all Nigerians and we are aware of how and what is happening in the country. But I believe storytelling can inspire and change our attitudes towards not just being a good citizen, but also building a country that we all will be proud of. You can find us online on LinkedIn, Instagram, and Twitter at Moonshot. So please, I just want to encourage us to see Nigerian tech space as a story that is evolving and is just getting started, and we want to be able to tell those stories so that we can inspire those that are coming behind us that the future can be brighter than it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our sponsor, for that session. So, yeah, it's lunchtime. DatafestAfrica. It's fine. We are hungry, so no stress. Online audience, yeah, we are going out for our lunch right now, and that will last for about 30 minutes. So, okay, it's fine. Take your 40 minutes. So it's going to last for 40 minutes. Please, let's just be back and seated within that 40 minutes. There's lunch provided by Eden Live, and it is at a very, very discounted rate. So you can just go to the stand, purchase your food at a very, very discounted rate. For all the speakers in the house that spoke this morning, please, we have a special place for you in the speaker booth, just opposite the door, opposite this entrance. A special place for you. So every speaker, lightning talk, every speaker who has spoken on this platform, so just go to the speaker booth for your lunch. Thanks so much, everyone. Don't forget to tweet as you're eating. See you in 40 minutes' time. Hello. All right, so for those of us who bought VIP tickets, and have and yes, know what I mean, and have access to lunch via your ticket, just go to Eden Live stand, show them your ticket, and voila. Do you understand? Very well, man. Nice.
Can we change our tickets? When was the VIP ticket?
VIP tickets, just go to the food court, the food place, and show them your card, your tickets, whatever you have. They would attend to you.
Tell them now they are going to meet you. So, intro, give an intro, ask and I hope you start at the same time. You want to see what you comment or something. Those kind of things. Then listen to what the participant or sponsor about
Is it small chops you bought?
I'll stick to that one is to the small chops without.
video, please.
Eh?
Tell you what, picture.
Let's do standing.
We don't need chair now. Maybe it's personal now. Let me face her. It's not better to use this one. So Luna.
This is the mic you're using.
Okay.
Right? You'll not be able to hear what you're saying, but don't worry, just keep talking.
Alright.
Make your interviews, have an exchange. Do you understand?
so
I need you to say, because
Please,
just, we have to
use the stage. Yeah, we like to use the stage. We want to use the stage.
Yeah, exactly. So, alright, we have to. Yeah, so that. Any amount. When we are ready, I'll tell you. To make the intros, ask out. Once you are done, go back. You get that?
Hello, good afternoon, and
He said we can't hear, so it will be like that.
okay, I think it was giving me a camera. Okay. We are live at DatafestAfrica Africa 2024. My name is Bella, and we have a participant here with us. Hello, what's your name?
I can use this? Yeah. I'm Shama. I'm heading data team in Omni Retail.
Okay, so please, where are you from?
I'm from India, but I've been in Africa for the past 5 years.
Are you just coming to Lagos for the first time for this event? So you've been in Lagos?
I'm half Nigerian, you can say that.
Okay, so far, how has DataFest been this year?
Yeah, so I have been, this is the second time I'm hearing about Data Fest, but this is the first time I'm here. And I'm amazed by looking at the people around, by looking at the kind of importance being given to AI, because we have many companies and startups who give importance to data. And seeing the kind of the way Africa is moving, the way Nigeria is moving with data, it's amazing. So DataFest is doing really a good job, where I get to see many good companies, many good people, talents. Great.
So what's that one thing you have taken from this event, from the morning session so far? What's that one thing you've taken already?
Africa is getting ready, Nigeria is getting ready with data, so it's going to be a data world.
So you're enjoying it? Are you enjoying it? The total feel, everything. How are you enjoying it?
enjoying to the most. I'm looking forward. I think DataFest should do such things very often. Yeah.
So we hope to see you next year.
Definitely. Maybe I'll be one of the speakers next time.
Oh, that would be nice. Thank you so much, Shama, for coming. You're still live. We are still here live at DatafestAfrica Africa 2024, and it has been a really exciting event. Like, a lot of excitement has been going on. So I hope you are following online. Don't miss any second.
What else do you need? Do you need another person? So we need another person, right?
The other
So you hold, yeah, the other person.
Yes.
So
Maybe I
participants.
thought you got someone else.
So we need participants, sponsors. So because they are live already.
Okay.
But currently, this was showing.
Okay,
So if you can, whatever you are saying here, whatever you are saying here is what's going on live. So when this next person comes, just give him this mic. So yeah, you do the intro. Here's another participant or sponsor.
Okay.
Have what to say. You
Okay.
get?
All right.
So just stay with me. Huh? So where is the other person? Can you approach?
No, there was someone that...
Meet the participants. Can randomly meet. No, but you have to give just
No, don't worry.
You need a chair. So that we don't get too bored. So while they are finding someone, so you can just tell them you are expecting or what you want to give back, how have you been learning, share with us what you are learning. Share. You have some experience. Yeah, but at the
Okay,
same time,
I can do it.
What's been your experience? So where do you think of?
Okay. No, see.
What do you want to do?
Please don't move out. Be together.
Alright. Hi, good afternoon.
Can you
So we are going to face the camera. It's a virtual interview. We are live.
virtual,
right?
you are live.
We're going to be asking you some questions. Right? So you just answer. Are you participant of this event?
Yeah.
Or a sponsor? You want them? Okay, let's come down.
Should we come down?
Yeah.
No, they won't be audible. You won't hear yourself.
But they are
The
hearing
crowd
you online. No, the crowd is
The
not
crowd
hearing
won't hear you.
Please come down here.
The crowd is not hearing
The
you.
crowd is not going to hear you. Alright. So come down to our level. Alright.
Are we good?
Alright, so I'll give you the key.
No need now, because she's holding this. It's just this. Okay.
My experience.
So we are still live at DataFest, and we have another participant here. Hello, my name is Bella. Faith, is this your first time at the? It's your first time. So how did you hear about DatafestAfrica?
Today is my friend that introduced this DatafestAfrica, and today is my first time.
So far, how has your experience been since morning?
It has been an amazing one. So.
Okay, what's that one thing you've taken away so far from all the speakers and all the panelists?
Actually, I just entered.
So yeah, let's come on.
Let's come on.
All right, so get to network, meet people, and that's one important thing of being here. Don't waste this opportunity. So learn. You will learn a lot, okay? So thank you so much for coming. I hope you come for DataFest 2025. All right, thank you so much. Have a wonderful time, Faith.
Bye-bye.
Welcome. Good afternoon. This is
Thank you, Doctor.
What's up?
So she's going to be interviewing, having some conversations. And this is live, it's going live already. So it's a live, it's not like recorded, so it's going live already. So have that conversation.
A participant.
A partner.
A partner. Hello, and we have a partner here with us. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Bella. Please, can we meet you?
Good afternoon. My name is Mohammed.
Mohammed, please, who are you with?
I am with Moonshot, and we are a partner with Datafest Africa.
All right, so what's Moonshot? Moonshot, what do they do?
Moonshot is a tech media platform, and what we basically do is we amplify African tech innovations through storytelling.
All right, so is this your first time here?
Yes, this is my first time here, and both as an attendee and as a partner to DatafestAfrica. Africa.
Okay, so as an attendee, what's that one thing you've taken away so far?
One thing I would say so far I've taken from this event is community.
Community. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much. I hope we'll see you again at Datafest Africa 2025.
Definitely. We hope to continue to be a partner with Datafest Africa, and in the future, we'd like to do this again.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Mohammed, for coming. Have a wonderful time.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Soft drink.
Because now there's nothing to post for social media.
The next interview, so you stay here. The interview will stay here so that we can see your eyes. Because the man is taller than you, quite taller, so that even though the person is short, we can see the eye on your eye. So you will stand here, then the person will stand here. Thank you very much.
All right, you get right, sir.
No, not right now. Not right now. Yeah, I'm busy. We are using it too.
So we just do consistency like that. Or you can meet up with everybody. But you cannot live there, that's the issue. Yeah. You cannot be moving the camera.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Aminat.
Yeah?
Good afternoon.
No, it's not Aminat. This is Ramat. Yes. And I don't know the question.
Just please. Hi, we have another participant. Say hi,
Hello.
Ramat. My name is Bella. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm fine.
So, is this your very first time here?
Yes, actually.
So, how did you hear about the Datafest Africa?
Once you see yourself on the screen, you are live.
Can you hold on? So, I need. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Bella. Can we meet you?
I'm Ramat.
Okay, are you a data analyst, a scientist, an engineer, machine
Data
learning?
analyst.
You're a data analyst. How has that been? How has that been?
No, I'm just like a beginner.
Okay. So, are you part of the community, the Data Community Africa? Have you joined the community?
Yes, actually, yes.
Okay.
Just joined.
So, your experience so far, is this your first time here?
Yes, it's my
Your
first time.
How did you hear
Yes.
about DatafestAfrica Africa?
From my friend.
Your friend? Is she
Yes.
here?
Yes.
He? Is
She.
there? She, okay. So, how's your experience been?
It's
What have you
actually
gotten from it
nice.
since morning?
Like, I've learned a lot.
You've learned a lot. What's
Yes,
that
this
one
is-
thing you've learned that you know it will stick forever?
Okay, there's one particular sponsor that delivered a speech, and that was one thing that I actually hold on to. That's not to skip the basics.
Okay.
So in whatever you are doing, do not skip the basics.
All right. Have you gotten a chance to network? Have you met people? How many people have you met so far? New people? Have you exchanged
Not
contacts?
actually. No, none at the moment.
That's one thing. That's something you need to do.
Okay.
That's why there's Datafest Africa. You
Yeah.
have to network. Basically,
Okay.
don't know it's going to help you tomorrow.
I will surely do that.
Yeah. So we are on break. You can actually network right now. What do you think?
No problem.
All right,
I'm
so-
networking with you already.
Right. You
Yes.
are. So are we going to see you next year? 2025?
Yes, by God's grace.
All right. Now, so is there more things that you want to get from this particular event?
Not actually, but I'm expecting more though.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much,
Thank
Ramat,
you.
for coming.
Thank
Do enjoy
you.
your time.
Thank
Remember
you.
to network
No
and join the
problem.
community.
Thank
You
you.
will
All
regret
right.
it. All right now.
Thank you.
Bye.
Who's the last person? No, I'm asking if you guys have the last, because we are struggling seeing your faces online. You are pretty much just blocking. Then she herself will post her face. So if there's another person, let's pick how the city. No, it's fine where you are. It's just the.
They had the chair for the interview. I want them to bring it here before. Then we'll use the other camera here. Since they said they wanted to use it. But the man that was giving suggestion that they should use it, didn't later bring the chair. And they were just rushing.
Because this thing is going
The
on.
chair would have shown their face when they sit like beside us.
The least. No, you are fine where you are. The person needs to stand and face the camera. Even if it's not face the camera. So for example, you also will just turn your face.
You know what? She has one more person. They told that before that we should make sure that she's facing the camera. So even the picture of the parents, I think that question of
Joshua is on drugs. Push him.
Where?
You were here.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
In as much as she's the one asking the questions, you are facing us.
I'm facing where? No, I'm facing the camera.
Yes.
You on where?
Yes, it's on. Good afternoon.
Huh?
It's on.
Okay, what's your name?
Bella.
You didn't give me one of those things. How would they hear me? No, one of those.
Oh, yeah. Where is the site spending? It's spending.
Huh?
It's spending.
What's pending? No, am I not going to use that? I don't need this.
Let me give him. Oh, no, give him. I should give him my own okay.
No, I don't know if I need it or not. Do I need it?
No, no need it.
Yeah, I don't need it. Okay. So when are we going to start?
They'll give us signal.
Huh?
They'll give us a signal.
So I'll just be looking.
Already. Yes. Hi, good afternoon, sir.
Hi, good afternoon.
My name is Bella. Please, can we meet you?
My name is Ade Tokumbo Ajibola, CDMP, DCMA, CDMC. I am the founder and CEO of Beckley Data Strategist, a company I founded a few years ago after spending over 2 decades in the industry, working in data management and data governance across many industries. I also achieved the highest office, the Chief Data Officer with the Saudi Data and Artificial Intelligence Authority in Saudi Arabia, where I was CDO.
Okay, so Beckley is one of the sponsors of DatafestAfrica. Africa. So is this your first time here at DatafestAfrica? Africa?
No, actually, it's my second time here.
Your second time.
Yeah.
So is there anything that we've done differently from last year? Was it last year?
Yes, I was here last year. I think what we've done differently, obviously, you've tried to use technology. This year I think you've split it into kind of two offering where you have the virtual and then you have the on-site. So I think yesterday was virtual. So I think that is great. A lot of people, I believe, have left Nigeria since the one that took place last year. Abu, for example, who is one of the founding members of the DataFest, which is great. I think the other thing that you probably have done is you've also tried to use a smaller venue, which I think is also great. You are working smart, and I think that's the way the world is going. So well done.
So Beckley, what is Beckley? What do you do at Beckley?
Beckley is a consulting, training and recruitment firm. We specialize and major in data management and data governance. And the reason we specialize in this is what I have personally done for over 2 decades. So what I'm doing now is, apart from the consulting work I do for organizations, I started training, people of color, especially those who either want to leave Africa or those who are already in Africa. I started training them just before the pandemic, giving them the skills of a data governance manager, data quality manager, providing them the opportunity to be able to become certified in CDMP. It's a certification that only about 9,000 people in the world has. And I'm really, really proud to be able to say that at least 2,500 of that number are the people that I have put through that training, black people, people of color like me, because usually when I used to go to conferences in the UK, I don't see people who look like me. So I started training people, empowering them and helping them to get jobs. And some of them are earning up to £850 per day. They're living a better life. So we are not waiting for a seat at the table anymore. Beckley Data Strategies is building the seat for people. We're not waiting, we're building our own.
Yeah, I like that. I like that so much. So how does DatafestAfrica Africa and Beckley align? How do they align? What made you to sponsor DatafestAfrica Africa?
Oh, okay. I mean, my alignment to DatafestAfrica Africa really is, I think, firstly, is about the generation, and then secondly, the fact that what motivates me is to see black people, people of color like me, to do well. And this is why I started training in the first instance, rather than focusing on my consulting, business, which is already thriving. I see that what you guys are doing is you're trying to empower young people. You're trying to empower people who look like me, not just in anything, but in data, which is really where the future is.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for coming to DatafestAfrica Africa and for sponsoring. Hope we'll see you next year.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure, and I look forward to coming again next year, unless Jesus Christ comes back before then.
Thank you, sir. Have a wonderful time, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. You don't want to give me...
Are we through? We are done now.
Yeah, we're done.
Hello, everyone. Hello. I can dance now. I even have energy. Sir. You can play the music. I've eaten. So you can all come back. We all have energy right now. We are good. Yes. Please, let's begin to come in. We're about to start the second half of this session, or the second session of the day. Can we begin to settle down, please? I will not dance well. I was just joking. You say? Hello, everyone. Those of us over there, we're about to begin the next session. Would like us to just begin to settle down. We're going to have one more session of networking. So please, like us just settle down, have a seat, so we can go into our next expert session. Hello, please, can we come back to our seats? We are beginning the next session. You can pick that one, like that one game, then I want to keep right. That thing. You choose from life. And then the energy that is carrying. What energy is the one more?
So we can do that other game.
Which one? Yes, that's that. Yes. Let's just get him. All right, so this one.
Can we have our seats already? The session is about to start. Lunch is over.
Please, let's come in. I know our energy is high, but we have eaten now and there's energy, so let's just tone down a bit.
This is not the time for pictures, I think.
We're going to have that time.
Yes.
If you're right.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. We're going to have that time. So guys, please let's come in. Let's come in. Let's come in.
Our next
have your
session is about to
seats.
start.
There'll be an opportunity to sit down and network again. But right now, I want everybody to come in. Those of us who are outside, if you can hear us, please let's begin to come in. We're about to go into our next section. All right, please, we need everyone inside, and we have lots of stuff to win in this session, so just we need everyone to settle down. Those of us networking over there, let's just sit down for this session. We are going to have opportunity to network again. Please, 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 we'll start right away.
Guys at the photo booth, the next session is about to start. Please let's get seated.
Please let's settle down. DatafestAfrica. You're eating. You have energy now. I expect a better energy. Please. Let's come in, let's come in, let's come in.
You don't want to be left behind. The next session
At
is about
all.
to start.
You don't want to miss the train.
The train is about to move.
Go in. Please, everyone. DJ, please, we don't want the music. The music is giving them energy. Please, let's settle down. We are jumping in right now. We are jumping in right now. Data first. Data first. You have eaten, no.
Africa is not African. We need to do better. Data first. We're not ready.
At all, we are not ready. You said?
Please, it's time to continue with the next session.
Oh, table manners. I see. I see. I can count the number of people that are eating. They are not much. They are like less than 1% of people here. So, those of us at the door, please, let's come in. We have our online audience already, and we'll be kicking off right away. All right, thank you so much. I think we're good to go. We have some quietness. We are going to proceed right away. We'd like our next speaker to just be on standby as we'll be jumping next to our expert session. They're not ready. Data first. General, please, we need everybody out of the photo booth for now, please. Thank you, General. All right, so while we are settling down, we can give it now? Yes, so we know your weak point, so we have come with something for you.
We know that your weak point is food. And yes, food. Because when I talked about lunch, everybody was excited all of a sudden. So food and giveaways. So once it's time to win merch, we'll see everybody up and excited. So we want to have a quick, light game. If you are not here, I'm sorry.
You snooze, you lose.
Yeah, you're about to lose. But we're about to have a quick light game. We want to see how well everyone has been following. How many of us have actually been taking notes? Like we advised at the beginning. Like you actually took notes. I'm not seeing a lot of hands. That's surprising.
They will say it's table manners.
People at that side, they don't have notepad. How many of us have actually been taking notes? Wow, okay. Okay, so for people that have been taking notes, we're about to find out if that is true. We'll be asking some questions based on the sessions that we have had. So different sessions that the different speakers have given.
And you stand a chance.
You stand a chance. David, do you want to tell them what they're about to win? Maybe to motivate them. Let's give them some motivation. Let's go.
You stand a chance to win different categories. You could win as little as 5,000 naira worth of data.
So we know that everybody is learning one thing or the other. And to support your learnings, your subscriptions, we'll be giving out a certain amount worth of data to different people. But then you have to answer the questions before you can win anything.
And it's more than that.
Exactly.
As I said, at least. So, yeah.
Yes. So it just gave you a snippet into what you can win, right? So the game we are going to have now, I'm going to say something. I'm going to make a claim. This is not two truths and a lie, but it's similar. So I'm going to make a claim, and then you just have to tell me which of the speakers said that in their session. Are we good? I don't like the energy. Are we good? All right.
Wow, nice.
See what I said?
They sound motivated.
What is food? And it's giveaway. People are energized all of a sudden.
They are ready.
No, voila. Okay. So, my first claim. I need motivation. It's not only you that needs motivation. No, that's not good enough. I need motivation. I'll go and sit down. I'm not getting the right motivation.
Please motivate Ife, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Data first.
Yeah.
Okay. So my first claim is young African engineers have the unique opportunity to drive transformative AI solutions tailored to the continent's diverse challenges. By focusing on local context, leveraging open source tools. I'm already seeing hands. People should let me land. Wait, calm down. Calm down. By
No
focusing
chorus
on
answer,
local
you will not win.
By focusing on local context and leveraging open source tools and committing to continuous learning, they can build AI technologies of the future that will truly make an impact. Which of the speakers said this?
All right, I saw his hand first, so I'll just go over to him.
That guy has been raising up his hand
Yes,
even
yes,
before I
yes. He's
stop.
motivated.
Wow.
Good afternoon. My name is Periculum Oshundia. So Ayokunle Omoni said that.
That's how you know someone that took notes. See, I was looking at his phone. Please, let's give him a round of applause.
What's your name, please?
Thank you so much. So, are we ready for my next claim? There's only one person that is answering. Are we ready for my next claim? Okay. So, my next claim: no business can be sustained without tools, people, and efficient processes. Which of the speakers said this? I want a lady this time. No business can be sustained without tools, people, and efficient processes. Which of the speakers said this?
Professor Undubisi.
Please, can we give her a round of applause?
You went to a lady. Why? There were more men raising up their hands. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Should we do one more? See, when it comes to giveaway, your voices will be loud. Okay, so the last one of the speakers said, lead with value and place trust at the center. Which of the speakers said this? Lead with value and place trust at the center. I'm coming over to that side. So one lucky person from that side. Lead with value and... I don't like it. Lead with value and place trust at the center.
Jinya Ukechini. I don't know how to pronounce her surname, but it's Jinya.
Well, she pronounced her name very clearly. So if you don't know how to pronounce her name, whose fault is that? Should we give him? Should we give him?
Let's give him.
He knows the person. Okay. So we have Dr. Jania Okwechime. She was the one that made that claim. So it seems like we actually have a lot of people that are writing things down. Can we give a round of applause for ourselves?
You won.
Thank you so much. So, right about now, we'll be going into our next session, which is our expert session by Chuks Unwachuku. Do we have Chuks Unwachuku ready? Oh, great. So, we'll be talking about transforming healthcare, AI's role in the future of healthcare. Please, a round of applause for Chuks as he comes up.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chukwemeka Wachuku, and I'm very happy and elated to be here today and to speak on the topic, AI's role in the future of healthcare. I've listened to all the speakers this morning, and very wonderful and brilliant rendition, wonderful speeches, and very, very resourceful and very, very mind-blowing. And not to flog on what has been said or what my other speakers has already said, I just need to only pinpoint on AI's role in healthcare, which is very, very predominant, which is something which we need in our climate, which we need here in Nigeria, especially because the ability for us to automate the way the health system works would really, really improve, the economy, would really, really improve our health, and also underlying sicknesses here. And yeah. So, yeah, like I introduced myself, Chukwemeka Wachuku. I'm a digital project manager with the University Hospital of Derby and Bolton, NHS England, which is based in Derby, in the Midlands in the United Kingdom. My topic is very, very particular to my role. As a digital project manager, I manage projects in which we deliver on how the healthcare system is being improved in the UK. So the NHS stands for the National Health System, which is a public service used by every individual unless you want to go private. So that being said, I will go into the agenda of today's topic. So we're talking about how AI is being used in healthcare, practical strategies for integrating AI into healthcare. It's very important because we need to talk about the data analytics levels. We need to also talk about the risk. I mean, the adoption or integration of AI doesn't come without risk. It has to. And there will be challenges. There will be ethical concerns. There will be considerations. And we'll also look at the future potential. And I mean, I'm happy to take a Q&A, one or three questions. So how is AI being used in healthcare? We're talking about early detection. I mean, in this early detection, I have a picture to really show this. But that picture is in the next slide, but I wouldn't want to preempt you yet. But in early detection, okay, could you please go to the next slide? Could you please go to the next slide so I could discuss about this? So how many of you saw this tweet some 10 days ago? Yeah, very few hands. So on the 8th of October, Nikias made a tweet and he said, "My Apple Watch Series 10 detected my grandmother's atrial fibrillation today using the ECG feature. She's now at the hospital and receiving the care she needs. I still can't believe it." That is how AI, that is how technology marvels us and at the same time doing what we humans can do. So this is Nikia's granny, who is about 94 years. I mean, she's got the Apple series. That could be a 9 or a 10. I'm not too sure now, right? So because she's wearing that watch, which at the same time shows her, right, her blood pressure, glucose level, and whatnot, ECG and everything, how many steps she's taking a day, that detection is there already. So if she's got a high blood pressure, the watch is already triggering and the ambulance is being called. At the same time, there is a detection and there is a diagnosis. So if you go previously before the slide for the picture, right? Before that, yeah. So the early detection and diagnosis, which is one, for instance, the watch, and there's a latest version of the AirPod which Apple has made. And now this version helps you or serves as a hearing aid. I mean, before now, the latest one used to be the AirPod serves as noise cancellation. So, I mean, a few years back, we've seen people crushed to death because of an unmoving car, hitting them because they blocked their ears with the AirPod or the earpiece or whatever they're using to play music or listen to a podcast or something. And by then, they're not hearing anything. And even when the car is honking at you, you can't hear it. But Apple has really made it to be very easy for you, noise cancellation. And now it works as a hearing aid. So you could just wear your AirPods, you're not listening to anything. But you could pick up footsteps. You could pick up the background noise and everything coming up. So that's the latest feature of the AirPod. And that's the detection there and the diagnosis. There's a personalized treatment plan, which AI is being used now. So let's say, for instance, 4 months ago, so each time I go into the shop, let's say Tesco, Sainsbury, Lidl, one of the big shops, or let me say, for instance, if I'm going into ShopRite, and I'm always using my prepaid card to shop. For instance, I'm buying chocolates and I'm buying cookies. So I was always going into this shop, Tesco, to buy chocolates and cookies to give my nephew, to give my nephew who always wants to get something from me. So it's happened on a weekly trend. And for some reason, I was now seeing adverts, cookies of diabetes on my phone. Diabetes on my phone. And I was like, what's happening? And I had to ring Tesco, and I was like, I'm not happy with the ad you're showing me. I mean, what's with all this diabetes and all that? So they had to explain to me that because I've been swiping my card at the till, and they found out that there is a regular product I always buy from them, which is the chocolate. And it's showing me that in 4 or 5 years to come, I might be prone to diabetes. That is just it. And I was like, okay, but how do you know I'm the one taking the chocolate? It's just a little boy of 2 or 3 years, not me. But I've just passed the message. Do you understand me? That's the personalized treatment plan and all that. So with that being said, if such trend is being picked up with my card and at some point it gets hold of my health system or health record, my doctor will call me and my doctor will start asking what's wrong, right? So AI uses the algorithm. So each time I go to visit my doctor, he has my health record, right? And each medicine or each medication I buy from the pharmacy, because I can't just go to the pharmacy and I get a medicine on the counter unless it's paracetamol or, let's say, a lesser pain relief. But every other medication, it has to be prescribed for you. And for every medication you get, it's being documented in your health record. So with that being said, a personalized treatment plan will come from all those medications you've been having, right? The lifestyle you live. Now, the lifestyle has been detected. I always buy chocolates. And now it's telling me in 4 to 5 years' time, I'm having diabetes, right? All those patterns, everything there makes up that personalized treatment plan. So they're already building a treatment plan for me in the 2nd year or in the 3rd year, leading to that 4th year, which is very, very mind-blowing. But at the same time, that data is biased because I'm not the one who is consuming that, but they've already prepared that for me, right? We'll come to the ethical concerns, which I will also pinpoint at this example. We're talking about the predictive analysis for preventive care. So that data needs to be trained, right? So the ability to train that data to say, oh, Chooks is not the one consuming that, right? To make sure that algorithm is right is a very important figure, and that is how AI is being used. Drug discovery for people who want to go into genomics and all that. I mean, these are studies we've made. AI helps you to alter genetics, get those drugs, drug discovery. And in drug discovery, you could know the toxicity of a medication, right? How toxic that medication is. You could edit the gene. You could train that model to make sure that you're preparing for the future. So if there's an outbreak of Ebola coming now, AI could be able to predict that Ebola will be coming in the next 2 to 3 years because that model has been trained. And what causes Ebola? If, let's say, a 1,000 number of people goes into the healthcare and they have this medical condition, which is very prone to Ebola, they'll also check their travel plans. And if it matches with places where this disease is very, very rampant, it also triggers that. And we talk about patient experience. And in that, you're having an example, EPR. So EPR is electronic patient record, or BadgerNet, right? So BadgerNet is an example we gave ours in the hospital where I work, which is the project I delivered as a digital project manager. So, like I said, if I ring up my doctor, the first thing the secretary asks me is, what's your NHS number? Like, what is my health number, my health record number? And when I mention that number, on the screen of the secretary, I'm privy to this information because I work behind the scene. So it's not that they're privacy, but just to let you know how these records are being used. So the first thing the secretary or the doctor asks me is, what's the NHS number? And when I say it, he is seeing, first of all, have I got the record to be in that country? Or have I got access to free medical care? Or have I got any underlying health condition? Or have I got any previous medication which I'm taking? All those are being listed. All those have been listed before him because there is an electronic patient record. What beside you, you go to a hospital in Nikeja or wherever in the mainland or in the island, and you go to the hospital or you go to the maternity and you get a card, they give you a card and all that, and they tell you to come back next 2 weeks with that card for your next section. And going back home that day and Rem beats you mercilessly. What's your future? What's the hope for you? So why we need patient experience, why we need AI to be utilized in this area is because we want it to be automated, we want it to be digitized, right? So that's scenario whereby we could have people who could build something like an EPR for our hospitals here will make a very much bold experience, will make a very much similar use, other than allowing us to go to the hospital with our cards or with, let's say, leaflets and papers, which could be destroyed or which could be carelessly mistaken. But just having that synchronized number will help you. I know we have the NHS IS here, which is the health insurance scheme, but it's not enough for everybody, and not everybody is on that scheme here in Nigeria, right? Healthcare data management, right? So because of all this data is being collected, right, by the hospital, by the government, by the agencies where you signed up, this data needs to be managed. And just me mentioning that number, right, all this information is before the screen of the user. And to manage this data is very efficient, and that's why you need AI to be utilized in that area. We're talking about robotic surgery. I mean, China has built 3,000-bed hospital, which is being managed by robots, right? Not we build, not is going to build. China has built, right? Imagine going to the hospital and that robot walks to you, and maybe they're performing a surgery on you, and imagine the robot telling you to turn aside for them to like cut you open, and you refuse. Okay, you must turn, no? Do you understand? So, but I'm joking, but that's not what the robot will do. But imagine yourself being operated by a robot, right? I'm telling you, a 3,000-bed hospital. Google that, you'll find it. So, who is training that robot? Who is training that model? I mean, a lot of LLP, language processing, LLMs, and all that. So, the ability to train this model, to get the right algorithm, to get the right model is very important. And these are ways where AI is being used in healthcare, right? So after this, we're having this picture which I've shown you, and I think, okay, the slide is not going nowhere. So practical strategies to integrate AI in healthcare. The first thing, which is we have to involve clinicians in AI design. Very, very important. Right? You can't be building AI for healthcare and you're not involving medical doctors, psychologists, nurses, and clinical oncologists, and every other person. It's very, very rude to the profession to ignore them, and it's very, very foolish to not build this system without the health professionals. It's just like, I mean, you're having an education minister who only knows something about sports, or you're having a minister of engineering who knows nothing about engineering structures. I mean, you're just preparing yourself for ruin and damage. So you need to involve clinicians in AI design. The clinicians need to impute what they understand, how best they want this to be done, which is the first step. There has to be that human partnership amongst everybody, both the government, both the clinicians, both the private sector, I mean, whoever is bringing the fund, and the academia too, because that forms part of the research. I mean, a gentleman spoke here today about how to research from anywhere, right, in AI and also in machine learning. I mean, he talked about this. So that partnership needs to be there. There needs to be training and education. So when you involve these clinicians, because they are new to this sector, you have to really train them. You have to educate them. You have to also retrain them. You need to leverage on cloud computing, right? I mean, move away from on-premise to on-cloud, right? If you're used to having all your documents on paper, like, let's go search his record from 1999, they're going to bring out a file, dust it, you know, clean everywhere for it. It has to end, because if you keep doing it that way, you lose data and so many ethical concerns surrounding that. You need to also leverage on edge computing. So in edge computing, I mean, you could allow a device to use that network remotely at the edge of the network or on-premise. I mean, there needs to be continuous improvement, right? For you to utilize AI well, to model an algorithm, there has to be continuous improvement. You need to retrain that model so well. You need to get feedback loops from the user, from the design. I mean, if you're really into software development lifecycle, you understand the stages from alpha stage, beta, to release and all that. There has to be post-deployment monitoring, which is simply, right, management. You need to always maintenance, which is very important. You need to address the ethical concerns. I mean, when I ring up my doctor or when I ring up whoever that has access to this information in front of their screen, how well do they use this information? Are they selling it to someone, right? Who is behind this? Who has access to all these levels and all these tiers of my information? The quality of the data has to be accurate. When I mentioned about going to the shop to buy that chocolate, right? That wasn't my data, but because of my card was used, automatically they are preparing that for me, or preparing for me to come into the hospital and say I am diabetic, but it won't happen, right? There has to be an AI governance team, right? For you to have AI in place, there has to be a governance team, and which we talk about in the policies which every government has. Because in this governance team, you talk about the ethics, you talk about how well this can be utilized and who uses it, and areas where it could be funded also. And we talk about the data analytics levels, I mean, which is the 4 levels of data analytics, and which is very important to AI development. We're talking about the descriptive analytics, which is what happened. In this area, you're talking about, or you're observing or reporting. Now you're observing this data and you're looking at it. I mean, that period of observation, what happened, why, and all that, you also need to report it. You're talking about the diagnostic analysis, which is where you question, why did this happen, right? Ask the why, question the data. So you're not just observing now, reporting like you did in descriptive. You're now questioning the data. Why is this so, right? Why did it happen? When did it happen? And all that. So the next step, you're talking about the predictive analysis, where you're predicting. You're predicting the algorithm. You've trained it to say, oh, in future, in the next 3 or 4 years, it might tend to go this way, right? In predictive analysis, you're having the machine learning, you're having the AI, you're having the algorithms. All 3 of them are synergizing. So this is where the data science comes in place. So for data scientists, the predictive analysis is always the core of what they do. And you're having the prescriptive analysis, which is the powerful and the final stage, right? So this is where the data says, this is what it should be. How can we make it happen? You're now making a recommendation. You're no longer predicting. You're saying this is what it should be, and this is what it needs to be. So if you understand these 4 levels of data analytics, you're really understanding how well you could train a model, how well you could present data very well. And like I said, there wouldn't be AI without risk. So we need to understand that significant risk is associated with development of this new technology, right? And it's crucial for us to address and, acknowledge it. We can't just be talking about AI. What is the risk? It has to be talked about, right? I mentioned about robots coming to operate on you. What is the risk of that, right? We need to also remove that bias in our mind, right? The data had to be authentic. That data had to be authentic. I use myself an example. The data for that chocolate is not authentic because that's not my data, right? I'm just unfortunate to use my card to purchase that. The risk of generated data dominating the web, AI forgets. Take ChatGPT, for example, right? You could go on ChatGPT and you just write anything that doesn't even make sense. ChatGPT brings it out for you. How? Right? So when you see that you've written this and it doesn't make any sense, and at the end of the day, you could see that in the next 2 to 3 months, ChatGPT has released a new version, right, or has really debugged the system. That same thing you typed has been retrained, and you give a more concrete information. So which means the result it gave you 2 or 3 months does not exist anymore because AI forgets, right? The risk of disinformation and fake news. Oh, AI is taking our jobs, AI is doing this, AI is doing that. That's not true. You really need to understand that the augmentation or the way it complements what you're doing is what AI is there to do, right? The risk of disinformation is so much, and we need to significantly curtail our ability to experience the reality. It's more like a bloodline, so you need to really see through it, rather than looking like some information that is being encrypted. And there is there are so many ethical implications where we talk about the regulatory hurdles. Like I said, the government, the governance in it, you need to build an AI governance team, which I mentioned, right? The government of the day might be a stumbling block to what you want to develop, what you want to implement. There will be complexities in adopting the AI system. If you don't understand it, you don't understand it. It might sound gibberish to you. It might sound like a fairy tale because you don't understand it. And there is bias and inequality, right? So you find out that so many black people, right? You could see that there are so many bias in their health records, which could tell you that people from this part of the world are so susceptible to this particular disease because that model has been trained to see every black person having high blood pressure by the age of 30. That model is wrong. So who has really trained it? The person who is in charge. So because of the biased nature of that person, you could see that. Thank you so much. Right? Data privacy and security, very important. Right? If that data is not securely put in place, it might be in the hands of a very, very, mischievous person. It could be in the black market or wherever. I mean, months ago, we saw an investigation where our NI and BVN is somewhere in, some market, and it's very, very wrong, right? That data privacy is very important. AI and machine learning remains a black box, right? People are still trying to know what is this all about. AI and ML did not start in 2024. Neither did it start in 2015. It's been here in the 90s, but it's been always modernizing, and people are still getting to know about AI in 2024, and so will it be in 2030. Do you understand? Job displacement, right? Because yes, the technology helps you to automate. Do you get me? And at the same time, if a job needed by 10 people, you're not having only 2 or 3 people to do the job. So which is why as data analysts, scientists, or as an enthusiast in technology, always try to train and be ahead of the curve because you might be needed in any sphere of tech. There is limited access to it because of cost, barrier to entry, and so many factors. The legacy system and integration. If this is done today, or if this is being adopted by a government of this administration, with the next administration continue that. So these are the information, these are the concerns. So in terms of future potential, we talked about mental health support. So AI is being used in speech therapy training, right? So there are some comments, there are some ways where an individual might start to reason or think about, and they get triggered by their phone. So this is being carried out by a research in the Netherlands, and you could get mental health support from that, which is also AI is listening. I talked about AI and genomics. For people who want to go into drug discovery, AI is very much used in that sector. And scientists these days don't just go into the lab and spend like 20 or 24 odd hours in the lab. Now, it's no longer done that way. So assisted surgery in robotic, I've talked about that. Telemedicine and remote monitoring. You could have your doctor consulting you online without you needing to come into the hospital and all that. Smart technology. I've talked about the Apple AirPod, which is now used for as a hearing aid. We talk about your Apple smartwatch, which keeps modernizing. The Series 10 now is very fantastic and all that. So quickly, we'll go into the government regulatory initiatives, which is very important. You cannot talk about AI without talking about the ethics, and which is why the first one you're having the Nigeria's National AI Strategy, which is the one which Minister Bosun and his government has really put in place. So find that document, find that policy paper, and read through it word to word. If you're an AI enthusiast, data analyst, or whatever in tech, always know what your government has put in place for technology. It is very easy, so that we need to keep asking the right questions. We need to keep pushing the government to do what is right, to ensure that the integration of AI is in our ecosystem. I mean, you have UNESCO, the EU's AI4, and you have the OECD, which is the worldwide one. So whatever you're looking for in AI principle and ethics is contained in the OECD and all that. So every country has their EU, US, Brazil, China, and the rest of them. But most of them are voluntary organizations. And working with organizations to embed AI, right? How can we do this? Right? It could be in the regulatory industry. As a lawyer, you could work in, looking after the ethics in AI, very vast, right? Data sharing and agreements is very important because there has to be a binding document for organizations to embed this. You need to consider that it requires time, effort, and legal team to set this up. You need to also understand that it's based on trust, right? Where there is no trust, you could see that someone will be so scared or maybe skeptical to commit into this because of the ethical concerns there. There are so many countries. You're talking about the US kicking out TikTok or kicking out, you can't use WeChat in the US because the US has banned it. So they feel like China is spying on them and all that. So, and it costs China a lot of money because there are so many ethical concerns there for, because the US had to find them. So it's typically a project specific. So in AI, you're looking at a project. What are you delivering? What are you working on? So it's more like you're not just building something out of, nowhere. You have to have a project you're working on and all that. Look at the data archives. Have you got your data assets on site, or are you still on, or are you migrated on cloud? Your data may not be up to date. You have to always look into that and make sure you keep your data up to date. The research carried out in 2022, as of this year, might be upscale. That is how data is fast improving. So you might not be referring to what happened in 2022, but what is happening now, right? And most times it might be lengthy and expensive to process the infrastructure needed. Your government might not be able to go into this because it costs a lot, or there might be no return on investment on it, but which is what we need to keep improving on. And that is it. And to look at this figure, so I use the US as, let's say, an example. In the year 2023, the US recovered about 19.27 billion. They made about 19.27 billion because they adopted AI in their healthcare. And in this year, before the end of December, they are projecting 26 billion. And up to 2024, which is 10 years from now, they are estimating 630 billion into their economy because they embedded AI into healthcare. And you ask yourself, how much will AI make for Nigeria in 2024? These are the questions. But if we adopt this, it will really be there. And moving over to my last slide, within the last 50 seconds left. So AI is not just machine learning. You have to know this, right? So if you're talking about AI, machine learning is involved, but it's not just machine learning, right? Both machine learning and AI, they are not fairy dust. The person talking about it is not yarning gibberish, or the people who are involved in this is not yarning gibberish. It is part of our life now, and we have to be mindful of that. We need to balance innovation with caution. So as we are building rapidly, we need to always apply caution and know that we are building this for humans, not for animals, or not for, still objects. And it's AI, the alchemy of our times. It's the latest thing ongoing now. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chris Machuku. Thank you very, very much. Yes, right on time, right on time. Oh, wow, thank you so much. Please have a dance together for him one more time. One more time. Just before you go, sir, just before you go. Yeah, just before you go. We'd like to say thank you for this expert session. This year's Data Fest is divided into several sessions. We have lightning talks, we have the main talks, and then we have expert sessions. It's coming from NHS England, and we've heard about the use of artificial intelligence in the healthcare system. Yesterday, during the virtual session, I said that one of my key points was that for us in data, we need to see how we can start solving societal problems and applying our data knowledge in problem society. And one of the areas he has talked about today is healthcare. And for that, we'd like to appreciate him on behalf of the Data First Society. Please, can we put our hands together? We'd like to give you this award. Thank you very much, sir. Are they taking pictures? Anyone taking picture? Ife, you can. Yeah, okay, it's coming. Please, let's clap for him one more time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much for this. The organizers of DataFest, I'm happy to receive this appreciation. And just to speak to everyone, I mean, if you're building anything in technology, startup, anything where you might want my input, I'm happy to support and I'm happy to see how we can do. I mean, just reach out to me on LinkedIn or Chuks Nwachuku. You will see my round face.
Thank you very much. We will definitely reach out. Please, let's clap for him one more time, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
DataFest. DataFest.
Africa.
Are we hungry again?
They can't be hungry.
I thought you guys are foodies.
They can't
DataFest. So we are going to have an interesting session. But before then, participants of the hackathon, top 5. Are we here? I'm saying we as if I did it. Are we here? Okay, so participants of the hackathon, if you are here, I think you should move to this seat because we'll soon be getting to that bit. Participants of the hackathon, top 5, you'll be presenting. You should be at that seat. Very quickly, DataFest. I have a short story.
You like story. And if I just a second, please, I'd like the media team to put a 10 minutes time down on the clock, please. A 10 minutes time down on the clock. Thank you.
Are you ready for my story? Are you ready for my story? Oh, I should not say it. Are you ready for my story? Okay. So I have a friend that got a job opportunity from DatafestAfrica 2022. And do you know how he got that opportunity? He was one of the speakers. And then he just presented his session. And luckily for him, an employer was in his session. An employer sat right in his session. And just after that session, he got the job right on the spot, right? And that friend, this is not a lie, I'm not capping, like that guy said. I'm not capping. That friend is standing right beside me. Yeah?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. It's really interesting stuff. I think DataFest 2022, I applied as a speaker to speak on a subject. And during one of the networking sessions, a previous colleague introduced me to at the time, his current CDO. I was like, hey, meet David from here, blah, blah, blah. And that was all. While I was moving to my session, I saw the CDO and like, CDO, I'm having a session. Come to my session. Can you imagine? Yeah, and the rest, as I say, is history. Basically, we're saying that this place is an opportunity for you to not just come and hear talks. You can get value in form of jobs. You can network, meet people, and get job opportunities from here. And so I want to give us an opportunity, Ife. Just let them know.
Yes, so we want to do something very quickly, right? If you are bold enough, if you have any project that you worked on, right, and you'd like to share with us in 2 minutes, you just have 2 minutes. We're going to pick 2 people, a guy and a lady. If you have any interesting projects, again, we said that we have recruiters in this room, right?
Yeah,
and you don't know who they are. So if you have a project that you would want to talk on, something interesting that you worked on, and you're bold enough to come and share it with us, you'd have 2 minutes.
I have 1 mail already.
You have 1 mail?
I have 1 mail already.
I need a female.
A female. It doesn't have to be, you're not saving the world.
People should not fall my hand, please.
As long as
Females.
it's okay, it's interesting to you, and you can talk about it in 2 minutes. Are you raising your hand or they're helping you?
I need a female.
Then come. There's a female here. I got 1 female here. If we can do it quickly and we have more hands, that's fine.
One person. Yeah, so you can just come.
Yeah, Julius, please.
So just introduce yourself. Tell us your name. Tell us what you do. Tell us what your project was about. And let's do this.
2 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oyekomi Leko, popularly known as Coachola on LinkedIn. I work as a data trainer at DatafestAfrica. Currently, we are working on a project called BookieBot. So BookieBot is meant to be an AI solution that is going to provide customer support to our students. So which means if any student wants to know about what we do as DatafestAfrica, what courses we offer, what kind of service do we do? So they don't have to speak to the customer support directly. So what they have to do is to chat with a robot, which we call BookieBot, and then give them a response. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I missed your name, please. Oyekomi, thank you very much. He's shooting his shot. Juliet.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Juliet. I'm a data engineer. I recently concluded a project to help. Okay, so I noticed a problem in the company where I'm currently interning in, so I kind of built like an MVP to show the management. So the project was basically to help solve that problem. So each business unit have the data that they need to make decisions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Juliet. All right. I would encourage us to be bold and be brave. As they say, fortune favors the brave. So I would like to take one more opportunity. Now I have a problem of choice. Oh my God. Oh my God. What do I do? Clinton. I'm sorry. I'm not an AI. I can't choose everybody. I have to choose one.
All right, hello everyone. Hi, my name is Chibuzo Nwachukwu, and I would like to discuss a short project I worked on. So the project was focused on assessing food price change trends in Nigeria. So I noticed, or from data that I collected from NBS, I observed that there was a sharp rise in the price of food items in Nigeria, we have the fuel subsidy. Fuel reached over 200% increase. And we have food price items that I visualized using Power BI. I also displayed the insights with Canva and used a bunch of tools to streamline everything and present on LinkedIn. You can check it out on LinkedIn, linkedin.com/in/chibuzodev. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chibuzo. That was good. So, because I'm nice, am I nice? Because I'm nice, I'm going to take one more lady. There was a lady that was raising up her hands here. Yes. You want to come? Jump in front. You want to come?
So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Rekia. I wanted to stand up initially, but because I am yet to patent, I spoke to Catwick and Dale. I can't tell everybody out here what I'm doing, but I specifically want to talk to you, Mr. NDBC, because it's in the healthcare. We're trying to reduce the issue of data. You know, our data is not centralized. Yes, user. You know, our data is not centralized, and we have issues with data in hard-to-reach locations. And I have an organization that is working towards centralizing our data and reducing the reach of people in hard-to-reach, like access to health services in hard-to-reach environments. But I can't give out the details here because I have not patented, so please bear with me. But just know that we're trying to do something to reduce all of the stress. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. So we have our recruiters here, like I said, and they've listened to all of the presentations and sessions. Before we go into the next session.
You're ready in 2 minutes.
Okay.
And, the lady that just spoke now, please just meet with Mr. Shuks Nwachukwu. He requests for you. He's requesting for you. Yeah, that's right. Media.
Yes, please, can you meet Chuks? Yes.
Yes, he's still around.
I feel like we should do like one more or two more. I feel like we should do one more or even two. What do you guys think?
It's like this is a weaker point.
Okay. Do you get? This is another weak point. I like that I'm getting you guys weak spots. So I'm going to take one lady and one guy.
So if So you take someone from there, I'll take someone from here.
Okay. Oh my God. Okay, we'll go with her.
I'm shy now.
You're shy.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, which might be quite different from what every other person has worked on. So I analyzed feedback and how it affects students and their content knowledge. So I worked on a group of feedback from students that have been given by either their supervisor or people they have worked on projects on. And this thing can also be integrated into customer feedback, how it affects the business and how we can help them to improve on serving the customers. So when we worked on that project, we gathered feedback that had been given to students by either their project supervisors or their lecturers, and how we can how they teach what they've learned. How they teach what they've learned, or how they can better improve themselves. So that's it.
A round of applause for Stella. So we have one more person. So let's hear it. Yes, go.
Hi everyone. In Retail Africa. My team, we are working on a very exciting project. Basically, I'll just give you like a scenario, then I will allow you to figure it out. Imagine you are owning different shops and people do buy things from you. You want to place your next order so that you can connect with whoever is supplying you. And you know from today what products will be needed in the next 2 weeks, and you're able to procure it. And customer gets to your shop and you never mention the word, I don't have this product. So that's how exciting that project is. I'm sure you can imagine it, right? You can't imagine it. Okay, I should not tell you the details. All right. So the project is more or less about building an intelligent engine that predicts and as well give a quantity, that is qualify and quantify SKUs, that's products that you'll be needing in an outlet without you waiting for that product to be depleted to zero before you make a procurement. Do you have an idea now? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, before we go to the next session, one more, Oliver Twist. Okay, so before we go to the next expert session, we want to play a game.
Yeah.
An interesting game, right? So the way it works is you'll see some emojis on your screen in a bit, and then you will try to guess the data or AI word that is related to that emoji.
Or phrase.
Exactly. Does it make sense?
All right, so can we have the slides?
Okay, so I just want to show you an example. Next slide. Next slide, please. So this is dark.
Oh, wow.
The emoji is dark. We can't see it. Can you guys see the emojis?
No.
All right.
They're supposed to be, I think.
Can you go to the next slide? Let's see if that one is better. Nah, this doesn't work.
No.
How do we do this?
We have to pass.
Looks like we have to skip this game.
Yeah.
Sorry?
You said? The phone on the camera.
Okay, let's...
The camera guys, Alpha, is that possible?
Camera guys, can you help us here?
No, so he's just suggesting...
So I'll just show you on my... I have the slides on my phone, and then you just project. Does that work?
No, he would have to see your phone. Like, something like this. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Can you see?
Can that work?
Okay, the camera. Okay. Power of AI. Computer vision.
Can you see my phone?
Yes, now me I can see it.
Okay. Can someone come and hold it? Okay, so we are going to try this. Looks like it's going to work.
You stand a chance to win.
Yes, there are prizes attached to this one.
There's no chorus.
So can you see it? We can all see it now.
Yes, we can see now.
Okay, so that's the first example, right? There are two emojis there, and those emojis are speaking to machine learning. So there's like a spanner.
No.
Can you still see it? Okay, so no, we can't see it.
I think the phone is locked. Okay. Yeah, we can see now. The light reflection.
Yes, there are light reflections. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much,
Amazing.
guys. Thank you.
So there is like a spanner, and then there's like a machine, and then we see machine learning.
So
Does the game make sense? So we know how it works. Okay. So we'll go with the second slide.
So
can someone tell us what data AI word is related to this emoji? This second emoji.
He hasn't changed it yet.
I've seen one hand.
Have you changed it? He has not changed it yet.
No, that's it. We're on track.
Data cleaning techniques.
Yeah.
Amazing. Data cleaning. A round of applause for him.
Yes.
Looks like it's too easy for us. Is it too easy? Let's go to the next one. Okay. Okay, so we have the next one up in a bit. I like the fact that we're improvising. Okay, who can guess this one? If you shout, you will not win anything. I don't know why you're shouting. Who can guess this one?
Okay, let's go somewhere at the
Okay,
back
let's go
there.
to that side.
Yeah.
So it doesn't look like we're excluding them.
So go that way, I'll go this way.
I'm coming to this side. I'm coming to this side.
I have hands here, Ife.
That's time series forecasting.
Time series forecasting. Looks like this game is actually easy. A round of applause for him, please.
The next one.
So the next one.
See it first now. Any hands here? Any hand here?
You can't see this one.
The light. Yeah. There's a graph, a magnifier, and a danger sign.
Yes. A graph, a magnifier.
You want to try?
Can we see it?
Data mining. It's not. Data mining.
No, wrong. Sorry.
I have one hand here.
We're not done.
Data visualization and error message.
Thank you. Wrong.
Data exploration.
Wrong. Sorry.
Try another person there.
Data error.
Wrong.
Sorry.
Data exploration. Underfitting.
Sorry.
Data validation.
Okay, this is interesting.
If it's like you tell them the answer for that one.
Missing data.
No.
Wrong.
Predictive analysis.
Data investigation and debugging.
Wrong.
Data validation error.
Data security and privacy. Data security.
So nobody's getting this one.
If we need help in this one.
Okay, I can see someone here.
Troubleshooting.
Wrong. Try.
Anomaly detection.
No.
If I have somebody here.
Anomaly detection.
Thank you. Anomaly detection.
I forgot to take your phone number, sorry.
Anomaly detection. Thank you. So we are going to do one more. Okay, this one looks pretty easy.
It's quite
yeah?
easy.
This one looks pretty easy. Did we see it? Okay, I've seen one person.
Data storage.
No.
Cloud storage.
Cloud storage. That's correct. Thank you. Thank you. David, you need to get somebody's number here.
Okay, I'm coming.
Okay. Do we do one more? There's one more to go, yeah?
Okay, if I let me just stay here for one more and then I'll come back to that person.
I said you that you guys like giveaway. That's the way to get to you. The best way to get to you.
Okay. You win. I'm here.
Okay, so I think this is let's go with this one.
I am here. Tell me.
Storytelling.
No.
Natural language processing.
Thank you. Natural language processing.
What do you mean?
You plan something with that. All right.
There's one more, Ami.
I call it next.
Okay. The final one. I want to go to a part of the room that I've not been to before. So it doesn't look like I'm partial. Somebody doesn't touch from there. Okay, no. I meant that a part of the room that neither me or David has been to.
I think that's
this side,
yes.
right? Yeah.
That's who's the lady that won over here. Hi, lady.
Can we see it?
Your phone number. Name and phone
number. Okay, can we see that? Okay, we have one person.
Data injection.
Wrong.
You want to try?
Who wants to try? Okay, there's one more person.
Health analysis.
What did she say? No.
Experimentation.
You're close, but it's wrong.
That hypothesis testing. Hypothesis testing.
Okay, so did we hear him? He said it, but it was not loud. So he said hypothesis testing, and that's correct. A round of applause for him. Thank you, everyone, for engaging in this session. This was fun.
All right, I think we are done here. Did anybody win there?
Yes, one person won there.
Do you want the prize or I can go? You cannot give me away. No, give me away.
All right, so we'll be going to our final expert session for today. Are we excited? Final expert session for today, and we have a session by Kunle Adelowo, and it's on AI for a better world, driving development and civic good with data and AI. Kunle Adelowo, are you ready for our session? Okay. A round of applause as it comes up, please.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Data first. My name is Adekunle Adelowo. I work for an organization known as Data Fight. I'm sure most of you were here during the earlier conversation. So Data Fight Foundation is a civil society organization, and our focus is on media analysis and research, and building technological tools that drive socio-economic growth and impact, right? So today, in this session, I'll be taking us through how data and AI can lead or can translate to socio-economic impact. That's impact in the society. I know we all here were more of data people, technological people, but this session I'm trying to show us how, our work as data engineers, as data scientists, will translate into a primary school being built in a particular local government, or how our work as a data engineer will translate to interventions in particular local communities, right? So we all know that data journalism, we are not just doing data journalism or data for itself, we are doing it with an end goal in mind. So looking at the agenda today, I'll be talking about, first of all, the role of data in civic development, right? So we'll be exploring how data is important in civic development, how data is important in making sure that infrastructure-wise, in terms of our schools, our hospitals, are being developed properly, right? So in the NGO world, this is one of the things that we care about. And secondly, I'll be talking about leveraging AI in data journalism, how AI can be a big game changer in terms of data journalism. And the next thing I'm going to be discussing is interacting with data in a new way, right? We all, as data engineers, we are used to using pivot tables, using all our fancy tools to interact with data or to pull out insights from data, right? But going to the rural areas, to our mommies and daddies in the markets, right? They don't know what a pivot table is. They don't know even how to filter or to sort a particular table, right? So we'll be looking at how AI can help these sets of people interact with data in a new way. And then we'll be looking at the challenges and ethical consideration, and then we'll open the floor up for any. We are gathering this data because we are trying to track corruption in our public sectors, right? So I just want to let us know that data, it doesn't end there. Data is actually a driving force for socio-economic development. So the more available data we have means that we can have more societal development and civic empowerment. And in the NGO world, we've had several situations where this has led to many interventions. For example, stories that DataFight have published have led to many interventions in public school systems, in primary healthcare centers across Nigeria. This wouldn't have been possible if DataFight didn't go to gather this data and make it available for other civil society organizations to engage with and then uncover some of these things, right? So we can see that data is actually a very powerful tool for socio-economic development and growth, right? So we have several platforms that DataFight have been working on or built that sees to socio-economic development and empowerment. So we have platforms like Anfani. Anfani is a platform where you can go on that platform and you have access to public procurement data as well as beneficial ownership data, right? So a curious mind can go there and say, okay, this project in my local government, right? Who were the contractors that were awarded this project, right? You can see that contractor. You can see the beneficial owners of that contractor. You can say, okay, these are the board of directors of that particular contractor. And then you can link all these data for you to make informed decisions or for you to do any form of investigative reporting that you may want to do. So we at DataFight, data is not just something that we try to gather and to publish, but it's something that we see that as a real tool for socio-economic empowerment and reforms. And this is not just DataFight, right? Most civil society organizations, when you're going to present a case to the government, for example, you say, okay, we have found some discrepancies in your data. Probably a particular project was budgeted for and it was awarded, but it was not implemented, right? You need data as your proof. You need data as your hard facts, such that when you are going to, for advocacy in all these government institutions, you have factual data to back up your claim. So we can see that data is not just something that we are trying to gather, but it's actually a very important tool in dispatching, civic advocacies and trying to bring about change in our society. So there are many other examples of where, different civil society organizations have used data to bring about change. Yeah. So data, one thing we need to know, sorry, previous slide. Data is next slide, please. Something we need to know about data is that data on its own has no power, right? My pivot table alone cannot bring about change in my community, right? My really cool visualization about the projects or about all the allocated projects in my local governments alone cannot bring about change in the society. So what really drives change in the society is data and engagement, right? So we need people to engage with this data. We need data that people will engage with. So it's the engagement with this data that brings about this change. So how do I mean by that? So the data alone will not bring about this change, but people like us, data journalists that are making visualizations, for example, sparking meaningful conversations in the public domains, inspiring actions from different people, right? Data alone cannot inspire action. First of all, you need to understand what data you are looking at, right? Before anybody will be inspired to take any action about any data, first of all, they need to understand that data. And the next step in making people to understand that data is analyzing this data and bringing it out in a way that appeals to the general society. And we all know that depending on your background, right, you may be comfortable seeing a very good chart, a column chart, a pie chart, but a lay person may not be able to interact with that data in that manner. It may not inspire the same kind of action as it would in a technical mind. So we understand that engagement with data is what drives change and not just the data alone. So for data to have its desired impact, it must be transformed, it must be processed, it must be presented in a way that resonates with the target audience, right? And inspiring those audiences to make meaningful actions, right? So I'll give you a little story, right? We're going for some intervention projects, right? Some intervention projects in some villages in Adamawa State, right? And when we got there, many people in that particular, it was supposed to be a PHC, a primary healthcare center, right? But many of the citizens of that particular locale, number one, they did not know that this PHC project has been awarded and it needed to be built. They didn't know the amounts. They didn't know anything about that project, right? And before then, right, we have been sending out different data to maybe the local government chairman, to people in that particular village. But we found out that they are not interacting with that data. It's looking boring to them. They don't know what to even do with the data, right? But we found out that once we were able to present this data in a more relatable way, in a way that is meaningful to them, in a way, so instead of telling them, saying 500 or 50 million was allocated for this PHC and it was not done, right? We try to show them what 50 million can do in different places, right? Because a lot of people, when they hear 50 million, we can't really quantify or say what 50 million is worth or what it can. If you say 50 million was embezzled, right? In your mind, you are thinking, oh, okay, maybe what can that buy? What can that do? You don't really know what 50 million can do. But if I visualize and say 50 million is 5 classrooms, it can provide water for you for 10 years in this place, can build 10 boreholes, then you begin to have a clearer sense of what the monetary value of 50 million is. And that's the way that we are looking of presenting data to people and making them engage with the data and inspiring action in these communities. Next slide, please. Next. So next, I'm going to be talking about how AI fits into this picture, right? And in that aspect, I'm also going to be talking about data journalism, right? So data journalism is about gathering and processing data in ways that inspires positive action and creates lasting societal impact. Like I said, gathering data is not just about gathering data. It's about what you do with the data. It's about how you engage with the data. And data journalism is that aspect that takes this data and then presents it in a way that will inspire action among people, that will help people make more meaning of the data, that will make the data interesting for people to want to engage, right? So, but we all know as data journalists, most of us here are data engineers, data scientists. We all know what it takes from the point of fetching raw data to cleaning it, to analyzing it, to creating visuals, right? We all know that takes a lot of skills, some real skills, right? We're all trying to learn how to use all the latest tools, Power BI, learning how to manipulate SQL data and stuff like that, right? So we can see that the journey you go from gathering this data to presenting it in a way that is meaningful and that inspires action actually takes a lot of work and a lot of skills, of which many civil society organizations may not necessarily have. And that's where AI comes in, right? I know in our first session this morning, we say AI is not going to replace human, and AI is not even going to fill your data skill gaps, right? But what if I don't have any data skills in the first place, right? So it's one thing to have data skills and be able to manipulate data and be able to analyze data. It's another thing not having this background or not being in this space. We are all data scientists here. This may come naturally to us, right? But for many journalists that are all about telling stories, right? Data crunching and data processing may not come naturally. And we all know that this particular skill set or the process of transforming data from raw data to insights is actually a long and a tedious process. And that's where leveraging AI can come in, right? So in the civil society space, leveraging AI can be a game changer because it then means that we don't need to have all the complex data crunching skills, right? We can leverage AI to help us generate insights, to help us generate good context that can be able to tell the story, that can be able to tell stories that will impact our communities. Next slide, please. So these are the different areas where we can leverage AI in data journalism. So number one is gathering and cleaning data, right? So access to public data is undergoing a significant transformation, with AI playing a crucial role in capturing, structuring, and formatting data more efficiently and accurately than ever before. So a lot of things that we do in data journalism, or in data science, should I say, is about producing structured data, right? It's about taking, for example, our budget. It was published in a PDF format, right? It was just a PDF was published. That's how it comes from the National Assembly, right? But in order for you to use this data, you need to make it structured. You need to convert it to your Excel, to your CSV, to your JSON, right? And we all know that that process till this point has always been tedious, right? So in terms of gathering public data and producing structured outputs, AI can be a very, very powerful tool in that. So in data journalism, most of what we do is trying to get any unstructured data that we may have. An example could be in terms of reporting procurement processes, right? So a particular project, should I say, is about monitoring corruption in public procurement spaces, right? And in order for you to monitor corruption in public procurement, the first thing you need to do is to have access to all the contracts that are being awarded via the MDAs, right? Is to have access to the tendering process, right? To all the people that bidded for that particular information, right? But we all know that this data, most of the time, they come in hard copy files, right? They come in hard copy files. They come in, and the MDAs, the ministries, departments, and agencies, right, that handle these processes, they always keep hard copy files, right? And we need this data to be in a structured way such that we can analyze it, right? So getting from your hard copy files to structured data has always been tedious. I've been in this space for over 8 years now. And the way we normally do it before AI is that we go to all these ministries, departments, and agencies, and then we collect these hard copy files. We collect all the contract information, collect all the tendering information, collect all the budgeting information, right? And then we start filling them into Excel sheets. But now that we have AI, we are simply leveraging AI to do this data collection process for us, whereby all we have to do is directly from the ministry, department, and agencies, they upload all their contract information, the tendering process, and the AI is able to extract those specific information from those documents and produce the structured outputs that we can now make use of in terms of monitoring corruption and doing other things. So AI has really been a game changer in terms of extracting and collecting data. The second place where we are leveraging AI in data journalism is in the analysis, right? Many data journalists are not technically savvy. Some of them are, or many newsrooms, they leverage people like ourselves to be able to analyze this data and produce insights, right? But with the help of AI now, it means that many newsrooms, we have democratized the ability to produce visualization and analysis, right? Many newsroom agencies can now leverage AI to produce analysis for them, and they are able to analyze their information and able to take action based on the analysis and insights that is being generated for them. So presentation, right? Like I said before, it's not just about gathering data. It's about gathering data and telling stories and presenting it in a format that inspires action in people, that inspires change, right? So this is another area where AI can help us, right? So we need AI to help us present this data in a way that is more relatable to us, right? Nobody wants to see a big table, a very large table of data and trying to crunch it or look or search it or do anything. Most of the time we are looking for specific nuanced information. At no point will you be trying to use all the data that you have at the same time, right? Most of the time you are trying to look for, okay, what's the highest amount, what's the lowest amount, what's the average, how much did this particular person get, how much did this other particular person get, right? So in presenting this data, AI can really help us to present the data in a way that is more relatable to the target audience, be it a market woman in the village or a more technically savvy person. So presentation is key in this aspect. And the last part I would like to talk about is how we are leveraging AI in data journalism is engagement. Like we said, gathering data is not the end goal, but it's transforming this data and making impact that is the end goal. And for us to make impact with data, we need to be able to interact with this data. Interacting with the data is where the value is being unlocked, right? So if I don't interact with my data to find out that, okay, this particular contractor has been the one winning the same contract in this particular ministry, right? I need to interact with the data to find out that this contractor has been winning multiple projects. Is it that there are no other contractors? Is it that this is the only contractor available for this particular kind of job? So I need to interact with this data. But sometimes, many of us may not be able to find, even if I give you this data now, you may not be able to find out that, this particular contractor has won multiple awards from the same ministry. You may not be able to find that out. You still need skills to be able to manipulate that data to show you that this particular contractor has won this project a number of times. But when we are leveraging AI, it's as simple as asking the AI, right? It's just a simple of which contractor has the highest amount of contract, and then the AI can then help us give that answer. So we can see that AI is a really big game changer for us in the data journalism world. Next slide, please. So one of the case studies that we have at DataFights for data journalism is our tool known as Nubia AI. So Nubia AI is a tool that we have built in-house, following all what we have just said about, trying to bridge the gap between your raw data and your insights, your raw data and inspired action, between raw data and civic impact, between raw data and transformation, raw data and interventions, right? So we've come up with this Nubia tool, and what we plan or what we are doing with it is to help newsrooms and journalists that may not have the data skills to be able to generate insights from their data, right? So on this platform, you can go on the platform, upload your data. It accepts multiple formats of data, both CSV, PDFs, and audio, video. You can add this data there and generate insights from the data. So doing this, we are able to shorten the time span from gathering this data to getting insights from it. So this is one of the features of this platform. And that thing is being able to generate stories from your data, right? So editorial teams can leverage the power of Nubia AI to generate captivating content moving at the speed of light, right? I don't know how many of us, you have read a very, very nice story before. You read this story, it was very nice, it was inspiring, you are reading this story, oh my gosh, it's so nice. But at the end of the day, I want to ask us a question. If you discover that that story that you read, that you enjoyed so much, was written by an AI, how many of us will be offended? Okay, I can see some hands up. Okay. So, so you can see that we were trying to strike a balance between what AI-generated content and human-generated content, right? But I always have this analogy that I use. I ask people all the time. I say, let's say I'm the president of Nigeria and I ordered police to arrest somebody, right? Who arrested the person? Is it the police or am I the one that arrested the person? So, but I'm the one that ordered police to arrest somebody, right? So, by transitive property, I'm still the one that arrested that person. So, we can apply the same analogy with AI. So, if I prompt AI to write a story for me, am I the one that wrote the story or is it AI that wrote the story? Okay, so, but we need to be able to strike the balance, right? Because it's actually from our inputs that AI is able to generate these outputs, right? AI cannot do anything on its own, but with human input. The only thing we are using AI to do is to create efficiency, right? To speed it up, right? Trust me, what I can write with AI is different from what someone else can still write with AI, right? So I can produce wonderful content with AI. Someone else may produce content that is not so good with AI, right? So this is an advocacy for those of us that may be offended by AI-generated content. So this is some of the works that we are doing with Nubia AI. Also, we are also trying to train or fine-tune. They know things about the Nigerian content. This way, they are able to generate stories that are more African, that are more Nigerian, that they can write in a Nigerian style, right? Such that we are still able to produce captivating content. Because like I said, the goal is not just to produce content. The goal is to produce content that inspires action, right? Content that people will enjoy, content that sparks up ideas, content that sparks up public conversations about societal issues. That's the main goal. So these are some of the works that we are doing with Nubia AI. Next slide, please. So I want to speak about interacting with data in a new way. I already alluded to this, that the fact that you have a large set of data here doesn't mean that you can get what you want from that data, right? Most of the times we are looking for nuanced information in that data, right? Sometimes we may want to find the needle in the haystack, right? We may want to compare, right? We want to compare between prices of this and prices of that, right? But in doing so, we realize that we need to be able to, first of all, whatever platform you are using to do this comparison or this analysis needs to enable you to click a button or press this or press that to be able to bring out that visualization, right? But with AI now, I believe that the future of interacting with data is more human. Interacting with data is now about you speaking to your data, not even necessarily typing, you speaking with your voice, your human voice. We are going to be doing away with clicking of buttons and trying to manipulate different visuals, right? So the future of interacting with data is more human, which in turn is just speaking with the data. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, so I have just say don't waste time trying to manipulate your spreadsheet to find information. Just ask AI. See, looking for the perfect Excel formula to get the sales projection for your data, just ask AI, right? I'm looking for these infographics and charts. I can't quite make sense of it. What is this chart telling me, right? Just ask AI. So in the future, I believe that we are not going to be clicking buttons. We are just going to be asking AI. Next chart, next slide, please. So I want to quickly talk about the ethical considerations. Next slide. So some of the ethical considerations, journalistic integrity, right, is a very important part. We need to be able to balance AI output with human input, right? You generating fully AI story is not a good idea, right? AI is supposed to be a tool to help you in efficiently generating the story, but you fully relying on AI is not a good idea. Bias and managing privacy, right? AI can generate misleading and false content, right? So we need to be able to make sure we are supervising AI and making sure we get quality information from AI. My time is up, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Adekunle. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Please, let's clap. Let's put hands together for him. I know it's been a very long day, and we all deserve this hand clap. Let's just clap for him. Thank you very much. Like we mentioned earlier on, he's one of our expert session speakers. We said we have our lightning talks, we have our general talks, and then we have our expert session talks, where we invite experts to talk about certain areas. So right now, I would like to appreciate Mr. Kunle. So on behalf of DatafestAfrica Africa organizers, I'd like to say thank you. Please, the paparazzi. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Data first.
Africa.
Are we tired?
Yeah. You know, for the whole day, you have been clapping for people. Right now, clap for yourself. The fact that you're seated here up till now, it's wonderful. Our online audience, kudos to you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and don't forget, I mean, today is just day 2. We have one more day tomorrow. So don't forget to keep tweeting, sharing on all social media platforms with the right hashtag DatafestAfrica2024 or hashtag DFA24. Data First
Africa.
Okay, so now we'll be going into our Hackathon showcase. Are we excited? Looks like we're excited about that one.
Yes, that's exciting.
Is there anyone that participated in the Hackathon but unfortunately did not make it to top 5? Okay, that's a number of hands. That's impressive. So we'll have our top 5 teams presenting now, and we have our judges that will be judging the presentations basically, and I'll just be calling out their names and their profiles. First, we have Fatai Soni. Fatai is a Microsoft certified trainer and certified data analyst. Please, round of applause. He's skilled in helping global businesses transform data into insights for driving decision making. He's an experienced professional with over 8 years of experience in helping companies use data-driven approach to reduce costs, optimize business process, and maximize profit. A round of applause for Fatai, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll just quickly read the profile of our next judge, Olalekan Olaseni. Olalekan Olaseni is a senior data consultant with EY Ernst & Young. He's a data engineer who specializes in helping businesses unlock value from their data. His areas of expertise include data platforms, business intelligence, and data governance.
A round of applause for Olalekan, please. We're so grateful to our judges because without them, who would be judging these solutions? So the final judge is Adedamola Onobanjo. Adedamola is a business intelligence manager at Kuda. She's driving data-informed decisions to enhance customer experiences and promote financial inclusion in Africa. She's passionate about data-driven cultures and empowering teams with data. A round of applause for Adedamola Onobanjo, please.
Please, let's put hands together for them.
A big thank you to all our judges. So we are ready for the presentation. We have our top 5 teams, and I'm just going to call the first team. You guys have 5 minutes, please,
For your
so be
presentation.
conscious of time.
Please, the timer, 5 minutes.
The first team is Team Numeric, sir. A round of applause for Team Numeric, sir, please. The data was not an easy one, so for them to have made it to top 5, I think it's a big deal.
Please, let's clap for them. It's amazing. It's not easy. It's not easy. All right, 5 minutes. Blow us away.
Yeah, good day, everyone. My name is Lawal Absalam from Team Numerisa. Here with me is my colleague, Absalam Madegoju. Today, we'll be taking you through our data solution. Please, the next slide. Yeah, background story. On October 1st, 2024, Providence College approached our team at Team Numerisa. They told us that the recent statistics from JAMB is concerning, where 76% of students scored below 200. A scene of concern, if you may ask me. We were tasked with just one job. Please, the next slide. Our aim, come up with a data solution that helps students increase their academic performance in both external and internal exams. Yeah, our objectives were to identify factors affecting student performance, build a predictive model that helps stakeholders identify student performance, and also provide actionable recommendation and insight to our stakeholders. Please, the next slide. Yeah, the next question is why Microsoft Fabric? Microsoft Fabric is an end-to-end software as a solution service. It has everything from data science to data analytics and to data engineering. Also, it is scalable and cost-effective. Finally, as consultants, we prioritize our users' experience. Yeah, that's why we have to come up with a single solution. Please, the next slide. Yeah, the data engineering aspect. The next slide, please. Data collection and data storage. In the data collection process, our data was sourced from previous academic performance and also customized surveys given to our students. In data processing, a lakehouse was built, a data flow was created, our data was cleaned and processed in the data flow, and also a schematic model was established, and a many-to-one relationship between our DIM table, between our fact table and our DIM table was also established. Please, the next slide. Yeah, this image here shows us our data flow and lineage, where our data flows from the lakehouse to our reports and to our notebook. The next slide, please. Now, data visualization with Power BI. The next slide, please. Yeah, on this page, on the overview page, we have a total of 100 students, an average JAMB score of 229.45, and average performance of 44. That is, 44 of our students scored an average performance between 200 and 249. And also, our top performers fell in the very good and good category. Our bottom performers fell in the fair category. The next slide, please. Okay, here we saw a positive correlation between our JAMB score and our total score. There was no correlation between our age and our JAMB score. And also, we noticed that participation rate and attendance rate seems to affect student performance in JAMB. Please, the next slide. Okay, yeah, we noticed that commerce has the highest score in exam score, while biology has the lowest exam score. This also directly shown in student performance in JAMB, in biological sciences. Biological sciences having the lowest average JAMB score. Please, the next slide. We noticed that there was zero correlation between income and student performance. Also, we noticed that students from a lower background seems to outperform students from an higher background, meaning that a lower parental educational background serves as a motivating factor to our students. The next slide, please. We noticed that kinesthetic seems to be a better means of learning, and students that performed in music seem to outperform other students. On this note, I'll hand over to my colleague, Absalam Madegoju.
So we made use of Synapse, which is a subsidiary of Microsoft Fabric, because it allows the seamless usage of the data the entire team has worked on for our analysis. Please, next slide. Next slide. Yeah, so in Synapse, we built a pipeline that consists of one-hot encoder and standard scalar as preprocessors. And after numerous experimentations, we decided to make use of random forest classifier algorithm. So we passed our data into that pipeline, training occurred in the pipeline, and then we produced a model of 93% accuracy. Next slide, please. Next slide. So the Numerica team recommended the following for Providence College, which is our clients. And firstly, we recommended that they incorporate numerous teaching methods to satisfy the diverse learning styles of students. We also recommended that they focus more on underperforming subject because we discovered that a lot of students underperform in biology. So we recommended I have more better teaching strategies in those aspects. And lastly, we also recommended that they encourage participation, encourage attendance, and provide room for active participation of students in classes. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, so in this slide, we have a video where a representative from Providence College. Please, can you play this video? It's a video. A representative from... They are not playing the video.
Sorry,
Okay.
time is up.
Thank you very much. And
Thank
hopefully
you.
one of you guys will be our clients very soon.
Thank you, Team Numeric, sir. Do we have any questions from the judges? Okay, good.
I would just like, because it was moving very fast, so I missed the part where's the source for the data itself? Like, how did you get the data?
Okay.
Okay, actually, I approached various schools. My friends that their parents own schools, I approached them for data. The data was actually not very clean, and it was not what we needed. So we talked with some teachers and asked them, okay, what are the things we think might affect student performance? They gave us a framework, and with that framework, we were able to use AI to generate synthetic data.
So that data is AI generated, right?
It was not fully AI because we collected, it was a modified data from the school because it was not enough.
Sorry, how many schools in?
I consulted 3 schools.
Okay, and you have like a questionnaire that you administered,
sure.
right?
Yes,
Okay.
I think 2 questions. So my first question is, what prompts did you feed to whatever AI tool you used? And then my second question will be, you visited 3 schools, right, to get like the basis for your data, the data that you want to work with. These schools that you visited, do they have anything in common or do they have differences? So were you just looking at the same subset or sample, basically, or you actually looked out for like diverse, different factors?
Okay, the schools we visited were majorly, 2 were private schools. The third one was the job center.
Okay.
The third one was the job center. So we asked, okay, what are the performance of your students in the past few years? They gave us some just normal Excel sheets that just check through this. And the private schools, they were able to give us some past performance of their students. So we took that, we modified it. They told ChatGPT that based on this, give us on their data set.
So how many years worth of data do you think you examined?
I think just 3 years. Yeah.
Just 3 years, and your model produced 95%?
93%.
93% accuracy. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, you said something about the prompts. So for the prompts, we tried as much as possible to have like a guideline for what the model generates as data. Like for every aspect, we asked them specifically. Since most schools in Nigeria don't have access to the kind of data we wanted to use, but we asked them questions regarding what we wanted to use, and so we just brought it to AI for it to give us kind of data. And afterwards, they also assessed the thing it generated for us to use. Yeah.
Thank you, Team Numerics. A round of applause for them. So we'll have our next team very quickly. 5 minutes. Data badges. Data badges. A round of applause for them, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nancy Amandi, and I'll be representing my team for this hackathon. Next slide, please. We are a team of 2, with my partner being the data scientist and me being the data engineer. Next slide. So, Zagreb High School noticed that there was a 76% failure rate in JAMB, and they think that this failure rate actually sneaked into their school system. So they need us to predict student performances so that they can make proactive decisions. During, when we were investigating this problem, we noticed that there was another problem, which is data collection issue. And that is what we are going to be addressing in this project today. Next slide. In our business requirements, after our investigation, we noticed two major problems, and we'll be resolving it where we'll be providing a scalable and less stressful method for data collection and an efficient warehousing system that enables machine learning predictions for students' performances. Next slide. We consider several factors when choosing our architecture. One of them is cost, because we understand that a secondary school will not want to spend so much on this solution, so we prioritized cost. And then the next one was a scalable solution. And lastly, because we understand that this is a secondary school in Nigeria, data size and velocity will be low. Next slide. This is our architecture, and we recommended Rosario's an educational system where data for an educational system will be managed. So Zakrak High School don't have to start going helter-skelter to be getting their paper records ready just because they want machine learning. Instead, we integrated this system so that there will be a school administrator that can just manage data on the system, and everything will be all in one place. Then, in generating this data for the sake of this project, we used Faker and ChatGPT, where we consider several factors, and I'll be doing that in the next slide. But for now, after we had our data and wrote it into the database behind Rosario's, we then moved the data from the database to our Snowflake warehouse using Airbytes. And then we used Medallion architecture, where we had several transformation layers from the bronze, silver, gold in our core, intermediate, and in our raw, intermediate, and core schemas, respectively. We used DBT for this transformation. And then we used Metabase for our reporting. If you look at this architecture, you notice one common thing: open source. Most of these tools are open source, and that's where we considered these tools cost, because they won't spend money on the subscription fee. Instead, they are going to only spend little money on the compute. Next slide. The factors we considered during data generation were general statistics. We considered the fact that the performance of students in WAEC and JAMB declined over the years, and we also considered decline in JAMB registration. And we also considered the fact that there is principal test in the first part of the term, midterm test, and final exams. Next slide. Next slide, please. This is the ERT diagram of the transitional database. You'll notice one common thing: normalization. And this is create, read, update, and delete operations. Next slide, please. Data transformation techniques. Just because we want this to be scalable in our warehouse, we had several transformation techniques that involve dropping duplicates, handling of values, and doing some casting of columns. Next slide. This is our ERT diagram for the warehousing system. And you'll notice that some of the major tables, which is the WAEC and the JAMB tables, are a combination of several tables that was in our OLTP diagram. Next slide.
Okay, so in the light of taking proactive measures to predict students' performances over the years for exam, WAEC and JAMB examination, so we made use of random forest for the machine learning part. And the reason why we use random forest is because of the effectiveness in the handling of non-linearity relationship between target variable and other features. So there are some other features that contribute to students' performance aside the ones that have the linear relationship with them, just like the attendance rate, the discipline records, and all of that. And using a tree-based algorithm is the best shot for features that doesn't have linear relationship between them. Can we move on to the next slide, please? Yeah, so using another beautiful thing about using random forest is because of the insight it's going to generate for us, because here you are seeing the importance of the features according to their importance. Yes, the student attendance rate shows the highest importance of... Okay, next slide, please.
So, next slide, please. This is our demo. So we have three major pipelines, which is the one that moves the data and transforms it and then builds the machine learning predictions. There's also two pipelines that build the machine learning predictions. So everything is automated and orchestrated based on dependencies between them. Please play it quickly. Okay, in summary, this solution is really important in solving the data collection problem of the school. And the moment Nigerian secondary schools, including Zakrak High School, integrate this system, we can say goodbye to outdated manual processes, fragmented data, and ineffective performance tracking.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for Team Data Buddies. Thank you. Hold on, please, in case you have questions. Any question? All right, let me.
Hi. So in your problem statement, I think you mentioned that you noticed 73% failure rate. Is that correct? So how did this solution in particular solve that problem? Or were you just trying to solve the data collection bit of the problem?
Okay, after my data scientists built the machine learning model, it was in our demo. We have Metabase where we had personalized recommendations for the student performance. So let's say if the student predicts that, if it's predicted that this student fails, there's another tab on that says, okay, this is what you should do for these students. We consider the several factors in the data. I hope it can be played so you can see it.
There was a conversation around cost. That was why you chose a lot of. What was the relative cost that this particular solution saved? Did you try other means or something?
Okay, in terms of trying other means, I'm not really sure I get your question exactly.
Let me come again. You said the reason you chose some of the tools you used was because you were considering cost, right? So how much cost did you save?
Okay, so this is actually relative. The cost that we saved is based on the subscription fees. So I don't want to call any brand, but applications that have, let's say, monthly subscription or yearly subscription, they don't pay for that. They only pay for compute, and this is dependent on their data volume. So I cannot say the actual cost that they spend, because, I mean, another school might have 2 million rows to handle, and then another one might just have 1 million rows. So this depends on their data requirements.
Okay, you used a particular school's data and problems or challenges to, you used it as like the foundation of your approach for other schools. So it's kind of like a one-size-fits-all approach. Do you guys think that's the best approach to take?
In terms of the schools, we are taking the context of Nigeria. So based on the solution that we recommended, we understand that Nigerian schools, especially secondary schools, they will not want to spend so much. So I think this is a better solution, I can say.
And the solution is resolving the issue of data collection.
No, data collection and also making proactive measures to predict students' performance in their WAEC and JAMB examination. So there's a thing about Nigerian schools, they have so many things in common, especially like for public schools and private schools, they would definitely have so many things in common. So those are the things we put in place in our data generation techniques. So we thought about all these things that are common in those schools to generate our data. Then, so we are saying this, our solution is going to fit almost, let's say 80% of Nigerian schools, because it is cost effective, and they also make proactive measures on predicting the students' performance, and also personalized recommendation for each student per subject. So I think it's a one-size-fits-all mostly, because it's going to solve several schools' problems.
Okay, thank you.
Let's clap for data buddies, and let's clap for our judges as well. Awesome, thank you very much. The next team I'd like to call up is Team Kaizen. Please, can you come up, Team Kaizen? Please, let's clap for him. Please, let's clap for him. It's not easy. They got to the top 5.
All right. Please let me know when my time starts. Oh, all right. Oh, hi, everyone. My name is Ayo. I'm representing Team Kaizen. Next slide, please. My teammates are unavoidably absent. Next slide. So I'll just be proceeding to the what. So the what, what's the problem here that we're trying to solve, right? Essentially, it's been noticed that in recent times, students have actually been having very poor grades in their external examination. That's JAM, WAEC. And the question is, what can be done about this? That's a question on everyone's lips. So for my team, we decided to frame it such that we look at it from the student, or rather from the school's perspective. What can schools do about these failure rates of their students in external examinations? So we took it inside and looked at it like, please, next slide, please. We took it inside and decided to frame the aim as trying to help the school to be able to solve their own internal examination failures. So if we're able to build a system, if we're able to build a system that helps schools to predict the performances of students in, say, their internal examination, that could also help the school know ahead if their students would do very well in external exams. I mean, your performance in internal exams is kind of a predictor of your performance in external exams. So on the constraints, right, while building the solution, we had in mind that we had time constraint, limited time, given the hackathon, time from the hackathon. And then we also knew that we had no data provided, and there were also no publicly available data that we could use. So it was essential that we had that in mind while trying to create our data solution. And we also had cost in mind. Cost in the sense that when you're bidding for a school, you won't bid a data solution for a school the same way you bid for fintech applications, because for schools, they want a more cost-effective solution. So with these constraints in mind, we started to go on to solutioning. But before solutioning as well, we kept in mind that, next slide please, we kept in mind that we needed to understand our stakeholders. Our stakeholders here are the school administrator, the students, the teachers, and the parents. Parents, because whatever students do in school, or whatever social economic background students have, could invariably affect their performance in schools, which was why we also included parents as stakeholders. Next slide. So here we just outlined the pain point for the schools and for the students, understood that schools don't even have the capability to predict the performance of students in their next examination. Neither do they have the infrastructure in the first place. And for students generally, they just couldn't, some of them, why they fail exams is they don't have enough study materials, or next slide, or they are just not adequately prepared. So what's the plan? What did we have in mind? What did we build? Next slide. So my teammates and I came up and said, thought through, brainstorm, and said, what we'll build is a machine learning powered web application, right? So the way we envision it is that in the real world, when we build this system, it's actually going to be a web app that will be used by the schools, by the teachers, and the web app is essentially going to be powered by machine learning. And the key features there will be that we have a machine learning, or rather a performance prediction interface that tries to predict the performance of students, say, in the next examination based on their historical records. And then we also have the data collection phase, because we're trying to solve two problems here: data collection and performance prediction. So walking you through the data architecture, right? Please read with me from, is it right to left? You see that on the right, we have the Streamlit app. Streamlit is what we had used to build our web app, right? On Streamlit as well, there are multiple interfaces there. One where we have the performance prediction interface that is powered by the machine learning model we had built using scikit-learn. And it also has a data collection interface that collects student data, parents' data, student performance data, and feeds it into the database that we had built. That's to solve the data collection problem. So the machine learning model that predicts performance of students in, say, using their historical records, or let me rephrase, the machine learning model that predict the future performance of students using their historical records actually gets data from BigQuery. And the BigQuery data is actually originally stored in GCS. And GCS actually we use synthetic data for this particular, for this demo, because, I can get to that later, but essentially we use synthetic data using Python and Pandas. Please, next slide. So next slide. So essentially, I want to show you the visual representation of our app. Here, like I said earlier, we had the data collection part. That's the student data form for collecting student information. Then you can also see highlighted in red there that we also have more pages to collect the student performance information. Next slide. We also have another page this page rather is for student performance prediction. So you input a number of variables. Based on these variables that we are deemed to impact student performance, you input this and then you can predict, next slide, predict the performance of students. Then next slide, then we have the analytical bit, right? So the button there, we embedded an analytical system, rather analytical report into the web app. So schools can also see descriptive stats about their students and their performances. Thank you.
Right on time.
Yes, sorry.
Thank you, Tim Kaizen. Do we have any questions from the judges?
Thank you, Tim Kaizen. So your solution, the first step of your solution is data collection, obviously. So the students or other stakeholders basically fill the forms that you send to them, right? Do you think that this is a constrained or limited approach, in the sense that not everybody has access to, fill a form, basically, and you're trying to target a wide range of students, right?
Oh, okay. So let me explain better. So the web app is actually a demo of what we would build in the real sense. Mm-hmm. So like I said, in the real sense, our vision is going to be a web app that will be built in collaboration with the software guys. And since we're the consultants, to build the web app, give it to or rather sell it to the schools. So the web app used by the schools, by the teachers or the school administrator would actually have the data collection part. So the way we thought it through is that schools have this app, right? So when there's a new student, they register them on they register the students using that interface, or even the existing students as well. You can register their information. It's the same way we actually, let me give an example. When you want to register for JAM, right, you input digitally, you collect information of students. But in this case, it's just for the school, for them to collect information. See when there's a new student or they want to collect information on existing students. So it's essentially for the school. It's not necessarily a form. I call it data collection form because just representing that it's just a part of that way back. It's just for...
So people that would be benefiting from your solution are those that can pay for it, basically.
Oh, well, we were consultants.
Yeah.
That's a tricky question. We're consultants. We're essentially building this solution to help schools. I mean, if we were to do it with the government, for instance, then it could, it could be free for them to use, definitely. But the idea behind it is we're building the solution for school. We're building a web app for schools that is powered by machine learning and a host of other factors.
Okay. My other question will be, I didn't get to see like the fields that will be imputed by whoever it is that is filling the field. So if you can just like go through the major ones that you use to determine like your solution. Basically.
That's a prediction?
Yes.
Okay, so we actually have a demo and we have screenshots. There's no time.
Maybe the three major
okay, so,
ones that
well, I can just walk through the field because I think I remember. So, generally, then, from our model, right, from the analysis, from the data scientist side of things, when we was trying to do feature selection, to see the key features that impact the performances of students. You figured out that some of them included their past results. I mean, if you think about it, we're trying to use students' past results to predict the future. So, definitely, the SS1. I think another thing I should add is the way we model the data is such that we can get their SS1 first term, second term, third term, SS2 first term, second term, third term, like that results, and predict what they might have in their next class. So student performance result definitely is one. Then we also saw that another key thing that impacted it was their socioeconomic background, like whether or not they had access to technology or whether or not their parents were learned. That was something very key that we also learned. And see how many hours they used to study per day.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, thank you so much, team. We'll have our fourth team. Team Arrow, are we ready? Please let's give them a round of applause. You have 5 minutes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Team Arrow, and we are data consultants for Oginigba Comprehensive Secondary School, Port Harcourt, Nigeria. I serve as a data engineer on the team. Adewumi, the data analyst, and Jacob, the data scientist. Next slide, please. So after reaching out to a stakeholder in the school, and having a series of discussion, we were able to identify the fundamental problems the school were facing, which were declining in academic performance of students in final exams, majorly JAM and WASIS, then lack of a centralized database management system, inability to forecast student achievement, lack of insights for interventions from stakeholders, insufficient parent-teachers communication, and inadequate allocation of resources. Please, next slide. So the team sets out with an objective which were to identify exam challenges, generate relevant data, build a predictive model, and provide actionable recognition for stakeholders. Next slide. So the workflow started off with planning and setup, then went to data gathering and data preparation, followed up by data engineering process, data visualization and exploration. Then we went on to the model development and deployment, Figma wireframing, and lastly, dashboard development and reports. Next slide, please. So the solution overview encompasses the 3 data domains in our team: a data engineering solution, which was to build a centralized database management system; the data science solution for ML capabilities; data analytics solution for actionable insights and recommendation. Okay, so for the data collection process, we decided to pick up relevant data that are unique to the school and the educational domain, like students, parents, teachers data, attendance data, student academic history, and teachers evaluation. Next slide, please. So to take you through the technical workflow of our work, leveraging on data engineering, we decided to first design a website. This website, we have a database, a robust cloud storage database, We designed that with AVN and Postgres with AWS server. It is linked to the backend of the backend API of the website. Then from there, we designed an ETL pipeline to extract, transform, and load the data 2 a.m. daily, so that each professionals on the team, that's the data scientists and data analysts, can have access to updated and consistent data in real time. Also, we gave access to tools like Postgres, Python script, and Power BI to drive insights and recommendation for stakeholders. Now, to talk about the data analytics and data exploration process, I'll pass the mic to the data analyst of the team.
Okay. As a data analyst, I got the data from the data engineer, my colleague here. Our data sets ranges from the student's data. Sorry, please, can you go back? Sorry. Yes. Yes. It ranges from the student data, the parents' data, the teacher's data, the attendance data, the student's academic history, and the teacher's evaluation. This data was fed into Python for proper visualization, exploration, and analysis using matplots and Seaborn. And also, I connected to the database through Power BI for further visualization and analysis. And from the Power BI slides, the demo for the Power BI played. Okay, so from the dashboard, we had a comprehensive view of the students' performance, the students' attendance, the students' engagement, and how it affects their overall students' performance. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. So, please, next slide, please. Previous one. Okay, so our main objective was to predict student performance, whether a student is going to pass or fail the exam, right? So that makes it a classification problem. But then, before that, my colleagues have talked about different data sets that we used: the student data, the parents' data, the attendance data, and some other data sets, right? So, but these data sets are kind of static. What I mean by static is that the student data, you only get that data once the student comes into the school. The parents' data, you only get it once the parent comes into the school. So what we did additionally was to do something called the barcode attendance tracking. So this is this is a ID card that we're able to create, right? So we use the barcode. So with this barcode, once the student comes into the school, the only thing the student needs to do is to just point this to the barcode scanner. So we have it's going to show in our deployment video. So the only thing he needs to do, the only thing the student needs to do is to point this to the barcode scanner, and it gets updated to the database. So some of the things that we did again was to do some data pre-processing, data splitting, and modeling at the end of the day. And so some of those, and we did the deployment, and it's going to be shown in the video. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Team Arrow. Please, let's clap for them. Let's clap for them. Thank you very much. We'd like to invite, yeah? No demo. Yes. No demo, I'm sorry. Your time is up. You had a time at 5 minutes, please. I would like to call Team Starlighters now. Team Starlighters. Please, let's come up quickly, please. Quickly, please. So 5 minutes, that's the timer just there.
Yeah, hello everyone, I'm Kayode Makinde, and I'm the data scientist and team lead for the Starlighters, and with me here is...
But today my work.
So 8 out of 10, every 10 students that wrote the last jam failed miserably, scored below the score of 200, which is 80% scoring less than 50%. And it is concerning. It has caused discussions. It has been the topic of many discussions on both offline and online, with some Twitter discussions shown here. Twitter users have highlighted social media, especially using TikTok as the scapegoat as the cause of the failure. While that is not entirely true. Next slide. Next slide. So, while we cannot argue that, while we can see that TikTok has the popularity of TikTok has increased exponentially over the years, we can see that there is no correlation between TikTok's popularity and the jump rate. The jump failure rate has always been bad. Even for the last 10 years, there was just 1 year that we had more than 30% pass rate. So TikTok is not the reason. Leave your younger brothers alone. Next slide. So we looked at more important relevant factors, one of which is the importance of balanced routine. So this study that was conducted in Kano for 5 years, they looked at WAEC results for 5 years, and they observed that boarding school students passed way more than day students. And this can be linked to factors like the fact that they don't have distractions. They also have more time to study because of prep time, and they have an overall balanced routine. Nobody to send them to go and buy fuel to the gym, or nobody to send them to grind pepper when they have tests. Next slide. So another factor that we saw that caused this drop is the switch from paper-based tests to computer-based tests. Switching from paper-based tests to computer-based tests has reduced JAMB pass rates by 50%. Although some of this is due to malpractice, but malpractice is not totally responsible for this. The people in rural areas, students in rural areas, are unable to use computers well, and there are other technical difficulties. Next slide. So another important factor we looked at was the role guardians play. Guardians play role, the roles of guardians, like the guardian's income, the education level of the guardian, and the relationship of the ward and the guardian played important role. Then special needs and mental health support. We cannot agree that Nigeria does not believe in, especially our older parents don't believe in mental health. But we looked into that. Next slide. So our solutions. Our first solution is a student performance prediction app that uses these features that we found that relates to students' performance. And we used a machine learning model, logistic regression, because of its simplicity, and it was able to capture accurately 89% of the cases. And we deployed this with Streamlit on a web application, and we also deployed it on our Starlight, our data management platform, which we'll be talking about.
Next slide. So this platform manages our data collection, our data storage, and machine learning. Please, next slide. So this is the data engineering backend. We make use of net.js app to build, and this is the Postgres. The database is securely stored in Postgres database, and this is the data, and this is the data pipeline. We make use of BigQuery, where we train a model in machine learning. And this is a prediction model. The outcome, our prediction, was then served back and seamlessly integrated into the database.
You can play the demo video. Demo video, please. The demo video, please. So while the demo video is